Yankee dynasty was about to begin. Part 2, 1920 to 1948. Chapter 18, Revolution in Baseball. Ruth reaches New York. America was in social revolution as the 1920s began. Prohibition went into effect on January 16th, 11 days after the announcement of Ruth's sale to the Yankees. And baseball turned around as radically as the country did. The game changed more between 1917 and 1921 than it did in the next 40 years. Despite the high-profile presence of such outstanding batters as Cobb, Wagner, LaJoy, Speaker, Jackson, and a few others, during the first 2 decades of the century, hitting was a lesser art in a game that honored pitching and low scores. The term inside baseball was almost sacred, and John McGraw was its high priest. It meant playing for a run, a single run. You bunted safely, stole second, went to third on a sacrifice, and scored on a fly ball to win 1-0. An exaggeration, of course, but that was the ideal. Even after the cork center ball was introduced in 1910, tight baseball continued to dominate. All this changed after the war, after Ruth's breakthrough in 1919. It was not a gradual evolution, but sudden and cataclysmic. Baseball statistics give dramatic evidence of this. For 15 seasons before 1919, Major League batters as a group averaged around 250. By 1921, that figure had jumped above 285, and it remained steadily in the 280s throughout the 1920s. With this increase in hitting came an increase in scoring. Before 1920, it was a rare year when more than 2 or 3 men in both leagues batted in 100 runs. But in 1921, 15 players did it, and the average for the 1920s was 14 a year. Earned run averages, the measure of a pitcher's run-suppressing ability, shot upward. Before 1919, the average annual ERA was about 2.85. In 1921, it was over 4.0, and it stayed in that generous neighborhood through the decade. What caused the explosion? The end of the war, Ruth, money, and the lively ball. Attendance in 1919 rose for every one of the 16 major league teams, in some instances doubling and even tripling. The release from war was largely responsible for the first burst of interest, and then Ruth's home run hitting came into focus. Babe was the most exciting aspect of the 1919 season, even more than the pennant races. New fans bubbling into the ballparks could not begin to appreciate the austere beauty of a well-pitched game, but they thrilled vicariously to the surging erectile power of the Ruthian home run. They wanted more. They wanted hits and they wanted runs, lots of hits and lots of runs. They wanted homers. The owners, delighted by the windfall at the ticket windows, were happy to give them what they wanted. They instituted legislation against the myriad trick pitches, like the spitball, that tended to befuddle batters, and they pepped up the ball. No hard, irrefutable facts exist to verify this. Indeed, a laboratory test in August 1920 proved the ball had not been changed, but the data cited in the preceding paragraph seem overwhelming circumstantial evidence. 2. Ruth's full free swing was being copied more and more, and so was his type of bat, thinner in the handle and whippier, in principle something like a golf club. Early in his career, Ruth used a massive 52-ounce bat, but this slimmed down as Ruth himself ballooned. Strategy and tactics changed. A strikeout heretofore had been something of a disgrace. Reread Casey at the bat. A batter was supposed to protect the plate, get a piece of the ball, as in the cognate game of cricket. In Ruth's case, however, a strikeout was only a momentary, if melodramatic, setback. Protecting the plate declined in importance, along with the sacrifice and the steal. The number of stolen bases in 1921 was half the pre-war average. The big hit, the big inning blossomed. With them, so did attendance. It had been a good year in 1919, but 1920 was marvelous. Attendance went up again in every city in the majors except Detroit. The Tigers fell to 7th place that year. And Boston, where bitterness had replaced the Royal Rooters. 7 clubs established new all-time attendance highs in 1920, and the Yankees set a new major league record. The old record was 910,000 by the 1908 New York Giants. No other club had ever drawn as high as 700,000, and for most of them, yearly attendance was usually well under 500,000. In 1919, the Yankees had been like John the Baptist, preparing the way for the Lord. They were a powerful team, and their pre-Ruth batting order of Home Run Baker, Wally Pipp, Duffy Lewis, Ping Bodie, Roger Peckinpah, Del Pratt et al. Was dubbed Murderer's Row by a newspaper cartoonist. The name seemed justified when the Yanks led the major leagues in home runs with 45, only 16 more than Ruth hit by himself for Boston. They were in the race for the pennant a good part of the season, finished a respectable third, and drew 619,000, more than 20% above their previous high. But in 1920, with Ruth, they were in the pennant race all season long, finished a much closer third, hit 115 home runs, Babe had 54 of them, and drew phenomenally. The Polo Grounds had a seating capacity then of 38,000, and capacity was reached and surpassed time and again. The Yankees passed the Giants' old record in midsummer, became the first major league team ever to draw 1 million people, and ended the season with 1,289,422, almost 380,000 better than the previous high. The Giants drew well, too, surpassing their 1908 mark themselves, and the two clubs together drew 2,219,031 to the Polo Grounds, almost 1 million more than ever before. Ruth was made for New York. It has been said that where youth sees discovery, age sees coincidence, and perhaps the retrospect of years makes Ruth's arrival in Manhattan in 1920 seem only a fortuitous juxtaposition of man and place in time. Nevertheless, Ruth in that place at that time was discovery, and adventure, and excitement, and all the concomitant titillations. One of his famous nicknames, the Bambino, came about because New York's polyglot immigrants and their children found themselves strangely excited by Ruth and baseball. Many of those riding the subways and elevated trains and streetcars up to the thin northern neck of Manhattan, where the Polo Grounds was, or who talked about Ruth on street corners and in the neighborhood stores, were Italian. The rhythm and alliteration and connotative impact of the Italian word for babe, Bambino, made the nickname a natural. In time, headlines would say simply, "Bam hits one." Ruth did not come to New York as a Yankee until the day the club left for Jacksonville in spring training. He had dawdled in California, occasionally sounding off about getting more money from the deal, and sidestepped New York on the way back. In Boston, he tried to wangle a percentage of the sale price from Frazee. He smoked cigars in a show window to promote the cigar factory, even smoking 3 cigars at the same time. He basked in the sad adulation of Red Sox fans at a testimonial dinner given in his honor at the Hotel Brunswick by the David J. Walsh Collegiate Club. Finally, on February 28th, he took a train for New York to join the rest of the Yankee contingent at Pennsylvania Station, where the team was to catch the 6:20 sleeper to Florida. He did not appear in the station until 6:10, but when he did, a mob of fans crowded around him trying to touch him or shake hands. Autograph hounds, happily, were still a rarity in those days. Ruth, hulking over the people around him, beamed, shook hands, exchanged greetings, and obviously enjoyed the stir he was creating. He was wearing a heavy leather coat and was clinging to a new set of golf clubs he had bought in California. The affable Ping Bodie took him around and made a great show of introducing him formally to each of the Yankee players, even though Babe knew most of them already. When a club official parceled out $5 in expense money to each player, Bodie said it would add up to just about enough for one fair-sized pot. Ruth grinned and said, "Let's get a game going." On the train, he passed around Babe Ruth cigars and smoked some himself, as well as pulling in a handsome meerschaum pipe he said had cost him $12. He chewed gum incessantly. He always had something in his mouth, Lee Allen wrote, and talked freely about his switch from the Red Sox to the Yankees. He cursed Frazee. When someone asked if he had managed to get part of the sale price from the Boston owner, he roared, "The son of a bitch wouldn't even see me." In Jacksonville, whose Chamber of Commerce had advertised Ruth and the Yankees throughout Florida like a circus, he played golf with Bob Shalkey and Del Pratt, and on one hole mishit the ball so badly he broke the head off his club. In early practice sessions at the ballpark, he worked out at third base and surprised the other players with his left-handed agility. His winter of golf and baseball in California had left him in pretty good shape. His weight was just about 200. He quickly became an accepted member of the team and enjoyed himself hugely clowning about in practice. One day, when the chunky 5-foot 8-inch, 195-pound Bodie cut in front of him to take a grounder away, Ruth yelled in mock anger, grabbed Bodie, turned him upside down, dropped him on the grass, and sat on him. He and Bodie got along well. They were roommates and often ate together. Bodie had been considered the biggest eater on the club before Ruth came along, but now he admitted defeat. "Anybody who eats 3 pounds of steak and a bottle of chili sauce for a starter has got me," he said. Not everything was jovial. Ruth got fed up with the biting jibes of a spectator one afternoon and went into the stands after him. The man stood his ground and pulled a knife. Ernie Shore, then with the Yankees, pulled Ruth away, and the fan left quietly. Off the field, except for an occasional round of golf with other players, Babe was gone most of the time. Lee Allen described Ruth years later as a large man in a camel's hair coat and camel's hair cap standing in front of a hotel, his broad nostrils sniffing at the promise of the night. The essence of that vivid picture suited him in spring training in 1920. There was an outsized complement of reporters from New York's dozen or more newspapers in camp, most of them there because of Ruth, and they had trouble catching up to him off the field. He was never around. When the team would come into a town on its way north, the players' luggage would be delivered to the hotel and left in the lobby. Each player would pick up his own bag and take it to his room. But Ruth would go from the train directly into town, looking for a girl he knew, or knew of, or hoped to know. In the hotel, the good-natured Bodie would pick up his bag and the Babe's, and carry both up to their room. Ruth might look into the room for a change of clothing during his visit, but he was gone most of the time, and more often than not Bodie would dutifully bring Babe's luggage back downstairs when it was time to leave. An enterprising reporter, scraping around for some sort of new angle on the Babe, approached Bodie one day and asked him to talk about Ruth. "I don't know anything about him," Bodie said. "You room with him. What's he like when you're alone with him?" "I don't room with him," Bodie said in a remark that entered baseball legend. "I room with his suitcase." One trip from Jacksonville down to Miami proved so riotous, Ruth, still hazy one morning, ran into a palm tree chasing a fly ball, that Rupert never again let the Yankees play a spring training game in that city. In any case, Ruth started slowly and did not hit his first home run until April 1st. Happily, Rupert was there and was delighted by the homer, which was especially Ruthian. The fence was 429 feet from the plate and 10 feet high, and the ball cleared it by 50 feet. Ruth hit more homers and lifted his batting average above 300 before the season began, but even so it was not a particularly good spring for the Yankees. Bodie, beset by personal problems, jumped the club in March and did not return until the season was well underway. Another outfielder, the colorful Chick Fuster, was hit in the head by a pitched ball and was so badly hurt he was unable to speak for nearly a month. He was eventually sent north to Baltimore for surgery to remove a blood clot and was out almost all season. Before he was hurt, Fuster had inspired a choice bit of sports page doggerel. Said Slim Chick Fuster to Big Babe Ruth, "I haven't had a hit since Hector was a youth." Said Big Babe Ruth to Slim Chick Fuster, "You don't hit the ball as hard as you used to." With Bodie and Fuster gone, Ruth asked Huggins if he could play center field. He said he did not want to play left or right because he might run into the short outfield walls in the Polo Grounds. "I'll get myself all smashed up going after a fly ball," he said. Huggins acceded to the request, and Ruth made his regular season debut with the Yankees as a center fielder, although it was not an auspicious debut. The Yankees opened up in Philadelphia against the Athletics, and Ruth gave the last-place A's the game-winning runs when he dropped a fly ball in the 8th inning with 2 men on base and 2 out. At bat, all he could produce were 2 meek singles. Joe Dugan, the Philadelphia third baseman, known as Jumping Joe for his practice of jumping the ball club at irregular intervals, hit the fly ball Ruth dropped, which pleased Dugan, who liked a laugh. He felt Ruth's muff could not be ignored. After the game, he scraped around and found a brown derby, in those days a symbol of ineptitude. Al Smith had not yet made it nationally famous as a political trademark. He had it wrapped up, and the next afternoon a messenger brought it onto the field when Ruth came to bat in the first inning. Such presentations were not uncommon, and the umpire dutifully called time. The other players gathered around, and Ruth opened the package. When he lifted out the brown derby, the crowd and the players, and even the umpires, howled with laughter. Huggins tensed, waiting for Ruth's famous temper to explode. But after staring at the derby in stunned surprise for a moment, Ruth grinned, put it on, and waved to the crowd. His graceful acceptance of the joke did not help him at bat. He struck out 3 times and did not get a hit. The Yankees went on to Boston for 3 games before returning to New York for their home opener, and before his old fans, Ruth's slump continued, and the Yankees lost 3 straight to the Red Sox. When the club began its home season in New York, a big crowd was on hand to see the hero's debut. Again there was disappointment. Ruth pulled a muscle in his rib cage in batting practice, hurt it again striking out in the first inning, and to the chagrin of the crowd left the game. "How do you like that?" complained a fan. "I come all the way from Red Hook and they take him out 5 minutes after the game starts." Babe was out for several days, disappointing big crowds on the first weekend of the season, and when he did get back, he struck out twice in one game and made another error. Then the Red Sox came to town, and in the opener of a 5-game series beat the Yankees for the 4th straight time in the young season. New York was becoming uneasy. The ruthless Red Sox, as they were being called, were leading the league with a 10-2 record, while the Yankees were in the second division. The Babe had not hit a single homer. Maybe Frazee was right. After all, Boston had finished 6th with Ruth the year before. On Saturday, May 1st, a skeptical crowd came to see the second game of the series with the Red Sox. And that was the day Babe started. With Huggins coaching at third, shrilling, "Come on, big boy!" Ruth hit his first home run of the year, a truly amazing drive, far over the Polo Grounds roof, even farther than the one he had hit there the September before, for his record-breaking 28th home run. The Yankees shut out Boston 6-0, won 2 of the remaining 3 games, and were on their way. The Red Sox balloon went pfft. Frazee's depleted team slipped and eventually finished 5th with a 72-81 record, while Ruth and the Yankees began their climb to glory. Babe's home runs came with exciting regularity. He had 12 before the end of May, far more than anyone had ever hit in 1 month before, and the crowds followed. On Sunday, May 16th, a record 38,600 jammed the Polo Grounds, and 15,000 others had to be herded away by police when the ticket windows were shut down well before game time. Ruth hit another dozen homers in June, and his batting average climbed as sensationally as his home run total. On June 20th, it was 345. On June 28th, 359. On July 1st, 372. It was up to 385 by July 11th. He hit safely in 26 straight games, and peaked at 391 on August 4th. After that, the Fires banked somewhat, and he finished the season at 376, 4th in the league behind Sisler at 407, Speaker at 388, and Jackson at 382. All around the league, fans jammed the ballparks to see him, and they booed their own pitchers whenever Ruth was given a base on balls, which happened often. He had 148 walks in the 142 games he played that season. Because he was walked so often, Huggins moved him up from 4th to 3rd in the batting order and put Bob Musial, a good cleanup hitter, in the 4th spot. Most of the bases on balls Ruth received were intentional, or all but intentional, and with good reason, for it seemed almost impossible to get him out. Typical was a game in June when the Yankees were losing 5-3 to Boston in the 8th inning. The Yanks had men on 1st and 3rd with 1 out, Ruth up. The Red Sox wanted to walk him, but a walk would fill the bases, put the winning run on 1st, and move the tying runs to scoring position at 2nd and 3rd. So they pitched to him, and Ruth tripled against the exit gate in deep right center to drive in both runners. Musial doubled Ruth home, Pratt singled Musial home, and the Yankees won 7-5. As the season wore on, the bases on balls became more frequent. On July 11th, Ruth went to bat 4 times against Howard Emke of Detroit, and took his bat from his shoulder only twice. In the first inning, with men on 2nd and 3rd and no one out, he walked on 4 straight pitches. In the 3rd, with the bases empty, he swung and missed at the first pitch and hit a home run on the 2nd. In the 5th and 7th innings, both times with the bases empty, he walked on 4 straight pitches. The crowd booed the walks. He still had occasional bad days. He extended his hitting streak to 26 straight games in the first half of a doubleheader, before a capacity crowd on a Tuesday afternoon, but ended the streak when he walked twice and struck out twice in the second game. When he struck out on his last time at bat, which meant the streak was all over, he smashed his bat on the ground so hard that it broke. Such failures, which seemed rare, inspired one more bit of Ruthian verse. There was a man in our town who was a baseball fan, and who always sat in his seat before the game began, and every time the Yanks were here and Ruth came up to bat and failed to bust the ball, he rose and yelled and waved his hat. He tied his own record of 29 homers on July 15th. He hit his record-breaking 30th, the first time anyone ever hit that many in a season. On July 19th, in the second game of a doubleheader, hit another in the same game, and the next afternoon hit another. In those 2 games, he made out only once. The rest of the time, he either hit a home run or received a base on balls. By the end of July, he had 37. Maintaining that pace would have carried him past 60, but he slowed drastically and hit only 7 during the next 5 weeks. In September, he came alive again and hit 10 in his last 24 games to finish with 54. Second to him was Sisler, with 19. The National League champion had 15. His performance in 1920 is a baseball landmark. He batted .376, hit 54 home runs, 9 triples, 36 doubles, scored 158 runs, batted in 137, stole 14 bases. His slugging average was .847, still the major league record. Sports researcher George Russell Weaver, quoted by David Willoughby in his book The Super Athletes, said it was the best single season any major league hitter has ever had. Weaver based his opinion on a comparison of Ruth's home run performance with that of the league as a whole. As an example, Weaver noted that Bill Terry's oft-cited batting average of .401 in 1930 was achieved in a season when the league as a whole batted .303. Terry's performance was therefore nowhere near as impressive as Honus Wagner's .354 in 1908, when the league as a whole batted only .239. Only 5 men batted over .300 in 1908, whereas more than 50 batted over .300 in 1930. When Ruth hit his 54 home runs in 1920, Weaver noted, only one other team in the league hit more than 44. Chapter 19. The Amazing Season, Nothing Like It Ever Before. Thus, Ruth came to New York, and in his first year there gave the fans the best season a ball player ever had. The city was crazy about him, and Babe felt completely at home. After he brought Helen down from Boston, the two began living in a suite in the elegant Ansonia Hotel on Broadway at 73rd Street. It was a lavish, exuberant time, establishing the tone for all his years in New York. Babe, often without Helen, began moving with the night people, and the legend began to grow, the stories running together, until the adventures of one year became indistinguishable from those of another. "Where were you last night, Babe?" a teammate asked. "I was at a party with those movie people." "What movie people?" "Oh, you know, what the hell are their names?" Their names, it turned out, were Douglas Fairbanks and Mary Pickford. Rather like saying half a century later that he'd spent the evening with Richard something and Elizabeth what's-her-name. Women were available, and he found them with no trouble. He seldom boasted of his sexual exploits, but neither was he shy about them. More sort of admiring. "You should have seen this dame I was with last night," he told a teammate. "What a body, not a blemish on it." He bought a succession of splendid automobiles in which he got into trouble regularly. He ignored traffic signals and speed limits when he drove from Ansonia to the ballpark and was often stopped by policemen. More often than not, the cop, impressed with his catch, would chat for a few minutes, issue a jovial warning, and send Ruth on his way. Sometimes the cop, not so jovial, would issue a ticket, and Ruth would pay a fine. On June 8, 1921, Ruth was racing along Riverside Drive in his maroon sports car when he was stopped by a policeman. It was the second time in less than a month that he'd been arrested for speeding. This time the cop took him directly into traffic court. Ruth did not protest except when the policeman, obviously not a baseball fan, said he did not believe he was really Babe Ruth. In court, the magistrate fined him $100, which Babe paid by whipping $100 off the top of the roll in his pocket. The magistrate also sentenced him to a day in jail. The court attendants, finding this all very amusing, escorted Ruth to a jail in downtown Manhattan. They explained that the Babe would not have to serve 24 hours. A day ended at 4 p.m., and one-day prisoners brought in during the morning were released at that hour in the afternoon. Since the ball game did not start until 3:15, it meant Ruth would be able to make part of it. He phoned the ballpark and had his uniform brought down to the jail. He put it on in his cell and put his street suit, an impressive dove-colored cutaway, on over it. His car was parked at the jail's exit. He told a cellmate, "I'm going to have to go like hell to get to the game. Keeping you late like this makes you into a speeder." The cops basked in the glow of their famous visitor's presence, and the word spread around. Hundreds of people gathered outside, and a photographer on a fire escape across the street tried to get Ruth's picture behind bars without success. At 4 o'clock, the crowds of people were pushed back, and a phalanx of police led Babe through the basement and out to his car. A motorcycle escort led him uptown. The trip from downtown Manhattan to the Polo Grounds, 9 miles through New York traffic, was made in 18 minutes. Babe reached the Polo Grounds, stripped off his suit in the car, and came through the gate in center field in uniform to a huge ovation. The Yankees were losing 3-2 when he arrived, and while Ruth did nothing at bat himself, the club rallied to win 4-3. The vulgar humor of dugout and clubhouse pleased him even when he was the butt of it. As the ultimate riposte in some broad horseplay, his old friend Mike McNally, another of those who came from the Red Sox to the Yankees, put manure in a hard straw hat belonging to Ruth, and when the Babe breezily donned the hat, the manure spilled down over his head and shoulders. Half furious, half laughing at the indignity, Ruth cleaned himself off, mopped his clothes, and hurried off to a New York courthouse where he was involved in a minor lawsuit. People usually crowded around him, but now he noticed they were sidling away. Suddenly his big nostrils sniffed, and his face reddened. Abruptly he settled the case, grabbed Helen, and said, "Let's get the hell out of here." Old-timers say he never wore a hard straw hat or anything but a cap after that. In July 1920, Ruth took his auto, a big 4-door touring sedan, on a Yankee road trip to Philadelphia and Washington. When the games in Washington were over, Ruth started back to New York with Helen, a rookie outfielder named Frank Gleich, a second-string catcher named Fred Hoffman, and Charlie O'Leary, an old infielder who was now a coach under Huggins. Such company was typical of Ruth, whose varying friends over the years were often rookies or fringe members of the roster. Ruth was particularly fond of O'Leary, a short, stocky man who was wearing a brand-new straw hat. The trip was a jolly one, with songs, much laughter, and occasional stops for sips of bootleg liquor. Babe was driving, which he did with elan and exuberance, and not too much attention to minor vagaries of the road. The narrow highway weaved and curved its way into Pennsylvania. It was night, perhaps 2 in the morning. Ruth was singing at the wheel. He was always unduly impressed by the musical quality of his rich bass voice, and he was really letting it all out in the soft summer night. Just outside the hamlet of Wawa, near Philadelphia, the road curved sharply. Babe was driving much too fast and could not make the curve. He hit the brakes, the car skidded, spun off the road, and turned over. O'Leary and Helen were thrown from the car, Helen onto relatively soft dirt at the side of the road, O'Leary onto its hard surface. Ruth squirmed out of the wreckage. Gleich and Hoffman were okay. Helen was bruised, her stockings almost torn off, but she was not otherwise hurt. O'Leary, lying on his back in the middle of the road, appeared to be unconscious, possibly dead. Ruth, stricken with fear and remorse, ran to him and fell on his knees. "Oh, my God," he cried. "Oh, my God! Oh, God, bring Charlie back! Don't take him! I didn't mean it!" He lifted O'Leary's head, and Charlie's eyes opened. Ruth's face brightened. "Speak to me, Charlie, speak to me!" O'Leary looked around. "What the hell happened?" he growled. "Where's my hat?" Except for a headache, he was all right, and so were the others, although Ruth had banged his knee and was limping. The 5 of them walked half a mile down the road to a farmhouse, where they were able to spend the night. Next day a mechanic came out, and they all went back to look at the car. It was a mess. "Sell it," Ruth said. "Take whatever you can get for it. I'm through with it." They made their way into Philadelphia and were startled to discover a newspaper headline saying, "Ruth reported killed in car crash." Other papers, less impulsive, were more accurate, but it was not until the bedraggled party reached New York that evening that Rupert and Houston could be sure their expensive acquisition was alive and well. And he was well, despite the banged knee and accompanying limp. He was able to play next day and run at top speed. He hit another memorable pop fly that afternoon, an immense, towering thing that drifted toward the short left field corner of the Polo Grounds and eventually fell safely among third baseman, shortstop, and left fielder. Ruth, sprinting all the way, got a triple out. That year, 1920, he was repeatedly on the sick list. There was the pulled rib muscle in April. In May, he strained his leg and then came down with a bad cold, they called it the flu, and missed a few games. In June, he was leading off first base in a game against the White Sox when Musial hit a ground ball through the middle to Buck Weaver at shortstop. Weaver fielded the ball, stepped on second for the force out, and threw on to first in an attempt to complete the double play. His throw hit Ruth flush on the forehead, and the babe fell like a dead tree. He was carried off the field, but he was back in the lineup the next day. In July, there was the banged knee from the auto accident. Later in the month, he jammed his wrist sliding. In August, he twisted his knee sliding and again was carried off the field. And again he was back in the lineup the next day. Toward the end of August, he spent a lot of time driving back and forth to Haverstraw, New York, to make a motion picture called The Babe Comes Home. In Haverstraw, something stung him on the right forearm, and the sting became infected. The wound had to be lanced, and Ruth missed several games at the beginning of September. Through it all, the fans adored him. July 9th was Babe Ruth Day in the Polo Grounds, and a chapter of the Knights of Columbus presented him with a diamond-studded watch fob. Ruth responded by hitting a home run and dedicating it to the K.C. group by tipping his hat to the section where members of the council were sitting. In June, in an exhibition game in Columbus, Ohio, he batted 6 balls out of the park in batting practice, hit a legitimate homer during the game, and pitched the last inning. He enjoyed giving the fans a show, and he appreciated their reaction. When he inadvertently left the watch fob in a Detroit hotel room, he sent frantic wires to the hotel and sent the maid who found it a $100 tip. His instincts were crowd-pleasing. In New York, he posed for a boy who came down from the stands with a camera. Cameras were not all that common. After the boy snapped his picture, Ruth took the camera from him and gave it to Del Pratt. Then he posed with his arm around the boy's shoulders while Pratt took a picture of them both. The watching crowd cheered. The fans noticed everything he did. In the Polo Grounds, there was a clock high on top of the clubhouse in deep center field. When Ruth stepped into the batter's box, he would glance briefly at the clock before setting himself to face the pitcher. "See that?" one man would say to another, nudging him. "He always does that." In St. Louis, a delegation of admirers gave him a bouquet of flowers. In St. Louis, too, the spectators in the right field bleachers booed him lustily one afternoon when he came out to his position after making an out. Babe paid no attention, and the boos and hoots and catcalls grew louder until there was a tumult of noise. Finally, Ruth turned, grinned, tipped his hat and bowed, and the boos turned to applause. In Chicago, when he came homerless to bat in the 9th inning, the fans yelled, "Hit one! Hit one!" and booed their own beloved Dickie Kerr when the tiny pitcher walked Ruth intentionally. It was a great life, and the sour notes in it seemed to pass him by. He paid little attention to Helen's complaints, even though his lonely young wife was becoming noticeably discontent. In August 1920, he was in the outfield when Carl Mays hit Ray Chapman of the Indians with a fatal pitch, but even that did not affect him unduly. He never much liked Mays, his teammate for years, and there's no record of him either criticizing or supporting Carl after the incident. The Yankees were in second place at the time, only half a game behind the Indians. They just swept 4 straight from the Indians in Cleveland, and after that series the two clubs moved directly to New York for another showdown. It was in the first game at New York, on August 16th, that Mays hit Chapman, the sound of the ball as it struck the player's left temple clearly audible in the stands. Chapman crumpled to the ground but was revived and helped to his feet. Aided by 2 teammates, he began to walk toward the clubhouse in center field. As he reached the outfield grass, he collapsed again and had to be carried the rest of the way. He was taken to a hospital, was operated on that night, and died early the next morning. The reaction against Mays was venomous. In Boston, where he was particularly unpopular for jumping the Red Sox the year before, his old teammates talked about going on strike if he was allowed to pitch again. The Senators said much the same thing, and so did the Tigers, although Cobb, who'd been quoted in the papers as calling for Mays's banishment, denied ever saying anything at all along those lines. Ban Johnson, impulsive as always, said he did not think Mays would ever play again, but Connie Mack defended Mays, and so did Frazee, who called Johnson's statement irresponsible and unfair to the player. Mays was a cold man and a hard competitor who had no compunctions about throwing close to a batter, but Chapman's style was to stand very close to the plate, crouching slightly, so that his head was almost over the plate. Too, as many at the game noticed and Muddy Rule, Mays' catcher, affirmed, Chapman made no attempt to get out of the way of the pitch. He apparently lost the ball, which sometimes happens to a batter. Mays, who went to the hospital to ask about Chapman after the game and to a police station for questioning after Chapman's death, said he had not tried to hit him and had not thrown a trick pitch. Because baseball was in the process of outlawing the spitter and other erratic deliveries, it was very sensitive about them. Later, Mays told Waite Hoyt, "Hell, I threw him a curveball. You don't throw a curve when you're trying to hit somebody." It rained the afternoon of Chapman's death, and the Yankee-Indian game was postponed. They did play the next afternoon, but Mays was not in uniform, nor was he the day after that. Despite the accident, the Indians held off the Yankees and left New York still in first place. Then they faltered, and the White Sox, who were the subject of a grand jury inquiry into reports that the 1919 World Series had been fixed, took the lead. Mays pitched exactly a week after Chapman's beating, and after receiving a welcoming round of applause from the New York crowd, he shut out Detroit 10-0. That made anti-Mays feeling rise again, and the Indians asked the league to take action against him. But Kid Gleason, manager of the White Sox, supported Mays, and so finally did Van Johnson. Feeling against the pitcher subsided, and he worked regularly for the rest of the season, ending with an impressive record of 26 victories against 11 defeats. The Yankees challenged for the lead again in September, when Ruth's home run production picked up. But in an exhibition game in Pittsburgh at the beginning of their last Western trip, it was the first time Pittsburgh had seen the Babe. He came through with a long homer. Ping Bodie broke his leg and was lost for the season. Even so, the Yankees won 5 of 6 games in Cleveland and Detroit and edged into first place. Perhaps they were inspired. They were accompanied on the trip by Brother Matthias and the boys' band from St. Mary's. The school had suffered a serious fire the winter before, and the boys were on tour trying to raise funds to rebuild. Ruth had arranged for them to accompany the team, but whatever inspiration they may have engendered faded in Chicago, where the Yankees lost 3 straight and fell out of the race for good. The Indians moved past the White Sox to take the lead again and were a game and a half in front when, on Tuesday, September 28th, a few days before the end of the season, the stunning news came that 8 Chicago players had been indicted for their part in the 1919 affair. The White Sox were not scheduled to play again until Friday. When they did, they put a makeshift team on the field and lost. Next day, the day before the season ended, Cleveland clinched the pennant. The White Sox were second and the Yankees third, 3 games behind. While the Black Sox scandal was breaking and the pennant was being settled, New York fans were waiting for Ruth to hit his 50th homer, which was a long time coming. Babe was the first man ever to hit 30, the first to hit 40, the first to hit 50, and the first to hit 60. The Yankees, in their great years, were always power hitters, and Yankee Stadium was famous for home runs. Yet only 4 Yankees other than Ruth ever hit as many as 40 home runs in one season. Lou Gehrig did it 5 times, Mickey Mantle 4. Joe DiMaggio did it once, and Roger Maris once, when he hit his 61. Ruth hit 40 or more 11 times, 50 or more 4 times. When Babe finally reached 50 in 1920, in the first game of a doubleheader a week before the season ended, he donated the bat he hit it with to the Near East Fund to auction off for money to be used for the starving Armenians in Turkey. Then he hit his 51st in the second game, added 2 more a couple of days later, and had his 54th and last in the final game of the year. The season over, he played in several exhibitions at a reported $1,500 per game, and was offered $2,500 for another appearance that he could not fit into his schedule. Then, taking Helen, he joined a party of players from the Giants and sailed to Cuba for a series of exhibitions. Ruth commanded extravagant fees in Cuba and made nearly $40,000 in the several weeks he was there. He lost most of it betting on horse races in Havana, including $25,000 on a race that was supposedly fixed. He told Bob Considine about losing the money betting when the two were working on his autobiography, but cautioned, "You better leave that out. It wouldn't be good for the kids." He spent and lost so much money in Cuba that when it came time to buy boat tickets for home, he found himself short and had to borrow some money that Helen had tucked away. From Cuba, he wrote Huggins a letter in which he sounded remarkably like Ring Lardner's Alibi Ike, saying that 54 homers were a lot, but he would have hit more if he hadn't been hurt so much. In 1921, he promised he was going to play every inning. He had a lively time in Cuba, so much so that when he came back to New York, he weighed a jarring 240 pounds, his heaviest yet. He began to work out in gymnasiums and got involved in a basketball game in Passaic, New Jersey. The deftness he had displayed years before in Fayetteville was gone. He missed 9 straight shots, and when he playfully grabbed an opponent to keep him from shooting, the crowd booed. Chapter 20. Encore, Topping the Amazing Season. The 1921 season was exhilarating from spring training all the way to the World Series. The Shreveport training camp was even livelier than Jacksonville had been the year before, and the boisterous Yankees, breezy and optimistic after a season of Ruth and the recent acquisition of Waite Hoyt and Wally Shang from the Red Sox, roared into that Louisiana city like cowboys coming to town on Saturday night. Shreveport was in the optimistic throes of an oil boom, and there was money and action everywhere. In a presentation at the ballpark, Ruth was given an Essex car that was his and his alone for the 4 weeks he would be in town. It didn't even have a license plate. Its only identification, big lettering on the spare tire cover that read Babe Ruth's Essex. He drove it everywhere, and the other players were able to keep track of the Babe's amorous adventures by noticing in which otherwise placid neighborhood his car happened to be parked. One day they were stumped because the car was found empty and seemingly abandoned in the middle of a main street. Someone drove it back to the hotel and put it in its regular parking spot, and not until later did the players learn what had happened. A well-to-do local widow pulled her car up next to Ruth's and said hello. A bit of banter passed back and forth, one thing led to another, and the Babe, never one to put things off, got into her car and drove off, leaving his behind. He found a roadhouse out in the country where he could eat fried chicken, drink Prohibition liquor, and listen to jazz. Later in New York, he used to drink occasionally with Bix Beiderbecke, the near-legendary jazz cornetist. According to Hoyt, one night when Ruth and some of the other players were whooping it up at the roadhouse, a local man took exception to the noise they were making, and he and Babe squared off to fight. Things were calmed down, and the local man left. After a while, Ruth abruptly decided to leave too, a not uncommon practice of his. He got into his car and sped off. Harry Harper, a left-handed pitcher who later became sheriff of Bergen County in New Jersey, was watching from a window, and he saw a second car start up and follow Ruth. "Come on," he said to the others, "there's going to be trouble." They ran out to Harper's car and took off after the other two. After a mile or so, they saw Ruth's car by the side of the road with Babe standing alongside it with his hands up. The other car had cut him off, and the man he had quarreled with was pointing a gun at him. Ruth, his face solemn, was saying nothing. Harper honked and drove directly at the man, who hurriedly jumped to one side. Ruth grabbed him, and Harper scrambled out of his car and took the gun away. Except for angry words and vague threats, the players did nothing to the man and eventually let him go, though without his gun. What they really were afraid of was Huggins, if he were to find out what had happened. When the 1921 season opened, Ruth began hitting immediately and kept it up all season. He had 5 homers by the end of April, and never fewer than 10 a month for the rest of the year. His 25th homer, on July 15th, was the 138th of his career, which made him the most prolific home run hitter of all time. His batting average was above 400 in the early weeks and stayed at or near 380 the rest of the year. As for the optimistic Yankees, they began slowly, but after a few weeks moved up sharply on the world champion Indians and began a 2-club duel. The third-place team was nowhere. That went on for more than 4 months before it reached its crisis late in September. On September 15th, when Ruth hit his 55th home run to break his year-old record, the Yankees held the lead. On the 16th, the Indians regained it. On the 17th, it was the Yankees again. On the 18th, the Indians. On the 20th, the Yankees. When Cleveland came into New York on Friday, September 23rd, for a 4-game showdown, the Yankees led by 2 percentage points. The Yankee-Indian games roused great attention in New York, partly because the Giants had already more or less clinched the National League pennant, which meant an all-New York World Series if the Yankees could beat off Cleveland and win the flag. It would be a subway series, the old established Giants against the upstart Yankees, inside baseball McGraw versus free swinger Ruth. The Yankees beat the Indians 4-2 in the first game as Ruth hit 3 doubles and scored 3 runs, but the next day they were smothered 9-0 by Cleveland. The third game was played on Sunday before a capacity crowd. Ruth was a minor factor, but 4 other members of Murderers Row, Musial, Pip, Peckinpah, and Carl Mays, always a good hitting pitcher, had 3 hits each, and the Yankees opened a 15-0 lead before Mays allowed a run. They then coasted to an astonishing 21-7 victory. The Indians had to win the 4th game to stay in the race, but the Yankees defeated them 8-7 in a wild affair. Ruth had 2 home runs, his 57th and 58th of the year, a double, a base on balls, scored or batted in 5 of his team's 8 runs, and was by all odds the hero of the day and the season. He hit his 59th before the year ended to complete a batting record that was even more remarkable than 1920. He improved in everything. He batted .378. He had 119 extra base hits, 59 homers, 16 triples, 44 doubles. He scored 177 runs and batted in 170. His slugging average, .846, was 1 point lower than the record he set in 1920, and which still stands, but he had 457 total bases, far beyond his 1920 figure. He had 204 hits and 144 walks, and it was a better-than-even-money bet he would reach base each time he came to bat. The Yankees clinched the pennant a few days later in the first game of a doubleheader, and during the second game Ruth bullied Huggins into letting him pitch a few innings. Earlier in the year he started a game, went 5 shaky innings, and won. In 1920 he had a similar shaky winning effort. Now he went to the mound in the 8th inning with the Yankees ahead 6-0 and was pounded for 6 runs, which tied the score. Perhaps mischievously, Huggins let Ruth stay in, and he pitched shutout ball through the 9th, 10th, and 11th innings before the Yankees won the game in the bottom of the 11th, 7-6. Ruth got credit for the win, so that he was 3-0 as a pitcher with the Yankees in 1920 and 1921. But that was the end. He pitched only twice more in his career, in 1930 and in 1933, each time to hypo attendance at the very end of the season. And he won each time. Ruth never lost his affection for pitching or respect for his own ability. He seldom bothered to boast about his hitting. He knew everyone was aware of it, but he often reminded people how good a pitcher he had been. Late in his career he scoffed when someone said Cleveland's huge municipal stadium was a good park to pitch in. This was before an arbitrary fence was built across the vast outfield to encourage home runs. "Hell, that's not pitching," Ruth said. "That's just throwing. Now the Polo Grounds, with those short foul lines, that's pitching. I remember what it was like there. You couldn't just throw the ball and let them hit flies. You had to think. You had to work the corners." When George Earnshaw of the Athletics was compared to Christy Mathewson after pitching 22 consecutive scoreless innings in the 1930 World Series, Matty had pitched 27 scoreless innings in 1905, Babe grumbled, "How about Ruth, who pitched 29 consecutive innings? Did they forget the old Babe used to pitch pretty good ball in the World Series?" The Yankees went into the 1921 World Series with the Giants bursting with confidence, and that seemed more than justified when they won the first 2 games by identical 3-0 scores. Ruth swung at the first pitch thrown to him in the first inning of the first game and lined a single that drove in the first run. But he also struck out twice and walked once. The Giants were pitching carefully to him. He walked 3 straight times in the second game, which was as frustrating to the fans as it was to him. After the third of these, almost as though he simply could not stand the inaction any longer, he bolted for second and stole the base standing up. That shook the Giants and pleased the crowd. And then he stole third, which really shook the place. In the third game of the series, the Yankees took a quick 4-0 lead, and it seemed like an unseemly rout of McGraw and his team. But after 20 scoreless innings, the Giants rallied, tied the score in the third inning, scored 8 more runs in the 7th, and won easily 13-5. It was a best 5 out of 9 series that year, and there was still a long way to go. And it was learned then that Ruth was hurt. The day before, he had scraped his elbow badly on the scrabbly infield when he slid into third, with the second of his colorful stolen bases, and the elbow had become infected. He played in the 13-5 game, drove in 2 runs as a matter of fact, but scraped the elbow again sliding into base and left the game in the 8th inning. The infection had to be lanced, and the Yankees dolefully announced that he would be out for the rest of the series. Babe was in uniform for the next game, but he sat on the bench throughout batting practice. No one expected him to play, but when the Yankees ran out to their positions to start the game, Babe popped from the dugout and jogged to left field. An exultant yell went up from the crowd. His arm was bandaged, and when he ran, he held it out stiffly at an angle to his body. He touched it continually. Despite the pain, Ruth had a single early in the game and a home run in the 9th, his first World Series homer. But the Giants won. He played again the next day, his arm still bandaged, a tube draining the wound, and one of his legs was strapped because of a muscle tear he suffered a week or 2 before the season ended. As he limped to bat in the top of the first, it was a marvelous moment for an injured hypochondriac who was also a ham. The crowd cheered almost as much as it had when he ran out to the outfield the day before. He struck out, swinging hard. When he batted again in the fourth inning with the score tied 1-1, he stunned the Giants by dropping a bunt down the third base line and beating it out for a hit. Musial followed with a double, and Ruth scored all the way from first with the eventual winning run in a 3-1 Yankee victory. He slid across the plate, got to his feet, stumbled to the Yankee dugout, and collapsed. When the inning was over and the Yanks took the field, Ruth slowly followed, again to tumultuous applause. But in that day's New York Sun, columnist Joe Vila, writing of Ruth's melodramatic appearance on the field the day before, said, Ruth possibly enjoyed the trick he played on the fans by going into the game after the report had been spread that he'd been forced out of the series by an operation on his infected elbow. On numerous occasions during the pennant race, the public was informed that Ruth had been disabled and couldn't play, yet the home run king invariably bobbed up to battle for the Yankees. According to official information on Saturday, the babe had been seriously injured, and the Hugmen would have to worry along without him. But Ruth, with a bandage around his elbow, surprised everybody in the stands by taking his place in left field and by hammering the ball for a single and a four-bagger. Further reports of the Bambino's indispositions will be taken with plenty of salt. But Ruth's arm was swollen and infected. Pus was draining from the incision, and he was warned by the team physician not to play any more in the series. Lurid stories of blood poisoning and possible amputation circulated. Ruth spent a restless night at the Ansonia and showed up at the ballpark the next afternoon with his arm in a sling. He did not go on the field, but sat in a box seat with Helen. Someone showed him Vila's column from the day before. Babe seldom bothered to read anything on his own, and he went over to the ground-level press section and shouted at Vila. Other sports writers prevented a fight, but the angry Ruth shoved his left elbow forward and yelled, "Why don't you take a picture of this and put it in your paper?" The next afternoon, Vila wrote, "Peeved over something that had appeared in print, Ruth tried to pick a fight with a newspaper writer. Ruth, it seems, is no different from other baseball stars who consider praise and flattery belongs to them as a matter of course, but are unable to stand criticism without showing their true colors." Ruth was out of uniform for 2 games, and the Yankees lost both to fall behind the Giants 4-3. He dressed for the 8th game but did not play. It was a tight, closely played game, and the Giants led 1-0 in the 9th. Huggins sent Ruth in to pinch hit. The bases were empty, but a home run would tie the score, and a base hit or even a walk would give the Yankees a chance. But Ruth grounded out, and soon after that the game and the series were over. Chapter 21. The Second Big Fight. Ruth versus Landis. Ruth's arm healed quickly, and with the series out of the way, he prepared to go off on another postseason exhibition tour. He and a team called the Babe Ruth All-Stars were to play in various cities in Pennsylvania and upstate New York, and then shift west to Oklahoma. These off-season affairs made a great deal of money for Babe, and on this one he expected to earn $25,000. But this time there was a hitch. In the early years of the century, players from World Series teams would go on barnstorming tours and replay the series in backwater towns. Sometimes the touring players were truly representative of the pennant-winning teams. More often, they had only 2 or 3 top players and a bunch of supernumeraries. In either case, they were billed as World Series heroes, and tickets were sold on that basis. The baseball establishment, fearing that the special impact of the World Series was being devalued by these ersatz reruns, and worried, too, that such barnstorming was detracting from their own exhibition games in the spring, passed a rule in 1911 forbidding players on World Series teams from appearing in exhibition games after the series. It was this rule that Ruth and other Red Sox players violated in 1916 when they played an exhibition in New England after the World Series. Ruth was aware of the rule, but because barnstorming was such a big part of his income, he earned double his salary in exhibitions after the 1919 and 1920 seasons. He had asked Cap Houston late in the season for permission to go on the tour. Houston told him it was okay as far as the Yankees were concerned, but that permission could not come from the ball club. He would have to get permission from the league, or possibly Judge Kennesaw Landis. Landis was just completing his first season as High Commissioner and was still consolidating his position. In his authoritative way, he assumed complete charge of the World Series, deciding that while the pennant races were primarily league affairs, the series was above the leagues, and therefore his to run. He more or less ignored Ban Johnson and John Heidler, the league presidents. "I'm about as important around here as the office boy," the unhappy Johnson complained, and Landis publicly disagreed with Heidler on the question of the length of the series. Landis thought the best 5 games of 9 formula too long. Heidler was strongly in favor of it. In 1922, the series went back to 4 games of 7, as Landis wanted. So much for Heidler. When the matter of Ruth and the postseason tour came up, Landis decided it was a matter for him to settle. Ruth blithely ignored repeated warnings that the judge had heard about the trip and was against it, and went ahead with his plans. He and Musial, Mays, and Shang were the all-stars. They would be supplemented by Bill Piercy and Tom Sheehan, 2 young Yankee pitchers, and half a dozen semi-pro ball players from New York. The trip was discussed freely the last few days of the series, and partly inspired by doubts like Vila's, the question inevitably arose, how could Ruth play exhibition games if he couldn't play in the series? "I heal quick," Babe said. "I always heal quick." Which was true. The subject came up for some spirited discussion at a party Rupert and Houston threw for the ball club at the Commodore Hotel the night after the series ended. Ruth was still insistent about going on the trip, and Musial almost always did what Ruth did. But Mays and Shang were worried, and the next morning they went to see Landis in his suite at the Commodore. Afterwards, they told Ruth they were backing out, and they added that Landis wanted to talk to him too. Others told Ruth that Landis wanted to see him, and after some delay, Ruth phoned the commissioner. Landis was annoyed that Ruth had not called earlier, and he told him to come to the suite at once to discuss the matter of the tour. Ruth said he couldn't. He had to see a party. This annoyed Landis even more, and the conversation became sharper. Ruth told him he was leaving that night for Buffalo and would play the first game of the barnstorming tour the next afternoon. "Oh, you are you?" snapped Landis. "If you do, it'll be the sorriest thing you've ever done in baseball." He slammed down the phone. "Who does that big monkey think he is?" he said, pacing around his room. "It seems I'll have to show somebody who's running this game." Fred Lieb, the sports writer who was in Landis's suite when Ruth phoned, hurried over to Houston's apartment at the Martinique Hotel. Houston had been partying with Frazee, and the two of them were sprawled out fast asleep. Lieb shook Houston into wakefulness and told him of Landis's anger. "You've got to stop Babe from going to Buffalo," he said. "Landis will throw the book at him. He may throw him out of baseball." Houston shakily dragged himself up and went to see Ruth, but the Babe was angry too. As always, he reacted defiantly to direct acts of authority. "Aw, tell the old guy to go jump in a lake," he said. He and Musial were still going. So were Piercy and Sheehan, who figured they didn't have much to lose anyway. At midnight, the quartet left for Buffalo. When Landis heard this the next morning, he said, "If Ruth breaks the rule against World Series players engaging in such contests, then it will resolve itself into an issue between the player and myself. Whether or not the rule is fair or unfair is not the question. It was in the code before I came into baseball. My duty concerns its enforcement or penalizing for its violation." Everyone assumed that Ruth would be fined, possibly his entire World Series share. Landis's office handled all World Series details, including sending checks to the players for their winning or losing shares, so he had a firm hold on that purse string. However, a losing share in 1921 was $3,362, and since Ruth would earn that much in a couple of exhibitions, it did not look like too severe a punishment. But Landis said, "I have warned Ruth that he need expect no light penalty if he appears in any further games this season." He left for his home in Chicago, riding in the engineer's cab of the 20th Century Limited as far as Albany, New York, and on his arrival next morning was told that the Babe had crossed the Rubicon. He and the others had played in Buffalo. New York was buzzing over the act of defiance and wondered what Landis would do. Would he be content merely to fine Ruth? After all, players from other teams in the league were barnstorming, and the rule seemed patently unfair to Ruth and other series players. Or, as persistent rumors said, would Landis throw the book at him and suspend him, possibly for the entire 1922 season? The judge, a consummate politician, knew how to wait. He said, "I have a mass of papers to read over before deciding the Ruth case. I'll make my decision in due time. But I warned Ruth 2 weeks ago that the rule prohibited this sort of thing." Again, he pointed out that he had not made the rule, but that it was part of the agreement the American League and National League had signed in January 1921, when the judge formally accepted the office of commissioner. As commissioner, he was obliged to enforce the rule, and, he added, "Law-abiding baseball men need have no fear that the laws of the game will not be enforced. The law of gravitation is still in force, and what goes up must come down." One of the things Landis was waiting for was support, both in and out of baseball. An immediate decision against Ruth, the favorite of the crowd, the wounded hero of the series, might backfire. But in time, as the glow of his exploits paled and the usual reaction against a hero set in, Landis would be in a better position. He decided to wait to see how Ruth was received on the tour, perhaps wait until it was over, and let the press and the owners react to Ruth's behavior first. That reaction was not long in coming. Houston, after his fruitless talk with Babe, consulted with Rupert, and the two issued a statement leaving Ruth on his own. "It is regrettable that the rule of baseball has been violated so defiantly," their statement read, "that Judge Landis has no alternative but to meet the situation firmly. The rule appears to be unjust in many respects, but as long as it exists, it should be obeyed. The players made the mistake of not petitioning for a modification of the rule." A newspaper opinion, after repeating that the rule was unfair, said, "Nevertheless, the ethical must disappear before the legal, and Judge Landis is absolutely correct in his attitude. Baseball made Ruth, and not Ruth baseball, and the slugger is just as amenable to the code of rules as the veriest tyro just up from the bushes. He will not gain friends, neither among fans nor elsewhere, by an attitude of defiance towards the commissioner, who has taken upon himself the task of ridding baseball of abuses and keeping it free from them. Baseball needs a Landis much more than it does a Ruth." Ruth and his troupe moved from Buffalo to Elmira, New York, where he and Musial each hit 2 home runs before a disappointing crowd of 1,500. Ruth, talking on the bench between innings, said, "We're going to play exhibitions until November 1st, and Judge Landis isn't going to stop us. I'm not in any fight to see who's the greatest man in baseball. I'm out to earn an honest dollar, and at the same time give baseball fans in these towns a chance to see the big players in action. I think we're doing something good for baseball. Why are we picked on when players from second- and third-place teams can play postseason games?" From Elmira, they went to Jamestown, New York, where Ruth played first base and hit 2 doubles but no home runs, which disappointed another disappointing crowd. The tour was neither an artistic nor a financial success, but Ruth remained stubborn. "I don't care if my case comes up before Landis tomorrow," he said. "I'm not worrying." Rupert and Houston were. They were very much afraid of what Landis might do. Their statement of support had been an attempt to placate him, to keep the punishment mild. Each day that Ruth continued his defiance, the greater the chance that Landis would suspend him, and for a full season, if not longer. Houston told friends he was leaving for a vacation at Dover Hall, his hunting lodge in Georgia, but instead he went to Scranton, Pennsylvania, and met Ruth there. The babe was glum. The weather had been bad, the publicity bad, the crowds bad, the receipts bad. The troupe was thinking of abandoning the eastern schedule, but they were still planning to go west to Oklahoma City and other towns in that area. Houston argued with Ruth, asking him to end the barnstorming trip right there in Scranton. Ruth said he wouldn't. He didn't care what happened to him, he said, but he would not give in to Landis. Houston cleverly suggested that Ruth would not be hurt as much as the Yankees would. If he and Musial were suspended for a year, where would the team be? This patriotic argument appealed to the altruistic side of Babe's nature. "I didn't think of that," he said. "Maybe you're right." He agreed to pack it in, and the ill-fated exhibition tour folded in Scranton. Houston helped further by writing a few checks to pay off local promoters who would put up guarantees, and then he and Ruth returned to New York. An elated Houston told everyone that Babe would be going to Chicago to talk personally to Landis about his case, which strengthened the picture of a penitent Ruth going barefoot to the Pope at Canossa. But a day or so later, Babe left instead on a hunting trip with Herb Pennock. In Chicago, Landis said he had seen nothing but newspaper reports about Ruth's proposed visit and apology. In any case, he said pettishly, an apology would have no bearing on his decision. It was obvious now that Ruth was going to be suspended. The Yankees hurriedly sent an emissary to talk to Landis. They chose Ed Barrow, Ruth's old antagonist, who had become the Yankees' business manager a year earlier. Harry Sparrow, the old business manager, died suddenly in May 1920, and Houston mentioned to his old drinking buddy Frazee that they were looking for someone to replace him. Frazee recommended Barrow, who was unhappy managing the ravaged Red Sox. Barrow finished the 1920 season as Red Sox manager, and then switched to the Yankee front office in October. Almost at once he arranged a deal with Frazee that brought Hoyt and Shang to New York, but generally he had little to do with Ruth, which was fine with Babe. Now he went to see Landis, whom he had known for several years. "Well, what do you want?" Landis snapped as Barrow came into his office. "I guess you know what I want." "Yes, I guess I do." Landis pivoted in his chair. The Yankees had been leaders in the revolt against Johnson that resulted in Landis being named commissioner, and he did not want to alienate his prime supporters. He looked out his window. "I suppose everybody out on the street is saying, 'That's where that white-haired son of a bitch works who's going to throw Babe Ruth out of baseball.'" Barrow grinned. "Ed," Landis said, "what would you do if you were in my place?" "I'd suspend him too," Barrow said, and went back to New York. But his visit probably helped. Landis knew now that he had won. He was going to subdue Ruth publicly with the support of Ruth's own club, and thus dramatically strengthen his position as the absolute boss of baseball, the Czar as he came to be known. There was no need to go too far and hurt Rupert or Houston or Barrow. He held off his decision for a while, and had Leslie O'Connor, his assistant, send a questionnaire to each of the errant players. Ruth, back from his hunting trip, held a press conference on the stage of the Palace Theater in New York to announce details of a vaudeville tour he was going to make on the Keith circuit with Wellington Cross, a well-known entertainer. The tour would run for 16 weeks, and he would make $3,000 a week. Then Babe went off to Pittsburgh for some reason to rehearse. The act opened Thursday, November 3rd, in a sort of off-Broadway tryout at Proctor's Theater in Mount Vernon, New York. The critics were gentle. The act consisted mostly of comic patter, with Cross handling the straight lines. Babe also sang. Despite a cold, one critic said, the slugger unblanketed a not unpleasant baritone voice. The high point of the act came when Babe received a stage telegram. "Who's it from?" asked Cross. "Judge Landis." "Judge Landis? Is it serious?" "I should say it is. 75 cents collect." They opened in Boston on November 7th and were in the Palace in New York on November 14th before going on to other cities. They were in Washington on December 5th when Landis finally announced his decision. Ruth, Musial, and Piercy were fined their World Series shares, $3,362 each, and were suspended for the first 6 weeks of the 1922 season. Sheehan was not punished at all because he had not been eligible for the series and was thus not affected by the rule. A reporter found Ruth in his Washington hotel suite, stretched out on a pink chaise longue, wearing a lavish multicolored silk shirt. A waiter was taking his order for lunch, and Ruth was reminding him to put a few lamb chops around that steak, and lots of potatoes. The reporter asked how he felt about the Landis decision. "I'm not going to say anything about it," Ruth replied. "I've told about 10 reporters already that I don't even know if it's authentic. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about it." A hanger-on in the suite, Ruth was always surrounded by a court, said, "We'll just leave the whole matter to the public for judgment." Ruth nodded. "We'll just wait and see what happens," he said. "We don't know what the situation will be next spring. Maybe the public and the managers will have something to say. I may cut loose myself in about a month and say something, and if I do, all the world will know about it. In the meantime, I'm going to wait until I get formal notice. I'm not worrying. Leave Judge Landis make the next move. I'm going to leave it lie." Chapter 22. The Fall of the Hero. Ruth in Disgrace. Despite his Washington proclamation that he might say something in about a month, Ruth kept his mouth shut about Landis and the suspension. As for Rupert and Houston, the two colonels were visibly relieved by the commissioner's decision. It had taken him an unbearably long time, and the suspension could have been worse. Babe's vaudeville tour ended in February in Milwaukee, and he went directly to Hot Springs, Arkansas, ostensibly to take the baths and get in shape, but actually to play golf, gamble in the casinos, play the horses, and generally relax for a week or two before going on to the Yankee training camp in New Orleans. His holdover contract from the Red Sox had expired, and Houston and Huggins came down to Hot Springs to talk about a new one. Ruth was no intellectual, but he understood two things well, baseball and his own worth. He was a sharp, smart ball player, and he knew that he was the prime reason why 2.5 million people had paid between 55 cents and $2.20 to get into the Polo Grounds in 1920 and 1921. He may not have sat down with a pencil and paper and figured out precisely what the Yankees made. They probably netted more than $1 million a year after expenses in Ruth's first 2 seasons. But he wanted more of it than he had been getting, a lot more. Rumor said Babe would be up to $30,000 with bonus clauses to give him an extra $20,000. If that offer was made, Ruth rejected it out of hand. Houston did propose $40,000 on a straight salary, but Babe turned that down too. Houston eventually came up to $50,000 on a 5-year contract, a $250,000 package. Ruth's big black eyes stared at Houston. "Make it $52,000 and it's a deal." $52,000? Now it was Houston's turn to stare. "All right, agreed, but why $52,000? "Well," said Ruth, "there are 52 weeks in the year, and I've always wanted to make $1,000 a week." The impact of $52,000 a year on America at that time can be better understood if it is compared with other players' salaries. The Yankees were wallowing in prosperity, a pennant-winning team with huge attendances and the prospects of more. They were not a bunch of rookies and young players just coming into their own, but a team of established stars. Most had made their reputations on other clubs, notably Boston. The Yankees were paying top salaries. Yet Home Run Baker, one of the really famous names in the game and a man so stubborn in contract talks that he twice sat out an entire season, was making only $16,000, and that was much the highest salary on the club after Ruth. Wally Shang, one of the 2 or 3 best catchers in the game, a member of 4 championship teams, was making $10,000. Bob Shockey, a 20-game winner 3 times, who would win 20 again that year, was at $8,500. Wally Pipp, the first baseman, going into his 9th big league season, a proved hitter who twice led the league in home runs, was making $6,500. Whitey Witt, who came from Philadelphia in the spring of 1922 to become the regular center fielder, $4,000. And Fred Hoffman, the reserve catcher, $3,000. A man could live in a big frame house, own an automobile, raise a family, and live comfortably on $75 or $80 a week. Even more than a decade later, after Ruth's retirement, the top player's salary in baseball was Lou Gehrig's $30,000. Dizzy Dean was raised to $19,500 the year after he won 30 games. In 1957, after inflation had come in the wake of World War II, T. Coleman Andrews, the Director of Internal Revenue during the Eisenhower administration, said that Ted Williams, then baseball's highest-paid player, would have to make $1 million to equal the true value of Ruth's top salary. In brief, Ruth's pay was enormous, and it fed the flames of criticism that were beginning to rise around him. Ruth said, "It isn't right to call me or any ball player an ingrate because we ask for more money. Sure, I want more, all I'm entitled to. The time of a ball player is short. He must get his money in a few years or lose out. Listen, a man who works for another man is not going to be paid any more than he's worth. You can bet on that. A man ought to get all he can earn. A man who knows he's making money for other people ought to get some of the profit he brings in. Don't make any difference if it's baseball or a bank or a vaudeville show. It's business, I tell you. There ain't no sentiment to it. Forget that stuff." With the big salary, Ruth also was appointed captain of the team to replace Peckinpah, who had been traded. Being named captain was a signal honor in those days, and Ruth was genuinely pleased. In New Orleans, he and Musial were full members of the team, working out with the others, playing exhibition games, everything. But they were told that when the season began, they would be allowed to practice with the club only in the morning, and would have to be out of uniform by the time the gates opened, although they could take part in the exhibitions that big league teams played in almost every off day. The extent of the punishment began to sink in, and when Landis came to New Orleans on his tour of spring training camps, Ruth and Musial called on him at his hotel to ask for commutation of their sentences. They visited for a couple of hours and listened while the commissioner lectured them on baseball, authority, discipline, the past, the future, and sundry other topics that happened along. He did not change his mind about the suspensions, as Ruth conceded after the interview. "He sure can talk," Babe said wistfully. Even without their 2 big sluggers, the Yankees got off well. Barrow had swung another deal with Frazee during the winter that brought Joe Bush, Sam Jones, and Everett Scott to the club, 3 outstanding players. Jones won 23 games for Boston the year before. Bush, despite a cut on his hand that kept him out of most of the first month, was to win 26 and lose 7 for the Yankees that season. Scott, an impeccable shortstop who had the gift of pulling a team together, was in the process of playing 1,307 consecutive games, a record Lou Gehrig eventually broke. The Yankees were in first place most of April and May, which gave rise to the obvious remark, "Who needs Ruth?" Babe, meanwhile, played in an exhibition or 2, did some practicing, but missed more morning sessions than he made. went into St. Vincent's Hospital to have his tonsils and adenoids removed. He was a chronic victim of bad colds, and spent a lot of time at the Jamaica racetrack betting wads of money with the bookies, who were then legal. Despite the occasional critical remark, excitement heightened as the time grew near for Ruth's return. The suspension was up on Saturday, May 20th, when the second-place St. Louis Browns would be in town. Because Ruth and Musel had to observe the technicality of applying for reinstatement, and because such application could not be made before May 20th, rumors arose that Landis might not reinstate them in any case. But even though there was no guarantee Ruth would play, long lines of fans filed into the Yankee office on 42nd Street to buy tickets to the weekend games. A girl arriving late was told by a doorman, "They're all sold out. You know, Babe Ruth is going to play." At the Ansonia on the eve of his return, Ruth was excited too. "It's going to be a big day tomorrow," he said. "I hope it don't rain." Helen had been in St. Vincent's too for an operation described as slightly more serious than Babe's tonsillectomy. She had several previous operations, none described. It is possible they were miscarriages or complications arising from miscarriages. She had come home only the day before and would not be able to go to the game. "It's kind of a holiday for both of us," she said. "I wish I could be there to see him." 6 weeks is a long time to be away from your life's work," said the Babe. "I'm lonesome for it. I'm not predicting I'm going to slug one, but here's hoping." On Saturday, the applications for reinstatement were made by telegraph, and Landis immediately wired back affirmation. In the afternoon, there was an overflow crowd of 40,000 at the Polo Grounds. Babe arrived at the ballpark in a limousine and was given a great welcoming cheer by the thousands milling around outside the gates. Just before the game, he was presented with an award by the National Vaudeville Association, which helped remind some of the restless fans that Ruth had made nearly $50,000 on his vaudeville tour, a fact noted in the stands with increasing sarcasm when the Babe, using a vivid green bat, proved to be a bust at the plate. He struck out, popped up twice, and grounded out, and there were hoots and boos each time. A writer of the day noted, "If there's one thing that pleases the American public more than cheering a hero when he is elevated, it is jeering him when he fails." A half-century later, the Olympic star Mark Spitz, commenting on the adverse publicity he received during the year after he won 7 gold medals, said, "American people love heroes, and they love to tear them down and then build them up again." Ruth was in the process of being torn down. The next day, before another overflow crowd, he was booed again. He had only 1 hit, a double, in 5 appearances at the plate. On Monday, he listened to more boos as he popped up, flied out, walked. When he caught a simple fly ball in the 7th inning, the crowd applauded derisively. Ruth tipped his hat in reply. The same thing happened in the 8th inning. Easy fly ball, derisive cheering, another sarcastic tip of the cap. Then in the last of the 8th he hit a home run, his first of the year, and the crowd went berserk. Ruth trotted around the bases with his eyes on the ground, refusing to smile, tip his cap, or acknowledge the applause in any way. Despite the homer, Ruth continued in a slump. He switched from the green bat to a pale yellow one, but struck out, popped up, and grounded out in his next game, all to a steady razzing. He got to first base on a walk, but was out trying to steal second, and the boos were tumultuous. It was getting to him. The worst seemed to come in his 5th day back in the lineup, when he went 0 for 5. He came to bat in the 7th inning with the bases loaded and the Yankees behind by 2 runs, and grounded out to end the inning. In the 9th, the Yanks still behind by 2, he came to bat again with the bases loaded, and made out to end the game. He was batting .93. But that was not the worst. That came the next day, Thursday, May 25th, a hot, humid, muggy, overcast, bad-tempered day. In the 3rd inning, he singled sharply to center. When the center fielder juggled the ball, Ruth tried to stretch the hit into a double and was thrown out. When he heard the decision, he jumped to his feet and angrily flung a handful of dust in the face of the umpire, George Hildebrand. Hildebrand threw him out of the game, the first time Ruth had been put out of a game as a Yankee. As he walked grumpily across the infield toward the bench, the crowd hissed and hooted. 15 feet from the dugout, Ruth stopped, took off his hat, and made a deep, mocking bow. A tall man in the seats behind the dugout cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, "You goddamn big bum, why don't you play ball?" The crowd was small, less than 10,000, and Ruth had no trouble seeing this particular heckler. He jumped onto the roof of the dugout and plunged into the stands after him. The heckler scrambled away, climbing over the seats as fast as he could, and other people in the crowd slowed Ruth down, trying to placate him. A fan shouted to them, "Hit the big stiff." Ruth shook his fist at the first heckler, now safely at the rear of the grandstand, and climbed back on the dugout roof. Hatless, his hair tangled, his face an angry dark red, he shouted at the crowd, "Come on down and fight. Anyone who wants to fight, come down on the field. Ah, you're all alike. You're all yellow." He jumped down on the field, picked up his cap and glove, and made the long walk across the polo grounds to the center field clubhouse. He was drenched in boos and catcalls. As he neared the clubhouse, he shook a warning finger at someone in the bleachers. It was a sorry exit. After the game, Ruth said bitterly, "I didn't mean to hit the umpire with the dirt, but I did mean to hit that bastard in the stands. If I make a home run every time I bat, they'd think I'm all right. If I don't, they think they can call me anything they like. I don't know what they're going to do to me for this. I'll probably be fined or suspended, but I don't see why I should get any punishment at all. I was only kicking the decision. I'll go into the stands again if I have to." That night, Ban Johnson, as president of the league, announced that Ruth would be suspended pending an investigation. The Yankees left the next morning for a series with Washington, whose owner, Clark Griffith, was in near panic. Griffith ran a shoestring operation, and he had ballyhooed Ruth's first visit of the season all over the South. People were coming from as far away as North Carolina. He got in touch with his old friend Johnson and literally begged him to lift the suspension. And Johnson did after the Friday game, which Ruth sat out. But he fined Ruth $200. "Dust on umpires happens in the heat of the moment," Johnson said, "but we cannot condone anyone going into the stands." He also ordered Ruth divested of his captaincy. This meant that the Babe's active career as captain of the Yankees had lasted exactly 6 games. Scott, a logical choice, was named to succeed him. Relieved that his punishment was no worse, Ruth said in Washington, "I'm sorry it happened, but I stood as much as I could. I had to break loose." Ruth was batting 100 when the Yankees returned to New York, but then he began to hit. In the Memorial Day doubleheader, he drove in the winning run in the first game and a 2-run homer in the second. The crowd cheered the homer lustily, and this time the Babe tipped his hat and smiled. When the bleachers cheered him as he returned to the outfield after the inning, he tipped it again. Everything seemed fine. Chapter 23. The Jinx and the Baby. The weird season ends. The Yankees left on a long, long road trip that took them out through the West and back home via Washington and Boston. They won for a while and then sank into a sorry losing streak. The players, a rowdy independent group of drinkers, gamblers, and wenchers, most of them anyway, raised hell every night. Poker games went on until dawn. Empty bottles of bootleg liquor piled up in the halls. Some players were never in their own rooms all night. Huggins looked littler than ever trying to control his willful troop. He had troubles with his players all year. He fined Mays in spring training, and he and the pitcher had a loud shouting argument about that in the streets of Norfolk, Virginia. In May, the hot-headed Hoyt, resenting Huggins's directions on how to pitch to a certain batter, blew up, lost a tight ball game, and got into a scrap with Huggins on the bench. Reports said Hoyt punched Huggins, but the pitcher said all he did was grab the manager's shoulder to turn him around. Huggins did not fine Hoyt, but in any case discipline was lacking. In Cleveland on June 19th, the Yankees were winning 2-1 in the 8th when the Indians' Les Nunamaker, a heavy-footed catcher, hit a double, barely beating Musil's throw into second base. The Yankees were convinced that he was out and argued with Bill Dineen, the umpire. Ruth came running all the way in from left field to join the argument, and in the course of it used a particularly choice bit of obscenity. Precisely what he said is lost in time, but Dineen threw Ruth out of the game. A triple and a single followed Nunamaker's double, and the Indians won 3-2 to give the Yankees their 8th straight loss. After the game, Dineen made a telephone report of the incident to Ban Johnson, and that night Johnson announced that Ruth was suspended again, this time for 3 days. Asked if that wasn't a bit severe, Johnson airily replied, "They've lost 8 straight games. Maybe with Ruth out, they'll turn around and win a few. My report shows that Ruth used vulgar and vicious language, calling umpire Dineen one of the vilest names known. I will not stand for action of that type from any player." Ruth was given the news during batting practice the next day. He exploded. He saw Dineen in the Cleveland dugout and went over to him, shouting, "If you ever put me out of a game again, you son of a bitch, I'll fix you so you'll never umpire a game again. I don't care if they put me out of baseball for life." Dineen, a big man in his late 40s, replied angrily, and Ruth yelled, "You're yellow." "Nobody calls me yellow." "If you don't like it, come under the stands," Ruth said. Bristling with fury, he moved toward Dineen, but the two were held apart by 3 Cleveland players. One of them persuaded Ruth to go back to the Yankee clubhouse. Dineen made another report, and that night Johnson suspended Ruth for an extra 2 days, making it 5 days in all, and the 4th suspension for the Yankee star in the still young season. He was not fined, but as the newspapers were quick to point out, he was losing about $300 a day in pay for the days he was suspended, which meant $1,500 for the 5 days on the bench. Ruth's temper subsided quickly. Before the game the next afternoon, he walked into the umpire's little dressing room and said quietly to Dineen, "Bill, do you think I'm getting a square deal?" "I don't have anything to do with the suspension," Dineen said. "All I do is make a report." Placated, Ruth sat against a table and chatted amiably with the umpire and his partner, Dick Nallon. "When a fella's down and out," Babe said, "it seems to be a case of holding him down. I don't mind being out because of the money it's costing me. I don't need the money. But I love to play, and it hurts me when I can't get into the game. The criticism hurts, too. They're saying I wanted the suspension because it would give me an alibi if I don't equal my home run record. Hell, that's ridiculous. I can't equal it anyway this year. And they're saying I've got a swelled head. Well, my friend's no different. But I'll tell you one thing. You can bet this is the last time I'll be suspended for wrangling with an umpire, especially if it involves another player." When he returned to the lineup on June 26th, he not only hit a home run, but ostentatiously sat on the outfield grass when the Yankees got in another argument with Dineen and waited quietly there until it was over. He was still being booed, however, and when the Yankees played an exhibition in Baltimore on June 30th, it was noted that the roar of welcome he received was the first warm cheer for him since the Yankees left the Polo Grounds more than 3 weeks before. Meanwhile, reports of the riotous goings-on during the trip had come back to New York. "All in all," wrote one reporter, "the stories of the road trip are calculated to make a New Yorker admit that this town is an angel village compared to some in the West." At one point, Houston hired a private detective, a man named Kelly, who met the team on the road and passed himself off as one of those congenial people who enjoy the company of athletes and have money enough to travel around with them. He seemed to pop up in every city, and he proved a congenial companion. In Chicago he took several players, among them Ruth Musel Witt and an unsuccessful young pitcher named Lefty O'Doul, to a party at an illicit brewery in Joliet. Everybody had a fine time, even though it was a stag affair, and when a photographer happened to appear, at that point nobody would have been surprised if the Mormon Tabernacle Choir had materialized, Kelly suggested a group picture as a memento of the evening. They posed dutifully, all in shirt sleeves in the hot Midwestern night, and the next day Kelly disappeared. Back in New York, he gave the incriminating photograph and a report to Houston, who passed both on to Barrow with instructions to tell Huggins to use them as a weapon against the misbehaving players. Barrow told Huggins, but he kept the photograph and eventually had it framed and hung on the wall of his office. Rupert and Houston joined the club as it traveled from Washington to Boston near the end of the trip, and they told Huggins to clamp down, to plaster fines on the players. "Bookmakers and bootleggers are around wherever they go," they told the manager. There were reports that a pitcher was boasting about beating the races for thousands of dollars each year, and that he seldom let a day go by without betting a few hundred here and there. And Ruth, of course, was a heavy bettor. Landis was aware of the situation and now appeared in Boston, where he called both the Red Sox and Yankees together in the Boston clubhouse. He was disturbed about the betting prevalent among all teams in the majors and had been going from team to team delivering lectures. Now he again warned them about betting on horse races, saying that some players were getting an unsavory reputation. He reminded them about the Black Sox scandal and the easy access that betting people had had to members of that ball club. He bawled them out about the unremitting nightlife. "Sunrise is a wonderful sight," he said, "but it's far better for a man to get up in the morning to see it than to wait up for it. You can't stay up all night and be worrying about a big bet and still play your best." He also cautioned them about their carefree sexual habits and the scandal that could arise from that. Not noticeably chastened, the Yankees continued to fight, carouse, and, at last, play excellent baseball. Ruth, in top form, hit 5 home runs in 3 days. He hit his 14th on July 6th, his first Grand Slam home run with the Yankees, but he was still well behind Ken Williams, the St. Louis slugger who was having an outstanding year. The Browns, with Williams and Sisler and Baby Doll Jacobson and Marty McManus, all of whom batted in more than 100 runs, were a powerful hitting team and kept pace with the Yankees all season. Late in July, Barrow pulled another coup by buying Joe Dugan, the best third baseman in the league, from Boston. By the World Series of 1923, 11 of the 24 Yankees eligible to play had come from the Red Sox. Still, the intramural squabbling continued. The players carped at Huggins, who did his best to control them. Al DeVormer, an oddball catcher, he jumped into Lake Michigan in his street clothes to win a $25 bet, had a fight one day with Mays and the next day with Hoffman. On July 26th in St. Louis, Musial and Shang tangled on the bench, and later in the same game Ruth and Pip fought. Ruth had been riding Pip about his fielding, which had fallen off slightly. In the last of the fifth, Pip bobbled a ball at first base. When he came into the bench, he said to Shockey, "If that ape says one word, I'm going to belt him." Ruth trotted in from left field, came down the steps of the dugout, and said, "For God's sake, Pip," and Pip belted him. Wally was a big man, tall and rangy, and he had quick hands. He popped Ruth several times in the face with fast, open-handed slaps as Ruth flailed wildly in return. They were pulled apart. Huggins, in the first base coaching box, called over plaintively, "Now stop that," and Ruth said, "We'll settle this after the game." "That's all right with me," Pip said. But things happened to distract Babe. With the score tied 1-1 in the seventh, he hit a home run to put the Yankees ahead, and then runs started to pour across the plate for both sides. The Browns scored 5 in the last of the seventh to take a 6-3 lead, but in the eighth, Ruth drove in one run to close it to 6-4, and Shang tripled home 2 and scored himself to put the Yankees ahead. In the ninth inning, Ruth hit a second home run to make the final score 11-6. He came roaring and yelling into the clubhouse after the last out, and there was Pip waiting for him. "I'm ready," Pip said. Ruth looked at him in utter surprise, as if wondering what this was all about. Remembering, he waved his hand and said, "Oh, Christ, forget it." The serene season moved on. On August 30th in New York, Babe hit a home run in his first time at bat, but was called out on strikes the second time up. He objected loudly and obscenely, and plate umpire Tom Connolly threw him out of the game. Ruth played again the next day, but on September 1st, Ban Johnson notified him that he was suspended again, this time for 3 days for abusing the umpire. 5 suspensions in 1 year. Surely that's one Babe Ruth record nobody is ever going to break. The Browns and the Yankees were still scrambling for the pennant. They played a succession of exciting games with each other during the season, with the climax coming in September in St. Louis. The Yankees came to town leading by half a game. Sportsman's Park was filled, and the Yankees were jeered from the moment they stepped on the field. "Yellow, yellow, yellow," the fans shouted at Ruth, whose batting average was up to .321 and his homers to 32. The Yankees won 2-1, but in the ninth inning, when Witt and Musial were converging on a fly ball, a bottle came flying out of the crowd and hit Witt on the forehead. Bleeding, he fell unconscious, and 3 players carried him to the bench. As Musial looked up at the silenced stands, a raucous voice shouted, "We'll get you too, Musial." The bottle was a fragile one, fortunately, and though his forehead was cut, Witt was not seriously hurt. He played again next afternoon with a bandage across his forehead, and ran into the overflow crowd in right center to make a courageous catch of a long fly ball. This time the St. Louis crowd cheered him. A $1,000 reward for information on the bottle thrower was offered by Ban Johnson and the American League. Word leaked out that the miscreant was a 10-year-old boy, but he was never identified. A more popular version of the accident was offered by an earnest spectator who insisted that the bottle had not been thrown at all, at least not at the time Witt was hit. It had been tossed on the field earlier, and when Witt was chasing the fly, he stepped on it. The bottle flipped up in the air and hit him in the forehead. Everybody in St. Louis felt that the man who made up that story deserved the $1,000. The Browns won the second game of the series 5-1, as Sisler batted safely in his 41st consecutive game, a record that stood until Joe DiMaggio broke it in 1941. The winning St. Louis pitcher was Hub Pruitt, a young left-hander who is also an integral part of Ruth's legend. The legend says Pruitt struck Ruth out every time they met, and while that is not so, the truth is almost as impressive. Pruitt, only 21 years old, faced Ruth for the first time in May, when Babe had just come off the Landis suspension. Pitching in relief, he struck Ruth out once and walked him once. When the teams met again in June, Pruitt again came in as a relief pitcher and again struck Ruth out. 2 days later he was the starting and winning pitcher. He struck Ruth out 3 times and walked him once. In July, Ruth was again helpless. He tapped weakly to the pitcher's box in the first inning, the first time he had hit a fair ball off Pruitt, and then struck out 3 straight times, the last with the bases loaded. Pruitt was out with a sore arm when the teams met again later in July, and the arm still bothered him when they played in August. But when Ruth came to bat with the bases loaded and nobody out, the Browns called Pruitt into pitch, and Ruth struck out. At this point, Ruth had batted 12 times against Pruitt and had struck out 9 times, walked twice, and hit one measly little tap to the mound. Now in September he faced him again. He walked in the first inning, but to the hilarious, almost hysterical delight of the crowd, he struck out in the third, 10 strikeouts in 14 at-bats. In the 5th inning, he finally got his bat squarely on one of Pruitt's pitches and lifted a home run into the seats. The silence of the crowd was deafening. When Babe crossed home plate, somebody threw a hard straw hat at him. He picked it up, put it on, and wore it jauntily into the dugout. And he had another hit, a single, in the 8th, to lift his batting average against the rookie to 158. Pruitt won the game, even if Ruth did break the spell, and the teams were knotted together again. Young Hub was the hero of St. Louis for a day, but in the 3rd and final game he was the losing pitcher. He came in to relieve in the 9th inning with the Browns leading 2-1. A victory would have given them first place, but Pruitt gave up a hit and a walk to load the bases. Then he was taken out, and Whitey Witt, bandage and all, hit a single to drive in 2 runs to win the game for the Yankees. They left town with a 1.5 lead and, as far as they were concerned, the pennant. They celebrated all the way across Illinois and Indiana on their way to Detroit. They knew they were the champions, and they were right. The Browns slumped, the Yankees swept the Tigers, and that was that. As for Pruitt, he made a stab at continuing his jinx on Ruth the following season, but the magic was disappearing. Ruth struck out 3 times in his first 5 trips to the plate against Hub in 1923, but he had a walk and another home run mixed in with the strikeouts. And he struck out only once more that year against Pruitt. Still, for the record, in his first 21 trips to the plate against the young pitcher, he struck out 13 times, which is a good enough launching pad for any legend. Pruitt and Ruth never spoke to each other on the ball field, although now and then Babe would wink at the youngster as he passed him. It was not until a quarter-century later that they met formally, not long before Ruth's death. Pruitt was a doctor in St. Louis then. He put himself through medical school with his earnings from baseball. He lasted as a professional for 10 seasons, in no small part because of the reputation he earned against Ruth. "I want to thank you for putting me through med school," Pruitt told Ruth. "If it wasn't for you, no one would have heard of me." Ruth smiled and said, "If I helped you get through medical school, I'm glad of it." Still another odd thing happened in that zany season. On September 23rd, when the Yankees were in Cleveland, it was revealed in New York that Helen Ruth had a baby. Not a little baby, but a 16-month-old girl she had been pushing in a carriage in and out of the Ansonia. People around the hotel said they had seen the Ruths with the baby for a month or so, and that Babe seemed very fond of it. When reporters questioned Helen, she said the baby, named Dorothy, had been born at St. Vincent's on June 7, 1921. Asked if she adopted it, she said indignantly, "No, it's my own baby." Well, came the awkward question, where has it been? She replied that the birth had been kept secret because the baby weighed only 2.5 pounds when it was born, and Babe was afraid he would be kidded about its size. It had been with a nurse, she said. Someone recalled Helen saying in 1920 that she had had 4 babies, all of whom had died. In Cleveland, reporters asked Babe about the baby. "Oh, you found out about that," he said calmly. He said it had been born February 2, 1921 at Presbyterian Hospital. It had been very small, he said. When Mrs. Ruth was told this in New York and was asked about the discrepancy, she laughed. "Oh, he's got it mixed up with his own birthday," she said. But no record of the birth was found at either St. Vincent's or Presbyterian, and in later years the little girl was always referred to as Babe and Helen's adopted daughter. When, years later, Helen's will was probated, it referred to Dorothy as her adopted daughter and said she had also been known as Marie Harrington. It was always a bit of a mystery. When the season ended, Ruth had a .315 batting average and 35 home runs, third in the league to Williams's 39 and Tilly Walker's 37. Babe scored 94 runs and batted in 96, but it was a bad season for him, a dismal season, and his performance in the World Series against the Giants continued the pattern. McGraw ordered his pitchers to throw Ruth nothing but curves, most of them out of the strike zone, so that he would chase them and swing wildly. The strategy worked. Ruth had 1 single and 1 double in 17 at-bats, scored only 1 run, batted in only 1, and the Giants swept the series 4-0. One of the games, the second, was a 3-3 tie and provoked a major controversy. It was called after the 10th inning by umpire Hildebrand, supposedly because of darkness, although the sun was still shining on the further reaches of the outfield. The crowd was furious, and baseball was accused of fostering the tie to recoup some of the revenue lost when Landis returned the series to a 4-out-of-7 format. The judge had to announce that all receipts from the game would go to charity, to soften the angry criticism. The Giants jockeyed Ruth unmercifully throughout the series. His worst tormentor was Johnny Rawlings, an infielder who had been a regular the year before but was now on the bench. Undoubtedly fed lines by McGraw, who was determined to keep Ruth off balance and ineffective at bat, Rawlings sounded off, his penetrating voice sending out fouler and fouler epithets. After the third game, in which the Yankees were shut out 3-0, and the babe had gone hitless, Ruth decided enough was enough, and Musial agreed. When they were dressed, they went over to the Giant clubhouse and barged in. "Where's Rawlings?" Ruth demanded. "Right here," said the infielder, who was 6 inches shorter and 60 pounds lighter. "You little bastard," Ruth said. "If you ever call me that again, I'll choke you to death." Rawlings, still sitting by his locker, grinned at him. "Can't you take it?" "I can take plenty, but I can't take that." Jess Barnes, a Giant pitcher, said, "You got a hell of a nerve complaining after some of the things you called me yesterday." "I didn't call you anything." "You're a goddamned liar." Ruth went for Barnes, but other players got between the two. Earl Smith, one of the Giants' catchers, who was called Oil and was said to be the toughest man in baseball, had been in the bullpen during the game and missed the bench jockeying. Mildly, he asked, "What did he call you, babe?" "He called me a nigger." "That's nothing," Smith said. He turned away. Ruth was calming down rapidly, and when one of McGraw's coaches told him he better leave, he said, "All right, I know I shouldn't have come in here, but I wanted to get things straight. Listen, I'm sorry, fellas. Tomorrow let's cut out the rough stuff and just play baseball." Heine Groh, the Giants' third baseman, hooted. The day before, Ruth had slid into Groh like a fullback hitting the line. "Baseball," said Groh. "Look who's talking. Yesterday I thought we were playing football." Everybody laughed. Ruth and Musial started to go, but at the door Babe turned back for a moment. "Don't get me wrong, fellows," he said seriously. "I don't mind being called a prick or a cocksucker or things like that. I expect that. But lay off the personal stuff." Then he left. Chapter 24. The First Reformation. How to Bat .393. Ruth began to be besieged by commercial opportunists in 1919 in Boston when he was setting his first home run record. And after he moved to New York and performed so sensationally in 1920 and 1921, the business proposals multiplied. At first he accepted practically everything that came his way, but as the tide of offers grew into a flood, he ignored most of them and tried to pick and choose among the few that seemed particularly inviting. Sometimes he and Helen would spread the offers out on a table and try to decide which were best. People wrote to him, phoned him, waylaid him outside his hotel, all trying to interest him in one deal or another. He was inundated. Ordinarily a friendly man, he now refused to chat with strangers and instead cut people off abruptly. It was difficult to talk to him, which was particularly galling to an ambitious, quick-thinking man named Christopher Walsh. Christy Walsh was a sports cartoonist turned ghostwriter who had done a series of articles with Eddie Rickenbacker, America's most famous flying hero of World War I. He was trying to put together a stable of syndicated, ghost-aided columnists, and he wanted Ruth as his star attraction. He had met Babe briefly in 1919, but now simply could not get his ear. Ruth would not speak to him on the phone, would not come to the door of the apartment to see what he wanted, would brush by him if Walsh chanced to meet him at one of the several entrances to the Ansonia. Then Christy discovered that Ruth, who always liked plenty of beer around, had been ordering his bootleg brew from a neighboring delicatessen. Walsh was in the store one day in the winter of 1921 when he heard the proprietor complaining, "Where is that boy? Babe Ruth wants his beer, and that damned boy is never here to deliver it." Walsh quickly offered to help, and a few minutes later was delivering the beer to Ruth's apartment. He was admitted without question and told where to put the bottles. Ruth paid him and peeled off a generous tip. Instead of accepting the tip, Walsh said, "What did you get for those newspaper stories of yours?" The United Press had distributed a little feature under Ruth's name the year before each time he hit a home run. Ruth would telephone UP in New York or send a wire, giving the details of each homer. He was a faithful reporter at first, but as the homers piled up, his messages became shorter. One from St. Louis said only, "Unipress, New York, low outside, Babe." "How much did you get?" $5 each," Ruth said. "What's it to you?" $5 a story, and you had 54 home runs. That means you made $270 all season. I can get you $500 for anything you write, more than that." "Who the hell are you?" Walsh explained quickly, detailing his experience, his contacts, his knowledge, his belief that Ruth was innocently losing thousands of dollars he could be making. Babe seemed interested. "I've been trying to get you to listen to me for weeks," Walsh said. "Yeah, I remember your face now." Walsh soon convinced Babe that he was honest and bright and that Babe needed him, all of which was true. He told Babe he would guarantee him $1,000 within 60 days of opening day. Ruth signed a contract and went off to spring training. On opening day, Walsh gave him a check for $1,000, 60 days earlier than promised, and Ruth was greatly pleased. Walsh did not bother to tell Ruth that he had borrowed the money in order to make a good impression on his prized new client. For 15 years, Walsh placed articles by Ruth in newspapers and magazines, utilizing the ghostly talents of several sports writers, among them Ford Frick and William J. Slocum. Ruth once said of Slocum, "Bill writes more like I do than anyone I know." Stories on the World Series were particularly lucrative, and Ruth, aided by his current ghost, covered every series from 1921 through 1936, whether he was playing or not. He earned $2,000 during the 1921 series, but thereafter his take was never less than $5,000, and sometimes went as high as $7,000, depending on the number of papers that used his stories. He also produced a feature each year on Babe Ruth's annual All-Star team. Beyond syndication, Walsh became Ruth's friend, financial advisor, and business representative, and the association was of lasting value to Babe. Before Walsh, Ruth saved little or no money, and he spent it lavishly and impulsively. He tipped extravagantly, and to counteract rumors that he and Helen were on the verge of separating, which was almost the case in 1922, he bought her a $5,000 mink coat. He sometimes found himself broke during spring training. His regular salary checks did not begin until the season started, and he borrowed from Dugan and Hoyt and a few others. He would ask them to let him have $1,000 or $1,500 until the first payday, and then he would pay them back with full interest, as though he had borrowed the money for an entire year. In 1924, Walsh persuaded him to invest some of his huge earnings, comparatively little of which was taken by the modest income tax of the era, in annuities that would pay off after Ruth retired from baseball. Babe bought one of these through Harry Heilman, the Detroit outfielder who was a favorite drinking and racetrack companion of the Babes, and dabbled in insurance during the off-season. In subsequent years, Walsh convinced the sometimes reluctant Ruth to buy more annuities, with the result that, for all his carefree spending, he was not greatly affected by the stock market crash in 1929, and was financially comfortable until the day he died. One of the policies cost Ruth $35,000 out of hand, and the insurance company was so pleased with the transaction that it put on a little ceremony when the deal was formally closed. The president of the company made an ornate speech in which he complimented Ruth profusely for his sagacity in buying the annuity. He ended by saying, "Babe, you are to be congratulated. You are a lucky man." And not noticeably elated, Ruth replied, "Yes, I guess so. There's no doubt I'm lucky. There's also no doubt that you have my $35,000. Mostly because of Walsh, Babe became involved in quite a few off-field ventures. Most of these were lucrative, but a few were resounding flops. A haberdashery on Broadway called Babe Ruth's for Men opened in a flourish of publicity one autumn and died quietly 6 months later. When Babe endorsed a new product called Babe Ruth's Home Run Candy, the Curtis Candy Corporation appealed to the Patent Office. Curtis had been making a candy bar called Baby Ruth, ostensibly named for President Grover Cleveland's daughter Ruth, who was born in the White House. Curtis claimed that the new Ruth candy bar would be impinging on the Baby Ruth bar. The Patent Office agreed, and Ruth was abruptly out of the candy business. Walsh worked hard for Ruth, and the succession of disasters in 1922 worried him. He was afraid of what bad publicity might do to Babe's income. A month after the World Series of 1922, when Babe came back to New York after another financially disappointing barnstorming trip, the major leagues, at Landis's urging, had modified the no barnstorming rule. Walsh suggested he do a little fence mending. Christie set up a dinner party at an Elks Club in Manhattan, to which he invited newspapermen and various well-known people around town, among them James J. Walker, not yet mayor of New York, but a rising politician with a keen interest in sports and other lively arts. At the dinner, everyone was to let his hair down and ask Ruth anything at all. Babe was to answer honestly and completely. The back and forth was blunt and direct, and Ruth came in for a great deal of rather sharp criticism. The final touch came when Jimmy Walker, a superb speaker, got through any defenses the Babe had left by touching on his weakness for children. Pulling out all the stops, Walker spoke about the dirty-faced kids who idolized the Babe and ended by asking, "Are you going to keep on letting those little kids down?" It was a virtuoso performance, and it got to Ruth, who made a speech of his own. "I know as well as anybody else," he said, "just what mistakes I made last season. There's no use in me trying to get away from them. But let me tell you something. I want the New York sports writers and fans to know that I've had my last drink until next October. I mean it. Tomorrow I'm going to my farm. I'm going to work my head off, and maybe part of my stomach." He paused as his listeners laughed, and then, always honest, added, "Oh, maybe now and then I'll come down to New York to see the old town, but it won't be too often. I'm serious about this. I'm going to work hard. And then you just watch me break that home run record next year." Great applause. True to his word, he left a day or so later for Sudbury, where he had recently remodeled the farmhouse, adding 2 wings and modernizing the interior. He worked hard to get in shape that winter, and while he may not have observed the strict letter of his promise not to drink for a year, he observed the spirit of it. He was reformed. Ruth reformed was as impressive as Ruth rebellious. Still a heavy man at 215, his belly not quite flat, he nonetheless was fit and ready on opening day 1923, and he played beautifully all season long. He got into no noticeable trouble, led the Yankees to a runaway victory in the pennant race, and was a unanimous choice for most valuable player in the American League. He batted .393, highest of his career, although it was second in the league to Heilman's .403. Led in home runs, a relatively modest 41, but still a dozen better than Ken Williams and more than double the third man's total. And in runs scored, runs batted in, total bases, slugging average, and bases on balls. He had 205 hits, and 99 of them were for extra bases. He was walked the startling total of 170 times, more than half of them intentional or almost so. Once he was walked purposely with the bases loaded. His on-base percentage was .542. He stole 17 bases. He more than earned his $52,000 salary. By happy coincidence, that was the year Yankee Stadium opened. After the 1920 season, when the Yankees outdrew the Giants by 350,000 in the Polo Grounds, McGraw told the Yankees they would have to leave. No hurry, just get out as soon as possible. Rupert and Houston had already been talking about building their own park, and in May 1921 they paid $600,000 to the Astor Estate for a plot of land in the Bronx, directly across the Harlem River from the Polo Grounds. Bids were asked the following fall, and construction began in the spring of 1922. A year later, the house that Ruth built was ready. Some thought it should be named Ruth Field, but Rupert insisted it be called Yankee Stadium. After Rupert's death 2 decades later, it was suggested the place be renamed Rupert Stadium, but Ed Barrow rejected the proposal. "The Colonel wanted it called Yankee Stadium, and that's what we'll continue to call it," he said. The only area in the ballpark named after Ruth was the right field bleachers, where most of his home runs landed. It was commonly known as Ruthville. Yankee Stadium cost $2,500,000, an extravagant figure for the day, but with Houston, a professional engineer, keeping a close eye on things, it turned out to be a bargain. A big, beautiful, modern stage for Ruth and the Yankees. It also turned out to be the last joint effort of the 2 colonels as partners. Their differences, always considerable, became too much after the 1922 series. In the 8th inning of the last game, with the score tied and Giants on second and third, Huggins ordered Joe Bush to walk the next batter to fill the bases. Bush objected, but Huggins insisted, and Bush walked the batter. When the next man singled to drive in the winning runs, Bush yelled angrily at Huggins from the mound. After the game, Houston was outspokenly critical of Huggins and told everyone that Miller had managed his last game for the Yankees. Rupert overruled Houston and insisted that Huggins stay. And the little manager had a surprise ally in Barrow, whom Houston had hired a year earlier. When Barrow joined the club, Huggins had been uneasy. Here was Houston, openly contemptuous of him. There was Rupert, who, despite his support, had little to do with him. And now he was faced with Barrow, Houston's man. But Barrow had gone to Huggins and told him, "You're the manager. You'll get no interference from me. Your job is to win on the field. My job is to get you the players you need." He did something else to help Huggins. As proud owners, the two colonels liked to drop into the Yankee clubhouse now and then to chat with the players, which inevitably diminished the manager's already shaky hold on his troops. Barrow suggested they stop the visits. "That's the manager's territory," he told them. "You should stay out of it." He himself observed the protocol, and now he agreed with Rupert that Huggins should continue running the team on the field. Houston, feeling himself alone and without any real power on the club, decided to get out. He agreed to stay until the stadium was completed, and then, in May 1923, he sold his half of the club to Rupert for $1.5 million, 6 times what he paid for it slightly more than 8 years earlier. Rupert, in return, sold Barrow a small percentage, so that the general manager became, in a minor but profitable way, a part owner. The first game at the new stadium was a rousing success, what with the Yankees winning, Ruth hitting the first home run, and the attendance a rousing 74,217. Or at least, 74,217 was the attendance Barrow announced to the press. A month or so later, when figures relating to a milk fund benefit at the park were being checked, it was discovered that the stadium had only 62,000 seats at that time. Reporters confronted Barrow with this, and he admitted that the park did indeed have only 62,000 seats. But, he added, there'd been a lot of standees in the crowd on opening day. 12,000 standees? The reporters asked. Well, no, Barrow conceded. There probably had not been that many. Then where did the 74,217 figure come from? It was an estimate, Barrow said lamely. But as so often happens, the fabrication survived the truth, and for years it was widely assumed that Yankee Stadium's capacity was more than 70,000. Ruth's resurgence on the field carried into the World Series, which the Yankees won from the Giants, the third straight year the two teams met, to give them the first of their many World Championships. McGraw's pitchers tried hard to stifle Ruth again, but except for one memorable moment, when Rosie Ryan struck Ruth out with the bases full on a low curve down around his ankles, they failed. He batted .368, hit 3 home runs, 2 in one game, had a triple, a double, 3 singles, and a walk, and scored 8 runs in the 6 games. The Giants won only 2 of the games, both in Yankee Stadium, on home runs by Casey Stengel, who thus beat Ruth to the honor of hitting the first World Series home run there. When he was rounding the bases with his second homer, Stengel merrily thumbed his nose at the Yankee bench. The fastidious Rupert complained to Landis, demanding that Stengel be punished. Landis shrugged it off, and when somebody asked Ruth how he felt about Casey getting away with it, Babe answered, "I don't mind. Casey's a lot of fun." The Babe had another marvelous season in 1924, even though the Yankees faltered after winning 3 straight pennants and finishing second behind Washington. He hit .378 to win the batting championship by almost 20 points, had 46 home runs, 19 more than the next man, and was second in runs batted in. It was Ruth's only batting title. He never won baseball's Triple Crown, first in batting average, home runs, and runs batted in the same year, but he amassed an impressive number of almost Triple Crowns. In 1921, third in batting, first in homers, first in RBIs. In 1923, second in batting, first in homers, first in RBIs. In 1924, first in batting, first in homers, second in RBIs. In 1926, second in batting, first in homers, first in RBIs. In 1931, second in batting, first in homers, second in RBIs. He led in both home runs and runs batted in 6 different seasons, and was first, second, or third in batting 6 times. But around Ruth, the team was beginning to fray. Shang, the catcher, was not the superb player he had been. Scott, who by now had appeared in more than 1,200 consecutive games, was showing signs of wearing out at shortstop. Ward, the second baseman, no longer seemed able to do the job, and Witt, the center fielder, was beginning to dissatisfy Huggins. The pitching was not as dependable, except for Pennick, the last of the Red Sox refugees, who came down from Boston in 1923 to establish himself as the ace of the staff. Mays was sold to Cincinnati. Bush was suddenly washed up. Hoyt and Shockey won only a few games more than they lost. Huggins was worried. The team was not playing well, and the disciplinary problem, while not as bad as it had been in 1922, was by no means solved. Players barked and yapped at him, and Ruth, who called Huggins the flea, was obvious in his disdain. Babe, his reform movement safely behind him, paid scant attention to the little manager's rules and was again carousing and drinking almost every night. So far, his wild behavior had not affected his play, and Huggins took no action against him, although he thought about it and even went so far as to tell an old friend, Bob Connery, a Yankee scout, that he was going to punish Ruth. "I know he wasn't in his room last night," Huggins told Connery one morning. "He wasn't in it at all. He can't keep on behaving like this. I'm going to fine him and suspend him." That afternoon, Ruth hit 2 home runs and the Yankees won. At dinner that night, Connery asked Huggins, "Did you do what you said with Ruth?" "What do you mean?" "You said you were going to fine him and suspend him." "Hell no," Huggins said wearily. "How can I fine and suspend him the way he played today?" But Huggins still talked about doing something about Ruth. He resented his contemptuous attitude in the clubhouse and his uproarious behavior away from the ballpark, which he felt was having a bad influence on the other players. "I'm going to speak to him," he told Mark Roth, the traveling secretary. "I'm going to sit him down and give him a good talking to." That day Ruth was late getting to the clubhouse. Inside, Huggins sat watching the door, waiting. Ruth arrived, barreling in, noisily exchanging greetings and insults, lifting the whole room with his presence. He came toward Huggins as he made his grand progress toward his locker. "You going to speak to him?" Ruth asked. Huggins, smiling at some loud remark Ruth had made, said, "Sure." As Babe passed, Huggins leaned forward. "Hiya, Babe," he said. "Hiya, Keed," Ruth rumbled as he breezed by. Mark Roth looked at Huggins. "I spoke to him, didn't I?" Huggins said. Chapter 25. The Disaster. The bellyache heard round the world. Nonetheless, Huggins was not on good terms with his star, nor his star with him. Friction was always in the air, even on innocent occasions. Once Joe Dugan brought a couple of youngsters who had cut his lawn into the clubhouse as a treat. They were wandering around, properly impressed, when Huggins came out of his office. "Who are those kids?" he snapped. "What are they doing in here?" Dugan was somewhere else, in the trainer's room perhaps, and the youngsters froze with fear and embarrassment. But Ruth walked over, put his arm around one, and said coldly, "They're my guests." Huggins, half angry, half apologetic, muttered something and went back into his office. The situation was distinctly worse in 1925. Ruth's behavior was as flagrant as ever, and his marriage was disintegrating. Helen was no longer able to cope with him. As Dugan said, she was just a kid when she got married, and now Babe was bigger than the president. She was less able to ignore her husband's sexual adventures, which she could not help but hear about, and which upset her terribly. The worst was when a Long Island girl named Dolores Dixon filed a $50,000 paternity suit against him. The charges were dropped, but Helen was hurt anyway, and he was restless around her. She liked to go to spring training with him, but once in New Orleans he had turned on her and said, "Why don't you blow out of here? You cramp my style." They had angry quarrels, and they separated. A Catholic priest, Father Edward Quinn, effected a reconciliation, but it was only a surface peace. For Babe had met, among all the women he had known, the other woman. Her name was Claire Merritt Hodgson, Mrs. Claire Hodgson. She was beautiful, dark hair, snapping dark eyes, pert face, red lips, small, trim, a superb figure. She came from Athens, Georgia, where at 14 she had run off and married Frank Hodgson, who was more than twice her age. The marriage did not work, and a few years later, at the end of World War I, she came to New York with her baby daughter. Hodgson died, and Claire became the epitome of early 20th century glamour, a beautiful young widow. In New York, she lived at first with her baby and a Southern maid, but a few years later, about the time she met Ruth, her mother and her brothers Eugene and Hubert came to live with her too. She worked for a while as a model for illustrators, including Howard Chandler Christie and Harrison Fisher. She appeared on stage, in a show called Tangerine, and for a time, the Ziegfeld Follies, and she had bit parts in silent movies. She was not a chorus girl, nor a singer, nor a dancer, nor even an actress. She was simply a striking-looking girl who wore clothes well and knew the right people. She was young and bright and great-looking, and she had been around. When Ruth met her, she was no youthful teenager overwhelmed by the glamour of a big-league baseball player. She had known Ty Cobb, and in New York her circle of acquaintances included other members of the Yankees before she knew Ruth. She first met Babe in May 1923 at a ball game in Washington, where she was on tour with a show that starred James Barton, who later scored a smash hit in Tobacco Road. She and a girlfriend were taken to a Senators-Yankee game by Barton, and when Ruth came over to their box to say hello to Barton, they were introduced. He was impressed, as he often was, by a pretty girl, and later sent a note to the theater asking her to dinner. He suggested his hotel suite, and she reacted coldly. "I can't go out to a restaurant," he explained. "I always get mobbed." She agreed she would come if she could bring her roommate, and Babe agreed. She asked him to come see the show, and he did, bringing along 2 or 3 teammates. She was slightly miffed because she had to pay for the tickets. Dugan was one of those with Babe. "See that black-haired girl on the end?" he said. "She's coming to the hotel for dinner later. I want you guys to meet her." They went up to his suite and met her, and then Ruth said briskly, "All right, get the hell out," and they left. "God, she was a pretty girl," Dugan said. After the Yankees left Washington, Babe kept in touch with her by phone, and in New York they met again. This was different from the usual Ruth fling, the fast date, the quick lay. Women often phoned him in the Yankee clubhouse and asked him to come see them. He would not agree to dates until they made it clear that they were willing to go to bed with him. He did not want to waste his time. Sex was a constant part of his life. But Claire was different. She was something beyond sex. Babe fell in love with her, and they were seen together in public. He had a fight over her with another Yankee player in the clubhouse, the 2 of them grappling naked before they were pulled apart by teammates. His big Packard was seen parked near 219 West 80th Street, where she lived. One day someone stole the ornamental radiator cap from the car, and after that Ruth parked it in the Apthorpe garage across the street. One day a private detective came nosing around the garage asking questions, such as did the car stay there all night when Babe came to visit. Helen was hearing stories, and she was getting suspicious. She had good reason to worry because Babe wanted Claire. She wanted him too. The subject of marriage came up, closely attended by the subject of divorce. "I can't get a divorce," Babe said. "I'm a Catholic and she's a Catholic. We can't get divorced." He and Helen stayed married, and he and Claire stayed friends. Early in 1925, he left New York for Hot Springs for his traditional pre-spring training trip. He was fat. In January, he weighed 256. In Hot Springs, he played a little golf, jogged a little, took hot steam baths, but he also drank and ran around town with women and stayed up all night and ate like a hog. He was always on the go. He would take a steam bath, the hotter the better, and then without waiting for the cooling shower after the bath would dress and rush off to a date. For the 3rd straight year he caught a terrible cold, sometimes called flu, sometimes called pneumonia, and, feeling terrible, left for St. Petersburg, where the Yankees were training. He was bundled in a sweatshirt the first day he reported for practice. "Babe, you look sick," Huggins said. "Sick? You're goddamn right I'm sick. I've got a temperature of 105 and 8/5. Helen had come down to St. Petersburg, and Babe behaved reasonably well while she was there. He shook his cold and looked pretty good on the field. When the team broke camp to start the annual barnstorming trip north with the Dodgers, Helen went directly to New York. Without Helen around, Babe broke loose. He charged off the train in every town looking for what he wanted. He ate at odd hours. He drank a great deal. And he always found women. He was going day and night, broads and booze, said Dugan. One night in Savannah, Georgia, he and Steve O'Neill, the old Cleveland catcher who was now with the Yankees, went out on the town and were late getting to the railroad station where the Yankee car was waiting. Huggins was pacing the platform when their taxi arrived, and he angrily castigated Ruth. More than a little drunk, Ruth got mad and lunged for Huggins, but O'Neill stopped him and got him aboard the train. An oft-repeated story says that sometime that year, Ruth picked Huggins up and held him off the back of a moving train, threatening to drop him. There are variations, one saying he did it as a joke, another that it was in anger, a third that he went so far as to dangle Huggins by the heels. Hoyt said, "I was on the train when that was supposed to have happened, but I never heard about it." Dugan knew nothing of it. Shockey said, "Once we were coming from somewhere, I think it was from Boston after clinching a pennant, and Colonel Rupert was on board. He was sitting with Huggins in his compartment. Ruth and Musel were a little tight and raising hell, and they banged on the door. Well, it was locked, of course. Babe banged on the door and said, 'Open up.' He kept banging, and he said, 'Come on and open up, or he'd throw Huggins off the damn train.' Well, they didn't open it, and he and Musel went away. They were just having fun. Nobody took it seriously." Did he ever hold Huggins off the end of a train? No, of course not. Nonetheless, he was a continuing source of aggravation and frustration to Huggins as the Yankees wandered back and forth across the South playing exhibitions. For, despite his carousing, Ruth was superb on the field, while he lasted. In Birmingham one Tuesday he had 2 home runs, a double and a single, and the next day in Nashville he hit a triple and a double. On Thursday he was not feeling well and had only a single. And on Friday in Atlanta he had to leave the game after striking out in the first inning. He was running a fever and feeling rocky, and Huggins sent him back to the hotel. The Yankees stayed overnight in Atlanta, which gave Ruth a night's rest in bed, and he insisted on playing the next day, even though it was raining on and off. He hit a triple. That night in Atlanta he had chills and fever and a violent pain in his belly. The hotel doctor was called in the middle of the night, and Sunday morning, when the Yankees were about to leave for Chattanooga, Huggins told Ruth to stay behind and catch up with the team later. But when the Yankees arrived at the train station, Ruth was with them. "Sure, I'm going," he said. "Don't we play today?" He slept most of the way to Chattanooga, and that afternoon hit 2 home runs. The team moved on to Knoxville, and on Monday Ruth was in the lineup again, although he was still running a temperature. He grounded out and struck out, and there were jeers from the crowd. On his 3rd time up, he hit a line drive home run over the left field fence that knocked a branch off a dead tree and scared several boys sitting in the tree to the ground. The Yankees had not looked good as a team, but Ruth was batting .447, the highest on the club. That night he felt worse. Stomach cramps were bothering him again, and his face was hot with fever. The train ride in the morning through the mountains from Knoxville to Asheville, North Carolina, the track winding and twisting and bumpy, was torture for the babe. "I'm burning up," Babe told Doc Woods, the trainer. "I want to go home." The train reached Asheville at noon Tuesday, April 7th, and Ruth, in a bad way, got off with Steve O'Neill and a big rookie named John Levy. "I'm going home," he muttered. "I'm going home even if I have to take an airplane. I don't give a damn if the thing falls." As he walked slowly along the platform, he faltered and collapsed. O'Neill and Levy grabbed him before he hit the ground, and with a couple of others dragged his huge bulk, which must have weighed close to 270 by then, to a taxi and took him to the Battery Park Hotel, where the Yankees were staying. A local doctor named Charles Jordan examined him and said he had a severe intestinal attack and symptoms of flu and needed complete rest. In the hotel, Ruth complained, "Every bone in my body aches," but he felt a little better. Huggins phoned Barrow in New York, and they decided it would be best if Ruth returned directly to New York. Paul Critchell, the Yankee scout, would accompany him. Dr. Jordan objected, saying Ruth needed rest and should not be moved, but the babe overruled him, saying, "I'm going home." It was agreed he would stay in bed Tuesday and Wednesday and leave for New York Wednesday night. Ruth usually slept in the nude, but the doctor said he had to be kept warm, so Critchell scouted around Asheville and bought him a pair of pajamas. He tried to find a size 48, Ruth's size, but had to settle for a 42 in pink. Critchell slit the back of the pajama shirt so it would fit over Babe's big torso, but he could not use the pants. The Yankees moved on to Greenville, North Carolina, from Asheville, and Critchell was pretty much on his own with Ruth. He helped Babe dress Wednesday evening and got him to the station, where they caught an 8 p.m. train to New York. Ruth's collapse was news, but not sensational news. He had been sick and injured and suspended so often that it seemed like nothing more than just another bead on a colorful string. On the train, Ruth felt distinctly better, and he and Critchell played pinochle. The section they were riding in missed connections at Salisbury, North Carolina, and they had to hook up to a later train. When the earlier northbound train reached Washington with no Ruth, a rumor sprang up that he was dead. It spread with fantastic speed, and in London, where Ruth's exploits and fabulous salary were well known, one paper ran a banner headline announcing his death, and others ran the story with his photograph. Now it was big news. When they did arrive in Washington, Critchell squelched the rumor, and the two continued on to New York. They ate breakfast on the train. Ruth had orange juice, toast, eggs, coffee, and some fried potatoes on the side. When all that reached his battered intestines, he almost passed out with pain and began to vomit. When the train neared New York, Critchell helped Ruth to the men's room to wash up. Babe fainted again in the washroom and cracked his head against the basin as he fell. Critchell and a train detective somehow got the unconscious Ruth to his berth, and when the train reached Penn Station, Babe stayed there while Critchell phoned Barrow. Helen had come to the station with Christy Walsh and chatted idly with reporters who were also waiting for Babe. When the minutes went by and he failed to appear, Helen grew increasingly nervous and finally ran through the gates and onto the train. An ambulance was ordered from St. Vincent's Hospital, But it broke down, and a second was summoned from New York Hospital. Meanwhile, a rolling stretcher was brought down to the train platform, and an hour after he reached the station, Ruth was lifted through a window and placed on it. He was unconscious, wrapped in blankets. Another half-hour passed as they waited for the second ambulance. Babe opened his eyes, saw his wife, said, "I feel rotten, Helen," and passed out again. He grew delirious and swung his arms and kicked out with his legs. He had to be held down by those around him, among them Ed Barrow, who had come to the station as soon as Critchell phoned. As the babe quieted down, Barrow patted his cheek. A few minutes later, Ruth thrashed about again and was given a sedative. The ambulance arrived, but when they started to lift him, Babe fought to get off the stretcher. He was given another injection and a few minutes later was loaded onto the ambulance. Helen, sobbing, sat up front with Walsh as the ambulance sped down 7th Avenue to St. Vincent's. It sped silently because its alarm was broken, but the police cleared the traffic away. Ruth had 2 more convulsive attacks in the ambulance, and at St. Vincent's, as he was being wheeled inside, he again began to move about violently. 6 attendants held him down. By the time he reached his room, he was calm, and he was examined by Dr. Edward King, his own physician. King said he was in no serious danger, and that the injury to his head when he fell was minor. But he was badly run down, King said, had a touch of the flu, and was suffering from an intestinal attack. Babe regained consciousness during the afternoon, and spoke to Helen and Barrow, and by supper time was laughing and chatting. Dr. King put him on a bland diet and kept him under observation, and it seemed likely that he would be in uniform by the following Tuesday, opening day of the season, and might even play. However, he continued to run a temperature, and on opening day he was still in bed. The fever went higher. On Thursday, a week after the dramatic return to New York, Dr. King announced that Ruth had an intestinal abscess and would have to undergo surgery. At 8:30 Friday morning, April 17th, he was operated on by Dr. George Stewart. The incision was several inches long, but the operation took only 20 minutes and was a complete success. Dr. King said Ruth's condition had been caused by his own carelessness in taking care of himself, particularly in not being careful of what and how much he ate and drank. The popular story that he had gorged himself on hot dogs just before he collapsed was the invention of a colorful writer named W.O. McGeehan, and his illness was called the bellyache heard round the world. Several newspapermen of the era whispered that he had gonorrhea, and one of his old teammates, gesturing toward his genitals, said it was the whole thing, meaning gonorrhea, syphilis, everything. That seems a bit extreme, although it would not have been surprising for a person as promiscuous as Ruth to contract a dose of clap. Still, abdominal surgery is not standard procedure for correction of venereal disease, and there's no question that Ruth bore a long, vivid scar on the left side of his abdomen, beginning just under his rib cage, when he returned to the team. Whatever the truth, he was a sick man. He was in St. Vincent's from April 9th until May 26th, although for a week before his discharge he left the hospital every day and was driven to the stadium, where he worked out, at first slowly and gingerly, later more forcefully. He was quite weak. He had lost 30 pounds in the hospital, and his legs bothered him. On Tuesday, May 26th, he rejoined the Yankees and took batting practice. Barrow and Rupert suggested he take more time to recuperate fully, possibly even the rest of the season, but Ruth said no. He was desperately eager to get back in the lineup. Baseball, the actual playing of the game, was as important to the physically oriented Ruth as sex or eating or drinking, and the thought of not being able to play for another year was impossible for him to accept. He worked out for 2 more days, stayed behind in New York while the team went to Philadelphia for a brief series, and was in the starting lineup on Monday, June 1st, when the Yankees returned to New York. He came back too soon. Dugan said, "It made you sick watching him slide into third with that wound in his belly." The club, meanwhile, had been having a terrible year and was in 7th place. The infield had fallen apart. Dugan had a bad knee and played only 96 games all season. Scott's consecutive game streak ended early in May, and so did his career with the Yankees. An inconsequential rookie named Pee Wee Waninger took his place and is remembered today only because Gehrig began his consecutive game streak by batting for Waninger on June 1st, the day Ruth returned to the lineup. Gehrig was not yet a regular, but Pip, who'd been hit on the head with a pitched ball, was being phased out, and Gehrig replaced him as the regular first baseman on June 2nd. Even so, Gehrig was still an untried rookie, and his .295 average in 1925 was no more impressive than .255 would be in the 1970s. Ward, who was hitting .236, was about through at second base. A couple of antique utility men, 37-year-old Ernie Johnson and 35-year-old Howard Shanks, filled in a good part of the time, and some days Musial came in from the outfield to play third base. Shang was supplanted by Benny Bengo, a delightful man and a fine receiver, but really no more than a second-string catcher. Ruth, of course, had been out sick, and except for Pennick, who had one of the best earned run averages in the league, the pitching was ordinary. The only bright spots were Earl Combs, a handsome, prematurely gray Kentuckian who became the center fielder, and Musial, still a hard hitter. The team was bad, and Ruth was not much help when he returned. Physically, he was under par, and psychologically, he was a mess. His personal life was badly confused. Helen and Dorothy, now 4, had been for a while the only visitors he was allowed at St. Vincent's, and he chafed under the monotony. Helen was so upset by his attitude that she had a nervous breakdown and was put to bed in the hospital, while Dorothy was sent back to Sudbury in the care of friends. Helen was not well enough to accompany Babe on his outings to the stadium during his last week in the hospital, and she remained a patient there after his discharge. He wanted to see Claire, who had moved to a 7-room apartment on West 79th Street, a block from her old place. In Boston, early in the summer, he and Helen had another angry quarrel in a hotel, and after it she packed her bags and left for the farm at Sudbury, telling the wife of another player, "I'm through." She phoned a lawyer and vaguely discussed a legal separation, but nothing came of it, and later in the summer she was back in New York, living at the Concourse Plaza Hotel, close to Yankee Stadium. Babe was eating too much again, and even before he began playing he had regained 8 of the 30 pounds he lost during his illness, and he was still weak. Through June and July he batted only .250 and hit only a handful of home runs. He looked terrible. He was 31 years old, and a lot of people felt he was finished as a ball player. Fred Lieb, astute observer of the game, did not agree, but he did write on August 1st, "It is doubtful that Ruth again will be the superstar he was from 1919 through 1924. Next year Ruth will be 32, and at 32 the Babe will be older than Eddie Collins, Walter Johnson, and Ty Cobb at that age. Babe has lived a much more strenuous life. Nevertheless, we see no reason why Ruth should not be a good, dependable hitter for several more years, a .325 hitter with some 30-odd home runs. Still, he may surprise the baseball world next year with one of his better seasons." Ruth looked so bad at bat that one day Huggins sent Bobby Veach, the old Tiger star now in his last years in the majors and trying to hang on with the Yanks as a pinch hitter, up to bat for him. Huggins said later it was only because Ruth had wrenched his back slightly, but it was more than that. Huggins was becoming impatient with Ruth's ineptitude, particularly since the Babe was behaving almost as badly off the field as he had been before his collapse in spring training. Once Huggins slapped a $1,000 fine on him for being out of the hotel all night on a road trip, but he rescinded the fine a few days later when tempers cooled off. Chapter 26. The Third Big Fight. Ruth versus Huggins. In August, the Yankees left on another road trip, and Ruth finally began to hit. He had a home run in Washington, 3 in 3 games in Cleveland, and he looked good in Detroit, but he was still moving at top speed off the field, too, and he angered Huggins by staying away from the hotel all night in Cleveland. In Chicago, his hitting stopped, although his partying did not, and he and Huggins came on collision course when Ruth twice disobeyed orders from the manager during a game. In St. Louis, Ruth again stayed out past the 1 a.m. curfew Huggins had set. He was contemptuously defiant, and Huggins decided it was time to stop him. He phoned New York and got approval ahead of time from Barrow and Rupert. On Saturday afternoon, August 29th, in St. Louis, Ruth was late getting to the ballpark. Most of the players were already on the field when he came sauntering into the locker room, took off his jacket as he walked across the room, and briskly hung it up in his locker. Huggins was sitting on a bench smoking a pipe. He turned around on the bench and said, "Don't bother getting dressed, Babe. You're not playing today." Ruth stopped, stared at him, reached in the locker for his jacket, and put it back on. "I'm suspending you," Huggins said, "and I'm fining you $5,000. You're to go back to New York on the 5 o'clock train. Mark Roth has your tickets." $5,000, Ruth said. $5,000? Fuck you, you little son of a bitch. Who the hell do you think you are? He poured obscenities on the manager and ended by shouting, "If you were even half my size, I'd punch the shit out of you." Huggins, standing, said, "If I were half your size, I'd have punched you." 6 inches shorter, 100 pounds lighter, 15 years older, he poked a finger against Ruth's chest. "And I'll tell you something else, mister. Before you get back in uniform, you're going to apologize for what you've said, and apologize plenty. Now go on, get out of here." He turned and went out onto the field. Ruth slammed his way from the clubhouse, checked out of the hotel, canceled his railroad booking to New York, and spent the night at a favorite St. Louis bordello, an elaborate place, complete with restaurant that catered to big spenders like Ruth. The next day he took a noon train, not to New York, but to Chicago. Before he left St. Louis, he said he was going to see Judge Landis, who appeared to represent ultimate justice to him. He wanted the judge to know the truth about his alleged transgressions, and he wanted to know what the judge thought about the $5,000 fine. He criticized Huggins. "I come in an hour and a half late, and he fines me $5,000. I was with friends until midnight, and then we took an auto ride because it was so hot. I was back at the hotel by 2:30, and we were supposed to be back by 1. If Huggins says I was drinking, he's a damn liar, and you can make that as strong as you like. I never trained so hard in my life as I did this year. I'm in condition to play. Huggins only suspended me because he wants the publicity. It's a grandstand play for the public so he can shift the blame on me for the team being 7th. People have been asking me all year what the trouble with the team is. I haven't wanted to say it before, but I will now. The trouble with the team is Huggins. Last year we lost the pennant to Washington when we should have won by 15 games. That was Huggins's fault. He didn't get the most out of the players. I think we have the best team in the league this year, and look where we are." He was asked about reports that he disobeyed Huggins's orders in a game in Chicago. "I'll tell you about that. I came up in the first inning with 2 men on, 1 run in, nobody out. Huggins ordered me to swing away to try to get a hit, but I sacrificed instead because I thought that was the proper play. The man up after me went out, but the second one singled and drove in both base runners. So we got 3 runs that inning instead of 1, because I might not have hit safely. Now, in the 9th inning of that same game, we were a run behind with men on first and second and no one out. This time he ordered me to sacrifice. Instead, I hit away because a single would have tied the score and an extra base hit would have won the game. I hit a hard liner that the first baseman turned into a double play, but I still say I was right both times. I wouldn't have gone into all this," he added, "except it was made public, and I wanted to explain my position. The truth is, Huggins is incompetent." When he reached Chicago Sunday afternoon, he was greeted by another horde of newspapermen. The story of the suspension and the $5,000 fine made front pages all over the country. There were stories, too, about his involvement with Claire Hodgson, with pictures of both Claire and Helen on the same page, and reports that Helen was planning to sue him for $100,000 in separate maintenance. In New York, Helen denied she was going to sue, but admitted, "Yes, I'm going to discuss these reports about other women with Mr. Ruth the minute he gets here." Babe told the reporters in Chicago that he was going to see Landis Monday morning. He said, "I want to tell him the truth about all this. I want him to hear my side." "What about the Yankees?" "I'm through with them. I won't be playing with them next year if Huggins is still there. Either he quits or I quits, because I'll never play for him again." Still spouting defiance, he went out into the Chicago night. Landis was at his summer place on Burt Lake in Michigan, and when he heard that Ruth was in Chicago, he stayed at Burt Lake. By telephone he said, "Under baseball rules, I have no jurisdiction in the case until 10 days after the suspension begins. I don't know what Ruth wants to see me for, but if he wants to come to Burt Lake, he's welcome. I'll be here for another 2 or 3 days. If he comes here, I'll be glad to see him." Ruth left word at the hotel that he did not want to be disturbed before 10 o'clock Monday morning, and at that hour reporters gathered outside his door. When one of them knocked, the door opened a few inches, and a suit was shoved out. "Here," said Ruth's voice, "have this pressed and be sure it's back in an hour." Peering after the suit, he saw the reporters and said, "Holy Jesus, I didn't know it was you fellas. I'm sorry. Come on in." So many reporters piled into the room that Ruth had to phone the desk and arrange for a larger place in which to hold the impromptu press conference. Babe was more relaxed and amiable than he had been the night before. The morning papers reported that Rupert said he was backing Huggins in the dispute with Ruth, and Babe made no more threats about quitting the Yankees. He again said he was going to see Landis that morning. The reporters told him the commissioner was in Michigan. Ruth seemed surprised that Landis was out of town, but pleased with what he said. "That was nice of the judge, inviting me up there," said Ruth, "but I don't think I'll go. I'll send him a wire instead. When he reads my side of the story, he'll do the right thing." "Are you going to come back and see him after the 10 days are up, and he has jurisdiction?" "I don't know. I might. I'm not sure." "Why do you want to see Landis anyway?" "I just want him to understand things," Ruth said plaintively. Then, truculent again, "I'll go to New York and see Jake. Huggins has Jake buffaloed, but when Jake hears my story, everything will be all right. Huggins is trying to make me the GOAT for the way the Yankees have played, but I'm going to fight for my rights. It's all up to Jake." In New York, Rupert repeated, "I'm behind Huggins to the limit. There will be no remission of the fine, and the suspension will last as long as Huggins wants it to last. I understand Ruth says he will not play for the Yankees as long as Huggins is manager. Well, the situation is this. Huggins will be manager as long as he wants to be manager. So you can see where we stand and where Ruth stands." When Babe arrived in New York Tuesday morning, he was much quieter. A vast mob was in Grand Central to get a glimpse of him, and reporters crowded around. Father Quinn got to him first and guided him past the reporters to a taxi. "Leave him alone for now, please," said the priest. "He wants to see his wife first. She's been ill, as you know." "Come up to the hotel later, boys," Ruth said in a subdued voice. "Maybe I'll have something to say then." The reporters followed him to the cab. One asked, "Are you really going to quit the Yanks?" Ruth shook his head. "Are you going to patch it up with Huggins? Will you meet him halfway?" Ruth nodded. "What about Mrs. Hodgson? Are you going to see her?" Ruth pretended not to hear and got into the cab with Father Quinn. In a fleet of taxis, the reporters followed him to the Concourse Plaza, where Helen was. Ruth admitted reporters and photographers to the suite and talked to them freely. He was more feisty than he had been in Grand Central. He said he was willing to make peace with Huggins, but on an equal basis. He was retreating, but slowly. "I know I said in Chicago I wouldn't play for Huggins again. I guess I was a little too rash. What I really meant was that I couldn't do my best playing for him until we straightened things out between us. I don't want to be traded. New York is my city. I think Huggins realizes now that he didn't treat me exactly right. Imagine fining a baseball player $5,000. If they slapped a fine like that on some of the boys, they'd be working all season for nothing. Hell, people murder people and get away with it, and I get fined $5,000 for staying out until 2 in the morning. He went on, not saying anything directly critical about Huggins, but attacking him anyway. If I'd kept on hitting, this never would have happened. When I was going strong, Hug never bothered me about where I'd been or what I was doing. He never complained that staying out late was interfering with my hitting. But now that I'm down a little and the club is 7th, it's a different story. He waved a hand in disgust. Maybe we're both wrong. I know I came back to the team in June with an incision in my belly 6 inches long. I was a damn fool. It didn't heal until this last trip. I should have taken more time, but I wanted to get back in the game. In all sincerity, I wanted to help Hug and the club. The photographers asked if they could get some pictures of Babe with Helen. "Sure," Babe said, "but first I want to say something. What really gets me sore is those stories about me and women and the pictures. I can take the baseball stories, but can't you lay off the women stuff?" "What about Mrs. Hodgson?" "There's nothing wrong in my friendship with Mrs. Hodgson or any other woman. I told Mrs. Ruth that just now, and she said how much she appreciated my saying it. Those stories and those pictures are what put her in a sick bed. So I'd be very much obliged if you boys stuck to my baseball troubles and left my marital affairs alone." They went into Helen's bedroom for photographs. A nurse was with her. Helen was again suffering from a nervous breakdown, and she also had a badly infected finger. It was the ring finger of her left hand, and her engagement and wedding rings had to be cut off, a distressingly symbolic note for poor Helen. She couldn't cope, Shockey said. She couldn't stand the talk of Babe and all those women. Some of them had even telephoned her, which made Helen's condition even worse. The photographers took some shots of Babe standing and then sitting by the bed. A photographer suggested a more intimate pose, and Babe dutifully leaned his head against Helen's chest. She threw her arms around his neck and began to cry. He began to cry, too, and he straightened up in the chair and put his face in his hands. He stood up and looked out the window for a minute or two before turning again to the photographers. When they returned to the living room, someone asked, "What do you do now?" "Well," Babe said briskly, his little bout of emotion past. "First I'm going down to see Jake. He told some friends of mine he was ready to see me this morning and talk things over. Then I'm going back up to the stadium and get into my uniform and take some practice. Even if I'm suspended, I'm not going to lay around and get out of shape. He took a taxi to Rupert's Brewery at 90th Street and 2nd Avenue, and again the reporters trailed along. They waited in an anteroom while Babe was in Rupert's private office. After a long time, the two came out, Rupert calm and poised, Ruth solemn. "What happened, Babe?" a reporter asked. "Are you reinstated?" Ruth said nothing, and the imperturbable Rupert answered the question. "No, he is not reinstated. The fine and the suspension stand. I told Ruth, as I tell you now in front of him, that he went too far. I told him Miller Huggins is in absolute command of the ball club, and that I stand behind Huggins to the very limit. I told him it is up to him to see Huggins, admit his errors, and apologize for his hot-headedness. It is up to him to reinstate himself." Turning to Ruth, Rupert said, "We have treated you very liberally in the past. We have several times accepted your regrets and your promises to turn over a new leaf. Now you've got to stop short. I appreciate that you begged to return to the lineup even though we urged you to remain out another month. Your heart is in the right place, but your head has run away from you. You must look forward to the day when you are no longer able to play ball. You must guard your name and your reputation for the time when they may be the only assets you have. I think you're big enough to go to Huggins and admit your error. We want you in New York, and we need you, because we must regain the championship next season. We are ready, able, and willing to pay you your big salary, but the fan who pays his dollar at the ballpark expects a full measure from you. Think it over. Then go see Huggins. I will do nothing for you. The matter lies in his hands." "What about it, Babe?" a reporter asked. "Colonel Rupert has been very nice to me," he said in a low voice, "and he's given me a new view on things. I know I said a lot of things I shouldn't have. Are you going to see Huggins?" "Yes, of course. Maybe we can get this settled." Basking in his new humility, Ruth shook hands with Rupert and left for the stadium. In the clubhouse he greeted a couple of friends, and then sought out Huggins. He began to say something, but Huggins cut him off. "Look, Ruth, when I want to talk to you, I'll let you know." Ruth persisted. "Can't I play today?" "No, sir." "Can I practice?" "No, sir." Huggins turned away from the now thoroughly disorganized Ruth. Babe did not mind apologizing. He had done it 1,000 times. But this was different. Huggins would not let him apologize. Word came for him to go to Rupert's box in the mezzanine, and he watched the game sitting next to the colonel. Several times he had to stand up and wave in response to calls from the crowd. He signed many autographs. He was still immensely popular, but the Yankees, who lost 12 of 16 games on the cataclysmic road trip, won 2-1, which did not hurt Huggins's position at all. Huggins said after the game, "I'm not impressed with his apologies and his promises to be good. I've heard them before, and I'm tired of them. He seems penitent and apologetic now, but he can have a few more days to think things over." Ruth went to the stadium again on Wednesday. Huggins was in his office, and Babe rapped gently on the door. The manager, pipe in hand, opened the door. "Can I talk to you?" "Not yet." "Can I practice?" "Not today." Taking the pipe from his mouth, Huggins said, "Call me Friday afternoon," and went back into his office. Ruth turned away, and the reporters gathered around. "I'm ready to play," Babe complained, "but Huggins won't let me. I told them all I'm sorry for what I did. All I want now is to go out there and prove I'm as good as I ever was." There were more questions, but Ruth shook his head. "No, I don't want to do any more talking. It only gets me in bad. I did too much of that with those reporters in St. Louis and Chicago." He sat down at a table with Dugan and mechanically began to play pinochle. "I'm licked," he said, "and I know it." After a while, Huggins and the players, including Dugan, went out to the field, and the reporters followed. Ruth sat alone for a while, turning the cards. Then he left the ballpark. The Yankees won again that afternoon. They had Thursday and Friday off before playing a 2-game set with Philadelphia in the stadium on Saturday and Sunday. On Monday, Labor Day, they would go to Boston for a doubleheader. Huggins said Ruth might not be reinstated until Sunday or possibly Monday. In his extremity, Ruth went to Barrow and asked him to intercede. Barrow said he would not. "At least ask him to let me take batting practice." "It's up to Huggins." Ruth left, muttering, "Jesus, I'll go stale." He phoned Huggins on Friday, but the manager put him off, telling him to see him Saturday. "I'm in no hurry," Huggins told a friend. A few more days of thinking things over will do him a world of good. I may let him play Sunday or maybe Monday in Boston. I'm not sure. One thing we don't want to do is let people think we're trying to capitalize on the suspension in order to draw a crowd. This is more important than that. We've been through this with Babe before. This time it simply must mean something. Ruth tried again on Saturday. Huggins said, "Come on in," and they went into his office and talked. Ruth was properly contrite, but Huggins, unrelenting, said he wanted Babe to apologize to him before the entire team in the clubhouse before the game on Sunday. Ruth said he would. At that point, he would have crawled through broken glass on his hands and knees to get back on the field. He made the apology on Sunday. "I'm hot-headed," he kept saying, and on Monday in Boston, after 9 days in purgatory, he was in the lineup. And so the great rebellion ended. While Ruth in time renewed his abiding affection for food, drink, and willing women, he never again challenged Huggins's authority. Despite his big belly, which waned and waxed through the years like the moon, he was never again seriously out of shape. To the critics who said he was through, and to Fred Lieb, who thought that from now on he might be nothing more than a good steady hitter, Babe could have smiled and said, "You ain't seen nothing yet." From 1926 through 1931, as he aged from 32 to 37, Ruth put on the finest sustained display of hitting that baseball has ever seen. During those 6 seasons, he averaged 50 home runs a year, 155 runs batted in, and 147 runs scored. He batted .354. He hit his 300th home run the day after Huggins reinstated him, but there were more than 400 yet to come. He had been a dominant figure in 6 World Series, but the best of his World Series were still ahead of him, too. From the ashes of 1925, Babe Ruth rose like a rocket. Chapter 27. The Real Reformation. The Superb Seasons. Babe and Helen separated again, and in 1926 she was back in Boston, this time for good. There was no reconciliation. The farm at Sudbury was sold, and they never again lived together as man and wife. He spent much of his time with Claire when he was in New York, often quiet evenings of mild domesticity with Claire and her mother and her brothers and her daughter Julia, now almost 10. He was still avidly chasing women. His escapades were so well known that he was unmercifully roasted at the New York baseball writers' dinner the following winter, at which sports writer Rudd Rennie, in the role of Miller Huggins, sang a parody written by Bill Slocum. "I wonder where my Babe Ruth is tonight. He grabbed his hat and coat and ducked from sight. I wonder where he'll be at 2:30 or 3. He may be at a dance or in a fight. He may be at some cozy roadside inn. He may be drinking tea or maybe gin. I know he's with a dame. I wonder what's her name. I wonder where my Babe Ruth is tonight." But as evidence of the sincerity of his latest reform, Ruth turned down a proposed exhibition tour of Canada in the fall that would have earned him $25,000. And during the winter he worked out regularly and strenuously at Artie McGovern's gymnasium. When he reported to Huggins at St. Petersburg in the spring of 1926, he weighed 212 and was in the best shape he had been in since his early days with the Red Sox. The Yankees seemed ragged early in training as Huggins tried to fit the new parts of his machine together, but the seeds of the coming renaissance were evident, as they had been during the last month of the 1925 season. Even though the 1925 club did not rise above 7th place after Ruth's return, the only time between 1918 and 1965, with the exception of the war year of 1945, that the Yankees finished lower than 3rd, it played better than .500 ball those last few weeks. And Ruth, who had been at .267 with only 15 home runs when he came back to the lineup on September 7th, hit 10 homers in the 29 games remaining and batted .343 in those games. Gehrig hit 20 homers in 1925, 5th best in the league, and appeared to be a genuine slugger. One day in September, he and Ruth and Musial hit home runs in succession, the first time that had been done in the majors since 1902. Huggins and Barrow scoured the minor leagues for infielders and came up with 3 outstanding shortstops who cost Rupert $115,000 in all. $60,000 to Salt Lake City of the Pacific Coast League for Tony Lazzeri, $35,000 to St. Paul of the American Association for Mark Koenig, $20,000 to Hartford of the Eastern League for Leo DeRocher. Koenig reported to the club the day after Ruth returned to the lineup and immediately established himself as the regular shortstop. Huggins, Satisfied with Koenig, noted that Lazzeri, who did not join the Yankees until the spring of 1926, had also played second base, and he earmarked the Salt Lake City star for that position. DeRocher was with the team briefly at the tail end of 1925. He was a superlative fielder but a woeful hitter and was sent back to the minors for a couple more years. And there was Musial, who led the league in runs batted in 1925, even though the Yankees were 7th in batting and 7th in runs scored. And Combs, who fielded beautifully and hit .344. And Dugan, whose knee seemed stronger after his operation. The pitching was sharper at St. Petersburg, and Ruth was Ruth, looking fine. Everything slowly fulfilled its promise, and spring training of 1926 was the most satisfying of Huggins's managerial career. By the middle of March, the club was functioning well and won 4 exhibition games in a row before breaking camp to join the Dodgers for the long trip north. Rupert was pleased and said he would not be surprised if the club finished in the first division. Ruth, more optimistic, said first place, and Rupert, smiling, said, "Maybe the babe is right." The Yankees beat the Dodgers in Waycross, beat them in Montgomery, beat them in Birmingham. Coming back from the ballpark in a taxi with Hoyt and Dugan, Ruth said, "If we keep on beating these guys, we're going to win the pennant." Hopping from town to town through Georgia, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Virginia, the Yankees kept winning and by resounding scores. They beat the Dodgers in every game they played, 12 in all, finishing their exhibition season with 16 straight victories. They won the last 4 by scores of 14-4, 11-1, 4-1, and 14-7, and went into the season the popular favorites for the pennant, even though the sports writers were not as sanguine about their chances. And they won the pennant, rising from 7th place to 1st in one season. They opened a 10-game lead by the middle of June, held it through the summer, lost most of it late in the season, but held on to win by 3 games. Ruth was superb. He batted .372, second in the league. He hit 47 home runs, the second man had 19, and drove in 155 runs, second had 114. He led the league in walks, runs scored, total bases, slugging percentage. He played practically every game. Strangely, he was not voted most valuable player. The selectors in their wisdom named George Burns of second-place Cleveland instead. In fact, Ruth in his career was named most valuable player only once, a curious injustice. No selections were made from 1915 through 1921. If they had been, Ruth would have been a strong candidate in 1916, a sure winner in 1918, a sure winner again in 1921. He was certainly the player of the year, if not the most valuable, in 1919 and 1920. He did win the award in 1923, and he should have won it in 1926. One reason why his accomplishments were obscured in 1926 was the play of Lazzeri. The rookie second baseman teamed perfectly with Koenig, the rookie shortstop, and turned out to be a powerful batter. He hit 18 home runs, 2 more than Gehrig, and drove in 114 runs, 7 more than Gehrig, to tie most valuable player Burns for second place behind Ruth. The Yankee batting order was becoming awesome. Ruth, Musial, Gehrig, and Lazzeri in succession were a terrifying prospect for any pitcher. The Yankees went into the 1926 World Series a big favorite over the St. Louis Cardinals, who had won their pennant with a record low winning percentage. But Ruth had only 2 singles in his first 10 at-bats, and the Cardinals won 2 of the first 3 games. In the 4th game in St. Louis, Ruth exploded. He hit the first pitch to him in the first inning for a home run. He hit the first pitch to him in the 3rd inning for a home run. He went to 3 balls and 2 strikes in the 6th inning, and then hit the ball high into the center field bleachers, where it bounced over the wall and out of the park, the longest home run ever in St. Louis. It was the first time Babe had hit 3 home runs in one game, and the first time anyone had ever hit 3 in a World Series game. The Yankees won that day and the next, but the Cardinals tied the series at 3 games each to set the stage for one of the most memorable games in baseball history. Grover Cleveland Alexander, the old-time star of the Philadelphia Phils, who won 30 or more games in a season 3 times, had come to the Cardinals in mid-season. He was 39, an epileptic and a drunk, but his ancient skills won 9 games for the Cardinals and helped them win their pennant. He beat the Yankees 6-2 in the 2nd game to tie the series at 1 game each, and he beat them again 10-2 in the 6th game to tie it at 3 games each. Alex had a few drinks to celebrate that night, and during the 7th game sat quietly in the bullpen recovering. Ruth hit a home run in the 3rd inning, but the Cardinals rallied to take a 3-1 lead. The Yankees scored again in the 6th to make it 3-2, and in the 7th inning filled the bases with 2 out and Lazzeri, the extraordinary rookie, coming to bat. Rogers Hornsby, the St. Louis manager, came out of his dugout and motioned to the bullpen. He wanted Alexander, hangover or no hangover. Bases loaded, 2 out, tying run on 3rd, winning run on 2nd, 7th inning of the 7th game of the World Series, 23-year-old rookie at bat, 39-year-old veteran on the mound. It was one of those classic moments that baseball does so well. Alexander pitched a ball and called a strike. He threw again, and Lazzeri hit a long drive high into the stands in left field that went foul by a few feet. Alexander threw again, and Lazzeri struck out. The crisis was over. Alex breezed through the 8th inning, 1-2-3, and got the first 2 men in the 9th. Now Ruth was up, the first time he had batted against Alexander since the 1915 World Series. Alex walked him. Ruth on first base was the tying run. Musial was at bat, Gehrig was on deck, Lazzeri was after him. Alexander pitched to Musial, and suddenly there was Ruth racing for second, trying to steal. The catcher threw the ball to the bag, and Ruth was out, the series abruptly and stunningly over. Ruth's decision to steal was discussed for years. It was generally considered a bad play, a dumb play, but some baseball men defended it. There were 2 outs, not much chance left to develop a rally. A man on second base could score on a single, and the way Alexander was pitching, a single was about all you could hope for. A successful steal at such a startling moment might upset the pitcher, even the veteran Alexander. But it did not work, and despite his 4 home runs, a new World Series record, Babe was considered a bit of a goat. He didn't seem to mind. It was a hell of a try, he thought. Strikeouts never embarrassed him, and neither did this. The following year, the Ruthian Yankees reached their peak. The lineup that had coalesced a year earlier around the new men through the middle, Combs, Lazzeri, Koenig, was much stronger in 1927. Gehrig's batting average jumped from .313 to .373. Lazzeri hit .309, Combs .356, Musial .337, Ruth .356. More important were the runs pouring across the plate. Gehrig batted in 175 runs, Ruth 164, Musial 103, Lazzeri 102. The pitching was sharply improved. Earned run averages went up that season, but they were lower for every important Yankee pitcher. Hoyt had the best ERA in the league, and Urban Shocker, who had come from the Browns in 1925, was second. Hoyt's won and lost record was 22-7, Pennick's 19-8, Shocker's 18-6. Jones and Shockey had faded out of the picture, but Huggins replaced them with 2 new acquisitions, the veteran Dutch Ruther and the rookie George Pipgrass, who between them won 23 and lost 9. The most striking addition to the staff, and to the team for that matter, was a tall, strong, 30-year-old Oklahoma farmer named Wilcie Moore, whom Barrow had bought sight unseen from the Piedmont League after reading at one point during the previous season that Moore's record stood at 20-1. "He's too old," a scout told Barrow, "and anybody can win 20 games in a league like that." Barrow said, "Anyone who has a 20-1 record anywhere is worth taking a look at," and bought him. Moore started some games, but his real forte was relief pitching. He was 13-3 in relief, and his overall record was 19-9. Laconic, shrewd, witty, he became a favorite of Ruth, who loved to mock Moore's hitting. Wilcie batted 80 in 1927, and his career average in the majors was 102. Moore looked so awful at bat during spring training that Ruth bet him $300 to 100 that he would not make more than 3 hits all season. Moore took the bet, got 6 hits in 75 at-bats, and won the bet. He told Ruth later that he bought 2 mules for his farm with the money and named one Babe and the other Ruth. The Yankees opened the 1927 season at home before a capacity crowd, probably near the 70,000 it was reported to be, and in a short time were taking the league apart. Batting .307 as a team, setting a new Major League home run record, they won 110 games and lost only 44. The second-place Philadelphia Athletics finished with precisely the same record the 1926 Yankees had in winning the pennant, 91 victories and 63 defeats, and ending up a frustrating 19 games behind. Gehrig, coming into full maturity, matched Ruth homer for homer from April to the middle of August, and was, in fact, 3 home runs ahead of the Babe on August 10th, with 38 to Ruth's 35. It was the first time anyone had directly challenged Ruth's preeminence. When he lost the home run championship in 1922 and 1925, he had missed the first 6 or 7 weeks of the season each time. And it more than made up for the lack of excitement in the pennant race. But after August 10th, Gehrig hit only 9 home runs, while Ruth hit 25, his pace becoming faster and faster as the season neared its end. When he hit his 50th, he talked of breaking his record, but it seemed all but impossible. There were only 17 games left to play. He hit 3 in the next 8 games, which is very close to a 60-homer pace, but that was not fast enough. At 53 homers, he still needed 7 more, and there were only 9 games left. He hit 3 in the next 3 games. On number 56, he carried his bat around the bases with him to frustrate souvenir seekers. As he passed third base, a boy came out of the stands, pounded him joyfully on the back, and grabbed the bat. Babe dragged boy and bat all the way across home plate. He hit no home runs in the next game or the game after that. Only 4 games left now and 4 homers still to go. He hit his 57th, a grand slam, in the first of these 4 games. In the second, he hit his 58th, hit a triple off the right field fence, hit his 59th, another grand slammer, and hit a long fly that the right fielder caught at the fence. On September 30th, in the next to last game of the season, he hit his 60th. It was hit down the right field line, just fair, and Tom Zachary, the opposing pitcher, yelled, "Foul ball," and argued with the umpire. In 1947, Zachary shook hands with Ruth in Yankee Stadium, and the Babe, his voice a croak from the cancer that was killing him, said, "You crooked-armed son of a bitch, are you still claiming that ball was foul?" In 1927, he whooped it up in the clubhouse, shouting, "60, count 'em 60. Let's see some other son of a bitch match that." He played again on the last day of the season, but had no hits in 3 at-bats. The 60th homer meant a great deal to Ruth. In the early years, he had bettered his home run total each season. 11 in 1918, 29 in 1919, 54 in 1920, 59 in 1921. But he had been trying futilely since to break the record again. Now at last he had done it, and he had demonstrated to young Gehrig, who deservedly won the Most Valuable Player award, that Ruth was still the king. Yet, while the 60 home runs were a shining peak of accomplishment, 1927 was not his best season, as a comparison of his performances in 1921 and 1927 clearly shows. Except for home runs, he was better in every way in 1921. The Yankees went off to Pittsburgh to meet the Pirates in the World Series and made a profound impression on their rivals in a practice session the day before the series began. They powered ball after ball toward the distant fences in spacious Forbes Field, while the Pirates, who were sitting in the grandstand near home plate, watched solemnly. "They're beaten already," said the outspoken Wilbert Robinson, manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers. But it was not power so much as consistency that gave the Yankees a 4-game sweep of the Pirates. Ruth hit 2 home runs, but they were the only homers hit by either team. Steady batting, steady pitching, steady fielding won for the Yankees, as the Pirates, for the most part, batted poorly, pitched poorly, and fielded poorly. Maybe they were beaten before they started, or perhaps they were not that good to begin with. They finished 4th a year later. Serenity and success continued, and the Yankees won the pennant again in 1928, the second time in the decade that they won 3 in a row. But where everything worked perfectly all season in 1927, now it was the other way around. Lazzeri hurt his shoulder and was out for almost 40 games. Koenig missed 30 games at shortstop. DeRocher, back from the minors, filled in for both, displaying his usual brilliance in the field and ineptitude at bat. Dugan's knee was crippled again, and he missed 60 games in this his last year with the club. Moore, after his season in the Sun, was nothing. 4 wins, 4 losses. Perhaps the scout was right. Late in the season, Combs sprained his wrist and Pennock hurt his arm, and both missed the World Series. Ruther retired. Worst of all, Shocker fell seriously ill in the spring, was out all season, and to everyone's dismay died in September at the age of 38. It was not the same team, and yet by July 1st it was in first place by 13.5 games, and it held on to a good part of that into August. Then the Philadelphia Athletics, a rising club, slowly ate away New York's margin, and on Saturday, September 8th, moved into the lead, a half game ahead of the Yankees. A 4-game series between the two clubs started the next day. The excitement in New York was immense, particularly since the series began with a doubleheader on Sunday. Yankee Stadium was completely filled. Standees were every place. Thousands and thousands more were turned away from the gates before the game began. Barrow blithely announced that the crowd totaled 85,265, another of his innocent fabrications, But whatever the actual count, it was much the biggest crowd ever to see a baseball game to that time. And the Yankees beat the Athletics twice, 5-0 and 7-3, to go back into the lead. "We broke their hearts," Ruth said, although he himself did relatively little in either game. Next day, he broke a 3-3 tie in the 8th with a 2-run homer, and that victory effectively ended the Athletics' threat. Gehrig had another outstanding season, .374, 142 runs batted in, but his home run total subsided to 27, second in the league to Babe, but only half Ruth's total. For more than half the season, it seemed certain that Ruth was going to break the record again. By August 1st, he had 42 home runs, which put him 26 games ahead of his 1927 pace. But he tailed off, hit only 5 the rest of August and 7 in September, and finished with 54, the fourth time he had hit more than 50 in a season, and the second time he had done it 2 seasons in a row. The edginess of the season, the injuries, Shocker's death, the challenge of the younger, stronger Athletics, all were forgotten when the Yankees clinched the pennant in Detroit a couple of weeks later. The players shouted their way back to their hotel, where Ruth rented 3 or 4 rooms with connecting doors and threw a party. The hotel could not supply a piano, so Ruth bought one for the party. Waiters came in and out all night with trays of food and bootleg liquor. At one point, Ruth climbed on a chair, a beer in one hand and a sandwich in the other, and shouted, "Any girl who doesn't want to fuck can leave now." And, said a smiling old Yankee 45 years later, very few of them left. The exuberance of the party and the subsequent ride home to New York carried over into the World Series, which the Yankees won in 4 straight from the Cardinals to take happy revenge for the defeat in 1926. Ruth and Gehrig put on astounding performances. Babe had 10 hits and 16 at-bats in the 4 games for a batting average of .625, still the highest ever made in a World Series. 6 of his 10 hits were for extra bases, and 3 were home runs, all in the same game, the second time he hit 3 homers in one game in a World Series. Gehrig batted .545, second only to Ruth's as the highest average in series history, and had 4 home runs and 9 runs batted in. The Yanks won 4-1, 9-3, 7-3, and 7-3. The Cardinals were almost always behind, and not until the last game did they put up any kind of a struggle. Then they led 2-1 into the 7th inning, the only run a homer by Ruth in the 4th that tied the score temporarily at 1-1. In the 7th, he came to bat again against Willie Schertle, a left-hander who won 21 games during the season. Schertle got 2 strikes on Ruth, and when Babe turned his head to banter with his old adversary, Earl Smith, who was catching, Schertle quick-pitched him, throwing abruptly to the plate without a wind-up for what appeared to be strike 3. Quick pitches were legal in the National League, but Judge Landis and the 2 league presidents agreed that they would not be allowed during the World Series. Plate umpire Cy Furman therefore ruled it no pitch. Schertle screamed an objection and charged off the mound, and Frank Frisch raced in from second base. Manager Bill McKechnie came from the dugout, followed by others, and they all jammed around Furman, shouting and arguing. The crowd was booing. Huggins came from the Yankee bench to make sure Furman did not change his mind. Ruth, wallowing in innocence, backed out of the batter's box and took no part in the argument. He stood waiting with a big amused grin on his face, and when the Cardinals finally gave in and moved away, he ostentatiously applauded them. Schertle and he exchanged a few words. The crowd, still booing, threw torn-up programs on the field and even a few bottles. Schertle pitched again, missed the plate twice, and the count went to 2-2. Again, he and Ruth exchanged words, and on the next pitch, Babe hit the ball into the right field stands for a home run that tied the score. He laughed as he ran around the bases and waved merrily to the sullen crowd. Schertle was taken out and Alexander brought in, but this was not 1926. Gehrig, who followed Ruth to bat, hit a homer to put the Yankees ahead, and in the 8th inning Ruth hit another homer off Alexander, his 3rd of the game. A year and a half later, Ruth was asked by a reporter what he and Schertle had said to each other in the moments after the quick pitch and before the home run. "I said the National League is a hell of a league," Ruth replied. "What did he say?" "Oh, he said it sure was," or something like that. "Then what did you say?" "I said, put one right here and I'll knock it out of the park for you." "What happened then?" Ruth grinned. "He did, and I did." This happened 4 years before the famous called home run in Chicago, and Waite Hoyt said Ruth called a home run in Boston once. There was a loudmouth fan there named Conway who was always at the ballpark and always needling the Yankees, particularly Ruth. His voice, loud and harsh, carried well in Fenway Park, which was usually pretty empty in those doldrum days, the years when the Red Sox finished last 9 times in 11 seasons. On this day, Conway's abrasive comments got to Ruth, who became visibly annoyed. He stepped out of the batter's box, looked at Conway, and pointed to the right field seats. Then he stepped back in and hit a home run, into the right field seats. When he crossed home plate, he stopped, faced Conway, and made a deep bow. In St. Louis, after the game, he shouted, "I told those friends of mine in the bleachers I'd hit 2 home runs, and I hit 3. In 1969, K.E. Dugan wrote to Gary Volk of Sports Illustrated after an article appeared in the magazine arguing that Ruth's called shot in 1932 never happened. "Not having been there," Dugan wrote, "I have no opinion. However, I was a personal witness to either 2 or 3 home runs which Babe did call in one game. A friend and I skipped school and took a streetcar at 4 a.m. to get bleacher seats to the 4th game of the 1928 World Series. We sat in the left field bleachers behind Ruth. He took a lot of good-natured booing. About the middle of the game, as he took his position in left field, he held up the number of fingers for the next inning and pointed to the right field bleachers. And the next inning he hit a home run. As I recall, he did this twice during the game." The 3 home runs were gloriously satisfying to Ruth, but there was one more thing for him in the game. In the last half of the 9th, the Cardinals, behind 7-2, scored 1 run and had a man on base with 2 outs. Frisch was up, always a dangerous batter. Frank was batting left-handed, but he hit a foul fly to the opposite field along the left field line. It looked as though it would drop harmlessly into the temporary field boxes that had been built in front of the regular stands for the series. But Ruth, playing left field, sprinted across the foul line and along the wooden railing of the boxes. The fans shouted at him and swatted him with programs and newspapers, but still running, he reached in with his glove hand and plucked the ball from the air for the final out of the series. Without breaking stride, he ran all the way into the dugout, holding the gloved ball high in the air, waving it as though it were a trophy. The train ride back to New York that night was a royal progress. Ruth ripped shirts and pajama tops from everyone, including Jacob Rupert, who fled his compartment and tried to hide unnoticed in an upper berth. The news that the Yankee train was coming was flashed ahead, and all that night and the next morning, at every little station stop between St. Louis and New York, crowds of people gathered to watch the Yankees go by. Whenever the train stopped, the people clamored for Ruth, and he would go to the door and wave and say a few words. Chapter 28. Kaleidoscope. Personality of the Babe. That was the apex of Ruth's career, the happiest moment of 3 years of great accomplishment and relative serenity. His life would never be as uncomplicated again, although nothing, not the deaths of people close to him, a second marriage, or the inevitable decline of his physical powers, was able completely to suppress his casual, carefree personality. One day in 1930, before the first of a routine series of games in St. Louis between the Yankees and the Browns, Ruth was behind the batting cage talking with Bill Killefer, the Browns' manager, Tony Lazzeri, and a reporter. "Your face is getting fatter and fatter," Killefer said. "Yeah," said Ruth. He spat some tobacco juice. "Well, I don't hit with my face." "Is the wife on the trip with you?" "Sure." "Having a hard time dodging the old phone calls?" Killefer said, grinning. "Oh, go to hell." "Who do you like in the Derby?" the reporter asked. "I'm not playing the ponies." "What books are you reading?" "Books?" Ruth looked at him. "Reading isn't good for a ball player, not good for his eyes. If my eyes went bad even a little bit, I couldn't hit home runs, so I gave up reading." "You must do some reading. Who are your favorite authors?" The reporter pronounced it in the Midwestern way, alien to Ruth's semi-Southern ear. "My favorite authors? Nathan Fletcher." "Not authors," the reporter said patiently. "Authors. Writers." "Oh, writers. My favorite writer is Christy Walsh." "Seriously, what president of the United States do you admire most?" "Well, I liked Harding a lot, and I liked Wilson a lot. Coolidge was all right. Hoover is okay with me, but Al Smith was my favorite for the job." "What is the psychology of home runs?" "Say, are you kidding me?" "No, of course not. I just want an explanation of why you get so many home runs." Ruth spat again. "Just swinging," he said. "Have you ever had an idol, someone you thought more of than anyone else?" "Sure he has," Lazzeri said. "Babe Ruth." "Go to hell," Ruth said, and to the reporter, "Excuse me, it's my turn to hit." When he finished, he ducked under the stands for a few minutes and came back with a hot dog. He sat on the Browns bench next to Killefer and the reporter. "What was the biggest thrill you ever got out of a ball game?" the reporter asked. "Biggest thrill?" Ruth said. He bit off half the hot dog and gulped it down. That's easy. It happened right here in St. Louis when I got 3 home runs in 1 World Series game and made that running catch off Frankie Frisch. Picked the ball right out of the stands. And I got a thrill out of little Schertle trying to sneak that strike over on me when I wasn't looking and then hitting one out. How much did you earn last year? I mean, from everything. Baseball, exhibitions, testimonials, everything. $110,000? Are you saving any money? Lots of it, Ruth replied. He finished the hot dog. I started a trust fund 3 years ago, and I've got $120,000 in it right now. I got an older one with $50,000 in it. Right now, I'm good for $500 a month for as long as I live. What are you going to do when your baseball days are over? Take life easy, Ruth said. Excuse me, I've got to hit again. Later, the Yankee bat boy and mascot Eddie Bennett, a hunchback, came down to the runway into the Browns' dugout. He was carrying a cup of some sort of whitish liquid. What do you got there? Killefer asked. Some bicarbonate of soda for the babe. How many hot dogs did he have? Killefer asked. 3. How often does he do that? Asked the reporter. Every day, Bennett said, shaking his head. Every day. Ruth drank bicarbonate of soda every day in the dugout. He called it his milk. He began the habit one day after he gobbled down a couple of hot dogs too quickly and felt bloated just before game time. The trainer recommended bicarbonate. It made him feel good, and he decided it was the ideal diet before a game, a couple of hot dogs and a glass of bicarb. He chewed tobacco and gum, smoked cigars and occasionally cigarettes or a pipe, took snuff in such vast amounts that some of the dust became impacted in his nasal passages. A doctor ordered him to quit taking it after that. Before the game that day in St. Louis, a photographer asked Ruth to pose for pictures, and he willingly complied. He always went along. A photographer asked him one day to have his picture taken with another champion, the greatest egg layer in Nebraska. He was handed a chicken and an egg. He posed amiably with the chicken cuddled in one hand, the egg in the other, a huge grin on his face and his eyes all crinkled up from laughing. He was relaxed with reporters and would go out of his way to be cooperative with them, although he was often subjected to bizarre questions. What do you think of the Chinese situation? He was asked. The hell with it, he replied. But when Will Grimsley of the Associated Press was a young reporter, Ruth patiently answered all his questions one day, even though his teammates were yelling at him to hurry up. On the road, he always had a suite, sometimes in a different hotel from the one the team was staying at. He liked to lounge around in red slippers and a red robe, smoking a cigar. Dozens of people streamed in and out of the suite day and night. He always carried a wind-up portable phonograph with him on road trips. He loved to sing. Occasionally, he would strum a ukulele. He was always shaved by a barber. That's what they're for, aren't they? In St. Louis, he liked to eat at a German restaurant that made barbecued spare ribs. Often, on the day the Yankees were leaving town, he'd go from the ballpark to the restaurant and order a mess of ribs and home brew and take it to the train. He would set up shop in a washroom and sell the ribs to the players for 50 cents a portion. He insisted on being paid, too, but he also provided beer, and the players could have all the beer they wanted for their 50 cents. He was apolitical, although he called himself a Democrat, until Franklin D. Roosevelt ran for a third term, and apparently he never cast a vote in a national election until 1944. Yet he created a mild political furor in September 1928 when Herbert Hoover was running for president. Hoover appeared at the ballpark, and a publicity man ran down to the Yankee clubhouse to get Ruth to come and pose with the Republican candidate. "No, sir," said Ruth, "nothing doing on politics." He had been burned a few days earlier by a story saying he was supporting Hoover. He denied it, saying he was for Al Smith, and now he declined to appear with Smith's rival. But graciously, he said, "Tell him I'll be glad to talk to him if he wants to meet me under the stands." No doubt here as to which was king. Reporters with Hoover heard all about this, and it became a headline story. Ruth refuses to pose with Hoover. Christy Walsh almost died. Republican newspapers were threatening to drop Ruth's syndicated column. Walsh got in touch with Babe and hurriedly prepared a statement, ostensibly by Ruth, saying he regretted that because of a misunderstanding he had been unable to pose with the Republican candidate. He would be happy to, he declared, and a photo was duly taken of Ruth and Hoover together. Despite the earlier publicity, Hoover's camp was happy to have the photograph, because Ruth's personality was pervasive. The crudity, the vulgarity, the indifference, the physical humor that bordered on brutality, the preoccupation with his own needs that ignored Hoover and hurt Helen, none of it mattered when Ruth smiled or laughed or moved or did almost anything. "He was one of those exciting people who make life fun and who give more to life than they take from it," said Arthur Robinson, a New York sports writer who was another of the Babe's ghosts. "God, we liked that big son of a bitch," said Hoyt. "He was a constant source of joy." When Roger Maris was chasing Ruth's home run record in 1961, Jimmy Dykes said, "Maris is a fine ball player, but I can't imagine him driving down Broadway in a low-slung convertible wearing a coonskin coat." Dugan said, "What a fantastic ball player he was, the things he could do, but he wasn't human. He dropped out of a tree." He was so alive, so attractive, like an animal or a child, ingenuous, unself-conscious, appealing. Frank Graham said, "He was a very simple man, in some ways a primitive man. He had little education and little need for what he had." Tom Meany said he had the supreme self-confidence of the naive. On a stifling hot day at the Washington ballpark, he said to President Harding, "Hot as hell, ain't it, Prez?" He met Marshal Foch when that renowned French hero of World War I was making a tour of the United States early in the 1920s, and said politely, "I suppose you were in the war?" Introduced before a game to a man he had never seen before, Ruth said, "You sound like you have a cold." The man admitted he did. Ruth reached into the hip pocket of his uniform and pulled out a big onion. "Here, gnaw on this," he said. "Raw onions are cold killers." During a blistering heat wave, Ruth brought a cabbage into the dugout and put it in the team's old-fashioned water cooler, and each inning before he went on the field he took a fresh cabbage leaf and put it under his cap to keep himself cool. Famous for not remembering names, when Waite Hoyt was leaving the Yankees in 1930 after 11 seasons as Babe's teammate in Boston and New York, Ruth shook hands and said solemnly, "Goodbye, Walter." He had nicknames for other players, not necessarily complimentary nicknames. His teammates were Chicken Neck, Flop Ears, Duck Eye, Horse Nose, Rubber Belly. People he did not know or remember he called Doc or Kid, which he usually pronounced Keed in the flashy slang pronunciation of the time. He called older men Pop, older women Mom. Younger women he needed no special name for. He usually called Claire Clara. He himself was called Jidge by the Yankees, a corruption of George that was apparently first used by Dugan. His appetite was enormous, although accounts of it were often exaggerated. A report of one dinner says he had an entire capon, potatoes, spinach, corn, peas, beans, bread, butter, pie, ice cream, and 3 or 4 cups of coffee. He was known to have eaten a huge omelet made of 18 eggs and 3 big slices of ham, plus half a dozen slices of buttered toast and several cups of coffee. Ty Cobb, no stickler for accuracy in his memoirs of baseball life, said, "I've seen him at midnight, propped up in bed, order 6 club sandwiches, a platter of pig's knuckles, and a pitcher of beer. He'd down all that while smoking a big black cigar. Next day, if he hit a homer, he'd trot around the bases complaining about gas pains and a bellyache." He belched magnificently and, I was told, could fart at will. He was, as noted, a sexual athlete. In a St. Louis whorehouse, he announced he was going to go to bed with every girl in the house during the night, and did, and after finishing his rounds, sat down and had a huge breakfast. In the early 1930s, the Yankees signed a superior pitcher named Charlie Devens out of Harvard, who abandoned a promising major league career a year or 2 later, to join his family's banking business in Boston. Devens joined the team in St. Louis, reporting in at the hotel. He was given the key to his room and went up and unpacked. His roommate, some secondary figure on the team, was not around. Just as he finished unpacking, the phone rang and a voice asked, "Devens?" "Yes." "Bring your room key with you and come down to the lobby." Obediently, Devens took his key and went downstairs. When the elevator doors opened at the lobby floor, there was Babe Ruth, a girl on each arm. "You Devens?" Ruth asked. Devens nodded. Ruth put out his hand. Devens looked at him dumbly. "The key," Ruth snapped. Devens gave him the key, and Babe and his friends swept into the elevator. Later, Devens learned that when Mrs. Ruth was with Babe on road trips, he occasionally preempted teammates' rooms for extracurricular activities. There were inevitable stories that Ruth was exceptionally well-equipped sexually, and a male nurse who took care of him in his terminal illness was impressed by the size of Ruth's genitals. But apparently any abnormality in size then was a product of illness. One teammate asked if Ruth had an exceptionally big penis, frowned a little as he searched his memory, and shook his head. "No," he said, "it was normal size, judging from locker room observation. Nothing extraordinary." Del Pratt's was, and Home Run Baker's. My God, you wouldn't believe Home Run Baker's. It looked like it belonged to a horse. But Babe's wasn't noticeably big. What was extraordinary was his ability to keep doing it all the time. He was continually with women, morning and night. I don't know how he kept going. He was very noisy in bed, visceral grunts and gasps and whoops accompanying his erotic exertions. He was the noisiest fucker in North America, a whimsical friend recalled. There is a story, probably apocryphal, about a time he and Musil were barnstorming together. They shared a hotel suite. Musil was half asleep when Ruth came in with a girl, went into his room and made love to her in his usual noisy fashion. Afterwards he came out to the living room of the suite, lit a cigar, and sat in a chair by the window, smoking it contemplatively. When he finished the cigar, he went back into the room and made love again, and then came out and smoked another cigar. In the morning, Musil asked, "How many times did you lay that girl last night?" Ruth glanced at the ashtray, and so did Musil. There were 7 butts in the tray. "Count the cigars," said Ruth. On the other side of the coin, there is another story about a barnstorming trip with Gehrig. Ruth came back to the suite boisterously drunk with 2 girls and went into the bedroom with both of them. During the night, one of the girls came out to Gehrig and said, "You better come and see if you can straighten out your friend." Lou went into the bedroom and found Ruth sitting naked on the side of the bed, sobs racking his shoulders, tears running down his face. In bits, from Ruth and the girls, Gehrig discovered what was wrong. However successful he had been earlier in the night with his friends, Ruth was crying because he was unable now to service both girls. Everything about him reflected sexuality: the restless, roving energy, the aggressive skills, fastball pitching, home run hitting, the speed with which he drove cars, the loud, rich voice, the insatiable appetite, the constant need to placate his mouth with food, drink, a cigar, chewing gum, anything. When he played poker, he liked to raise even when his cards did not justify a raise, and when he lucked into a pot, he chortled happily. He was a fairly skillful bridge player, but he wanted to play every hand himself and often outbid his partner as well as their opponents. In retirement, his favorite sports were golf and bowling. He liked to hit a golf ball a long way, and in bowling to keep track of the total number of pins he knocked down, rather than his average score. He loved to win in whatever he did. He received absolute physical joy from cards, baseball, golf, bowling, punching the bag, sex. He liked to fish and would go with Gehrig before their friendship became strained, but he was a better hunter than a fisherman. His physical stamina, superb eyesight, and quick reflexes helped his hunting, and he also had a quality seldom in evidence anywhere else: extraordinary patience. Once in Georgia, he stalked a wild turkey for 7 hours before getting close enough to shoot. Then he picked it off the top of a tree with one shot. Physically, he was a paradox. He was big, strong, muscular, exceptionally well coordinated, yet he was often injured, and he suffered from a surprising number of colds and infections. This would indicate a low resistance to disease, yet he had an amazing ability to recover quickly. He dramatized injuries. No player in big league history was carried off the field on his shield as often as the massive Bambino. But he could ignore both illness and injury and play superlatively well despite them. In his later years, Ruth was often babied by the Yankees. He and Jimmy Reese, a rookie second baseman who weighed 75 pounds less than the Babe, crashed into each other running for a fly ball. They staggered apart and fell to the ground, both apparently hurt. The trainer and others ran from the bench, passed Reese's prostrate form, and gathered around Babe. When Lefty Gomez was a rookie, he was pitching batting practice in spring training. Hoyt came past the mound just as Ruth was stepping in to hit. "Nothing but fastballs right down the pipe," Hoyt told Gomez. "Don't get cute, kid, and for God's sake don't hit him or you're gone." In the summer of 1931, going after a fly ball, Babe smashed into a chicken wire screen that was serving as a temporary outfield fence during renovations. A strand of loose wire ripped into his fingernail, cutting it badly and tearing the nail off. The trainer ran out, took one look, and said Ruth would have to come out of the game. Holding the damaged hand with the other, his face screwed up in pain, Ruth limped all the way in from right field, even though his legs had not been hurt. In the trainer's room, he was told the damaged nail would have to be cut away. "Not without gas," he declared. "Nobody's going to cut me unless I have gas." He made a great fuss before the nail was removed and the finger bandaged, and everybody laughed about the limp and the gas. But the next day he played, torn finger and all, and stole a base. His second wife reacted to the well-publicized stories about Mickey Mantle having to have his legs bandaged each day during his career because of his osteomyelitis by saying, "No one ever mentions that my husband played with bandaged legs practically every day of his career." Old teammates verified this. When Ruth slid into base, he slid with abandon, and because he would not wear sliding pads under his uniform, his thighs and hips were scraped raw by the rough, pebbly soil of the old infields. His legs were richly decorated with raw strawberry wounds, which persisted all season. He would have them doused with alcohol and wrapped in bandages and go on playing. He was very brave at the plate, Casey Stengel said. You rarely saw him fall away from a pitch. He stayed right in there. No one drove him out. His weight fluctuated throughout his career. When he signed with the Orioles, he weighed about 185, and with the Red Sox he went up to 198 and then to 212 in a couple of seasons. He got down below 200 again, but not for long, and after 1919 his weight was seldom below 220. It soared to 240 in Cuba late in 1920 and stayed around 230 in 1921 and 22. In the spring of 1923, after his first reformation, he was down briefly to 215, but a year later he was up to 230 again. In January 1925, he weighed 256 and was probably more than 260 at the time of his collapse in Asheville. Determined work at McGovern's gymnasium the following winter got him down to 212. Thereafter, his weight as a player varied from about 225 to 240, depending on the time of the year. But he continued to work with McGovern every winter, and he was in much better shape at that weight than he used to be. When he first went to McGovern during the winter of 1925 to 26, his chest measured 43 inches normal and 45 inches expanded. Both his waist, 49 3/4 inches, and his hips, 47 inches, were larger than his chest. But in the winter of 1931 to 32, approaching his 38th birthday and weighing 235.5, his waist was 38 and his hips 40, and his chest was 41 normal and 48 expanded. Because of Ruth's bulk, Rupert decided to dress the Yankees in their now traditional pinstripe uniform and dark blue stockings. The natty, clothes-conscious Rupert felt the new uniform would make Ruth look trimmer. The Yankees also introduced uniform numbers to the major leagues in 1929. Ruth's number was number 3 because he batted third, Gehrig's 4 because he batted fourth, and so on. When Ruth left the ballpark or the hotel, usually to meet a girl, he would say, "I'm going to see a party." He seldom, if ever, went to popular nightclubs or famous restaurants. He much preferred out-of-the-way places where he knew the owner and could relax in relative peace and quiet. One of his favorites was a spot in northern New Jersey called Donahue's. The owner fixed up a private room for him where he could eat and drink and talk with his guests without being bothered by strangers. He seldom had many people with him, usually 4 or 5 at the most. His voice was rich and warm, his accent very slightly southern. "Let's go out to the ball game," he would say, pronouncing ball that way and stressing it heavily. His speech was splattered with vulgarities. "Piss the butter," he would say childishly if he was dining with a teammate. Or, asked how he was feeling, he'd reply, "Pussy good, pussy good." In the early 1920s, he saw a teammate on the street with a pretty girl. Next day he said, "Who was that cunt you were with?" The teammate said, "For God's sake, babe, that was my wife." "Oh," Ruth said, "I'm sorry. I knew she wasn't no whore." He was sitting around a table with several players and their wives in Hot Springs in 1923. "Excuse me," he said, getting up. "I've got to take a piss." Herb Pennock, very much a gentleman and also very much a friend of Ruth's, followed Babe out to the men's room. "Babe," he said, "you shouldn't say that in front of the ladies." "Say what?" "Say piss like that. You just don't say that in front of women. You should say, 'Excuse me, I have to go to the bathroom,' or something like that." "I'm sorry, Herb." "Okay." They went back to the table and sat down, and Ruth said to the women, "I'm sorry I said piss." After Ruth came back from a trip to the Far East in the 1930s, a friend who'd just been married came to visit, bringing along his new wife. Babe told them stories about the trip, including a long anecdote about a game in Manila. "Then these Hawaiians tried to tell us," he began. "Not Hawaiians, Babe," said Mrs. Ruth, "Filipinos." "Yeah, Filipinos," he went on, and after another couple of sentences said, "Then this little Hawaiian—" "Filipino," said Mrs. Ruth. "Filipino. This little guy came over." He went on to the end of the story, laughed uproariously, and said, "Those Hawaiians thought they were pulling a fast one on us." "Filipinos." "Oh, Christ, call them Eskimos. Who gives a goddamn?" He told another story about sitting next to Lefty Gomez's wife at dinner one evening on the trip. They brought out this great caviar, and they started it around the table from one side of me. Lefty's wife was sitting on the other side. It goes all the way around the table, and there's only a little left when it gets to her, and she takes it all. "Oh, I love this stuff," she said. So I asked the waiter to bring some more, and they bring it, and it goes round the table again, and damn if she didn't take the last bit again. She was sitting there eating it on bits of toast. My God, she ate so much of that stuff she looked like a seagull eating shit. The friend was wondering uneasily how his lovely new wife was taking this, and he got Ruth to talking instead about his trophies. Babe gave them a quick guided tour. He pointed to one silver cup and said, "Look at this one. You know what I got it for?" "No, what?" "I won first place in a farting contest. Honest, read the writing on it. Boy, I had to down a lot of beer and Limburger to win that one." The friend left the apartment a bit shaken. In the elevator, he looked nervously at his wife, but she seemed exhilarated. "What a fascinating man," she said. Ruth's language was pretty bad, Frick said, "but you know it's a remarkable thing. My wife is a very genteel lady, very genteel, yet she always enjoyed seeing Ruth, and we were with him a great deal in those years. In all the time we knew him, I cannot recall one instance when he ever said anything crude or obscene in front of her." Meany said he was with Ruth at a party on Long Island when Babe decided to tell a joke, something he rarely did. Before he began, he insisted that all the women leave the room. And the anecdote turned out to be fairly innocuous. Many stories about Ruth were turned into legend by the encrustations of time. Here are 3 of them, with a factual basis for each. The story of Johnny Sylvester is one of the most famous in Ruth lore. The simplest version says that Johnny, a young boy, lay dying in a hospital. Ruth came to visit him and promised him he would hit a home run for him that afternoon. And he did, which so filled Johnny with the will to live that he miraculously recovered. The facts are parallel, if not so melodramatic. In 1926, 11-year-old Johnny Sylvester was badly hurt in a fall from a horse and was hospitalized. To cheer him up, a friend of Johnny's father brought him baseballs autographed by players on the Yankees and the Cardinals just before the World Series that year, as well as a promise from Ruth that he would hit a home run for him. Ruth hit 4 homers in the series, and after it was over, paid a visit to Johnny in the hospital, which thrilled the boy. The visit was given the tears and lump-in-the-throat treatment in the press, and the legend was born. After that, few writers reviewing Ruth's career failed to mention a dying boy and a home run that saved his life. The following spring, Ruth was sitting with a couple of baseball writers when a man came up to him and said, "Mr. Ruth, I'm Johnny Sylvester's uncle. I just want to thank you again for what you did for him." "That's all right," Ruth said. "Glad to do it. How is Johnny?" "He's fine. He's home, and everything looks okay." "Well, that's good," said Ruth. "Give him my regards." The man left. Ruth watched him walk away and said, "Now who the hell is Johnny Sylvester?" There is a legend that Ruth once hit a ball so hard that it went between the pitcher's legs and over the center fielder's head for a home run. In 1927, the Yankees played the Senators when Hod Lisenby was pitching for Washington and Tris Speaker was playing center field. Lisenby was in his first year in the majors and Speaker in his next to last. There was a runner on second taking a big lead, although he was keeping his eyes on both the shortstop and the second baseman. Speaker began a favorite maneuver of his, sneaking in from center field towards second base in the hopes of getting a quick throw from the pitcher and picking the runner off second. Lisenby ignored Speaker's move and threw to the plate. Ruth hit a low line drive directly back at the pitcher, who leaped and lifted his right leg frantically to avoid being hit by it. The ball ticked the underside of his thigh as it went past. It hit the ground a few feet past second, took a huge bounce, and went over Speaker's head. One of the other outfielders retrieved it, but Ruth got an extra base hit out of it, not a home run. And there is a legend, seldom printed but often talked about in baseball circles, that says Leo DeRocher stole Babe Ruth's watch, which is not true. What is true is that Ruth did not like DeRocher. When he saw Leo, a rookie, wearing a tuxedo in the lobby of a spring training hotel, Ruth asked with considerable distaste, "Who's a little gink in the monkey suit?" He resented Leo's cockiness, and the two never got along, although Leo tried to, at first. DeRocher was in a hotel elevator late one night with a couple of other players when Ruth got on. "Oh, am I drunk?" said the babe. "Somebody's got to undress me and put me to bed. You guys have to help me." The other players backed away rapidly, but Leo said, "I'll help you, pal." "Thank you, pal," Ruth said. Leo helped him off the elevator and down the hall to Babe's room. The next morning, Ruth decided that he was missing something. Money in one version of the story, his watch in another. Although he was drunk on the town the night before and had been in Lord knows what places, he blamed DeRocher. As Leo said in a half-angry, half-mocking tone, "Jesus Christ, if I was going to steal anything from him, I'd steal his goddamn Packard." Ruth continued to harass DeRocher. One night on the train as he was getting undressed by his berth, he called to DeRocher. "Hey, Leo, you want to see something?" He held up a glittering bit of jewelry. "See that, Leo? Isn't that beautiful? That cost me $7,500, Leo. I'm going to give it to Claire when we get to New York. Tonight I'm putting it under my pillow. And, Leo, I want it to be there when I wake up in the morning." After that, Durocher disliked Ruth as much as Babe disliked him, although in a year or so their paths parted. After the 1929 season, Durocher was sold out of the American League to Cincinnati. Explaining the sale, which was made when he was manager, Shockey said, "You'll never see a better fielding shortstop than Leo, but he couldn't hit, and he was a little too much of an individual." Ruth did not like Ty Cobb much either, primarily because of Cobb's bench jockeying, which was cruel and humorless. When the story about Ruth never changing his underwear got around the league during his early years with the Red Sox, Cobb would say the same thing whenever he saw Ruth. "You fellas smell something around here? Oh, hello, Babe." Ruth's usual reply to Cobb's jibes was a stream of obscenity. Cobb and some of the other Tigers were riding Ruth about the 1922 series, and Cobb said, "We hear that little Johnny Rawlings ran you out of the Giant clubhouse. Is that true?" Ruth said, "It ain't a goddamn bit true, and you sons of bitches can go fuck yourselves." Cobb said that when Ruth extended himself, he had a vocabulary that stood alone, even in the purple atmosphere of dugout and clubhouse. Ruth and Cobb had a fight of sorts on the field in 1924 when a free-for-all broke out between the Yankees and Tigers, but they were separated before anything much happened. Ruth was not much of a brawler. His quick temper got him into a lot of mix-ups, but according to Meany, he never won a fight. He never really lost one either. He had a lot of no decisions. He seldom stayed angry very long. Ruth's tendency to get into trouble, particularly during his first decade in the majors, gave rise to a fairly widespread opinion that he was subnormal mentally. Van Johnson said he had the mind of a 15-year-old, or else was so primitive that he could not accept a moral code. "He was an animal," Dugan said. "He ate a hat once. He did, a straw hat. Took a bite out of it and ate it." But Ernie Shore said, "You have to remember he'd grown up in that Catholic reformatory. When they let him out, it was like turning a wild animal out of a cage. He wanted to go every place and see everything and do everything." Ruth recognized the difference between right and wrong, Frick said. What he did not recognize or could not accept was the right of society to tell him what he should do or not do. He had a perceptive understanding of things in certain areas, and in his own way, a refreshing sense of taste. When he met Red Grange after the Illinois football hero turned professional in the mid-1920s, Ruth said to him, "Kid, don't ever forget two things I'm going to tell you. 1, don't believe everything that's written about you. 2, don't pick up too many checks." Someone introduced him to Max Schmeling when he and the then heavyweight champion of the world happened to be riding on the same train. After Schmeling returned to his own compartment, a friend said to Ruth, "You should have asked him for his autograph." Ruth said, "Who the hell wants to collect that crap?" Frick said, "He drank a great deal and he was a ladies' man, but he never led a young ball-player astray, and he never took advantage of an innocent girl." He understood clearly what he was doing when he batted, despite his habit of saying, "I just keep swinging," when people asked him the secret of hitting home runs. Once, seriously discussing his batting, he said, "I swing as hard as I can, and I try to swing right through the ball. In boxing, your fist usually stops when you hit a man, but it's possible to hit so hard that your fist doesn't stop. I try to follow through the same way. The harder you grip the bat, the more you can swing it through the ball, and the farther the ball will go. I swing big with everything I've got. I hit big or I miss big. I like to live as big as I can." He held his bat at the very end, with his right hand curled over the knob. He had a big callus in the palm of his right hand as a result, along with the usual calluses that all batters have on their fingers and thumbs. He liked anything connected with playing baseball, Frick said, but he liked home runs best. Whenever he hit one, he laughed. Sometimes before a game he'd say, "I feel hitterish today. I'm due to hit one." And if he did hit one, he'd talk about it long after the game. He could be thoughtlessly cruel at times. Bud Mulvey, whose family used to own a substantial part of the Brooklyn Dodgers and still retains an interest in the Los Angeles Dodgers, remembered a baseball writer's dinner he was taken to as a boy. Ruth, retired by then, was there, and before the dinner he began to fool with Jackie Farrell, a tiny man literally half Ruth's weight, who later worked in the Yankee publicity department. Mulvey watched in distaste as Ruth playfully twisted Farrell's arm. Jackie was really in pain, Mulvey said, and Ruth was roaring with laughter. I never could like him after that. Bob Condon, whose father knew Charlie McManus, the Yankee Stadium supervisor, was sometimes a backstage guest at the stadium when he was a boy, which was relatively late in the Babe's career. Once, while a game was going on outside on the field, Condon was playing by himself in an open area under the stands behind the Yankee dugout. Ruth left the game for some reason, possibly a minor injury, and came angrily up the runway from the dugout. As he did, the ball Condon was playing with took a freak bounce directly into Ruth's path. The boy dove for it and fell flat in front of the Babe, who irritably shoved him out of the way with his foot. Kick may be too strong a word for the action, but substantially that is what Ruth did. "Stay out of the Babe's way," someone warned the tearful boy. Alice Doubleday Rhodes recalled a time when Ruth played an exhibition in her small town when she was about 10. For some reason she accepted a dare to get Ruth's autograph, and well before the game she sneaked onto the field and walked to the Yankee bench. She had to ask, "Which one is Babe Ruth?" And this, to her confusion, made everyone laugh. He was pointed out, and when she walked over to him, he said pleasantly enough, "You wanted to see me, sister?" She handed him her school notebook and a pen, a brand-new pen that had just been given to her for her birthday. "Here," she said. He signed his name, in a beautiful even hand, and gave her back her schoolbook and pen. "There you are, sister," he said. "Now don't go home and sell it." But she had promised to get autographs for her schoolmates, too. She handed book and pen back to him and said, "Write some more, write on all the lines." The other players broke up laughing. Ruth shrugged and slowly wrote his name on line after line until the page was filled. "That okay now?" he said, not smiling. He handed her the book and, looking out at the field, absent-mindedly put the pen in his own pocket. Her marvelous birthday pen. She did not know what to do. Ruth looked at her coldly. "Something else on your mind, little girl?" he asked. She shook her head and said, "No, sir," and left. Chagrined and not a little afraid, it took her some time to get up the courage to tell her father what had happened, and she was totally unable to understand his hilarity when she did tell him. "Babe Ruth swiped your pen?" he howled. Yet his affection for children was genuine, and it remained with him all his life. In 1943 he played a round of golf in the rain at the Commonwealth Country Club near Boston. As he was teeing up on the first hole, he noticed two boys staring through a chain-link fence. "Hey," he called to them, "you want to follow me around? It won't be any drier, but it'll be more fun. You want to?" The kids nodded. "Show them how to get into this joint," Ruth said to Russ Hale, the club pro. He waited until the boys reached the tee before he hit his drive, and he walked down the fairway with one arm around each, talking. He played 9 holes in the rain, most of the time laughing and joking with the other men in his foursome, but always returning to the kids to make sure they were enjoying themselves. A decade earlier, Jack Redding, who was to become librarian of the National Baseball Library at Cooperstown, caddied for him at Wheatley Hills on Long Island. "He'd give us a $2 tip if he won, $1.50 if he lost," Redding said. "Was that a good tip?" "Hell, yes," Redding said. "The usual tip was a quarter, or at best a $half. And on the 13th hole where the refreshment stand was, that's where you tested your man. Some golfers would buy you a soft drink, some wouldn't buy you anything. Ruth always said, 'Get whatever you want.'" He was a frequent and interested visitor to hospitals, orphanages, children's wards, and the like. He could create a holiday spirit in a ward merely by being himself. Many of his visits were well publicized, Walsh saw to that, but they were not done for publicity. Ruth always, or almost always, made himself available to the press, but the publicity was coincidental. After someone made fun of all the newspaper copy he received from such visits, he avoided mention of them, and for every one that got public notice, several more did not. Stories about the time and trouble he took to call on the sick and distressed are innumerable. Even when he was ill himself, he continued the practice. A year or so before he died, racked with pain from the cancer that was to kill him, he went with Paul Carey to visit a man who had gone blind. After they left, Ruth said of the blind man, "Some guys get all the bad breaks, don't they?" He liked seeing children the best. He enjoyed them. He was comfortable with them. "He's just a big kid," was a common description of him, and perhaps the only time he was truly at ease was when he was with children. With them there were no rules, no authority, no need to apologize, to explain, to explode, to drink, to fuck, to prove himself over and over. Without thinking about it, he knew who they were, and they knew who he was. They got along. Like a child, he did not like to wait or plan for the right moment. He did not like to wait for anything. "It might rain tomorrow," he would say. He did things impulsively, the way a child does. Children are emotionally neutral to things that deeply affect adults. Without malice, they casually hurt the feelings of a close friend. Without love, they do an act of exceptional thoughtfulness for a casual acquaintance. In his novel Stop Time, Frank Conroy wrote, "Like all children, I was unsentimental." Hoyt said of Ruth, "Babe was not a sentimentalist and generally made no outward demonstration of affection, either by word or action." This may explain a curious thing that Paul Carey, his great friend, said when he was asked about Ruth's feelings toward Claire. "I don't think the babe really loved Claire," Carey said. "I don't think he really loved anybody." Chapter 29. Death of Helen. Marriage to Claire. On Friday night, January 11th, 1929, a fire broke out in the home of Dr. Edward H. Kinder, a dentist who lived at 47 Quincy Street in Watertown, Massachusetts, one of the big towns around Boston that are really part of the city. Someone passing by saw the flames and called the fire department. When the arriving firemen asked if anyone was in the house, neighbors said fearfully that Mrs. Kinder probably was. Dr. Kinder went to the fights at Boston Garden on Friday nights, they said, and their little girl was away at boarding school. When the flames were under some semblance of control, Fire Captain John Kelly made his way to the second floor of the small frame house. Crawling on his hands and knees to avoid as best he could the heat and smoke, he pushed open a bedroom door. A woman in a nightgown lay on the floor near the door. Kelly grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the room, and with another fireman carried her downstairs and outside. The fireman tried to revive her, but she was dead. Dr. Kinder was paged at Boston Garden and told to return home at once. When he reached Quincy Street and saw his house and heard what had happened, he was stunned. He barely answered the questions put to him by Dr. George West, the medical examiner. The death certificate signed by Dr. West said the dead woman's name was Helen Kinder, that she was a housewife, and that her husband was Edward H. Kinder. This information appeared in newspaper stories tucked away on inside pages of the next day's Boston newspapers. Dr. Kinder was stunned that night for another reason, beyond the fire and the death, for Helen Kinder was really Helen Ruth, and he knew the babe would have to be told. Kinder and Helen had been living together for 2 years. The Sudbury farm, which was in Helen's name, had been sold, and his family was under the impression that they had been married in Montreal. Helen and Dorothy moved into the Watertown house with Kinder after he bought it on May 31st, 1927, and the couple was listed in the Watertown City Directory as man and wife. Kinder, a veteran of World War I, went to Tufts Dental College after the war, graduated in 1924, taught for a couple of years, and set up practice late in 1926. He had one office in Back Bay, Boston, and another in Watertown. He and Helen were accepted without comment in the neighborhood, and Dorothy, about 6 when they moved in, was popular with other children. At the time of her mother's death, she was at the Assumption School in Wellesley, Massachusetts. One wonders why she was away at school when she was not yet 8. Perhaps it is significant that 4 months earlier, on September 10, 1928, Helen was admitted to Kearny Hospital in South Boston with another of her nervous breakdowns. The hospital recommended that she be transferred to Ring Sanitarium in Arlington, but on September 18th, Helen left the hospital abruptly and returned to Watertown. Kinder had remodeled the Watertown house, adding a sun porch downstairs and a sleeping porch upstairs. According to the fire examiners, the electric wiring added then was improperly installed. Circuits were overloaded and fuses were too strong. When the circuits overheated, the fuses did not blow. The fire began in the living room near a wall outlet and went up through the wall into the floor of the bedroom, where it burned a hole so large that a radiator fell through to the floor below. Helen's body was taken to an undertaker in Newton, and Kinder went to his parents' home in Boston. Plans were made to hold the funeral services on Sunday morning and the burial in the Kinder family plot in St. Joseph's Cemetery in West Roxbury. On Saturday morning, according to his brother William, Kinder went to New York to find Babe Ruth and tell him what had happened to his wife. However, Ruth did not learn anything until very late Saturday evening, more than 24 hours after the fire, when he was with Claire at a small party at Joe Dugan's house in suburban Scarsdale, New York. He cried on the phone when he heard the news and decided to go to Boston at once. It was too late for the midnight train from Grand Central, but he was able to catch the through train from Boston at Penn Station at 1:15 a.m. He phoned Boston and spoke to a friend named Arthur Crowley, asking him to meet the train. At 7:30 in the morning, when Ruth arrived at Back Bay Station, Crowley was there. Ruth was tired and somber. "It's pretty rough, Arthur. What do you know about it?" Crowley knew nothing beyond what Ruth had told him. Babe wanted to go directly to Watertown, but Crowley persuaded him to check into a hotel first. They went to the Brunswick Hotel and got the same fifth-floor suite that Babe occupied when the Yankees were in Boston. At 9 o'clock they went out to Mass at St. Cecilia's Church, where Ruth, his head bowed, fingered a large brown wooden rosary all through Mass. Back in the hotel they ordered breakfast in the suite, but Babe was not able to eat. He paced back and forth nervously, smoking cigarette after cigarette. He phoned another friend, a lawyer named John Feeney, who went immediately to Watertown and spoke to the police and then came to the hotel. He gave Ruth details of the fire and sketched a rough plan of the house to show him where and how Helen had died. Babe asked him to go to South Boston, where Helen's widowed mother, Mrs. Joanna Woodford, lived on West 4th Street with two other daughters, Catherine and Nora. Feeney did, and brought Catherine and Nora to the hotel. They spoke to Babe, and then went with Feeney to Watertown, where they assured Police Chief John Milmore that the death certificate was inaccurate, and that Helen Kinder was indeed their sister, and the wife of Babe Ruth. Meantime, Babe, who had been awake for more than 24 hours, lay down in the bedroom of the hotel suite and slept fitfully for 2 or 3 hours. Feeney returned to the hotel with the Woodford sisters and then took them on home to South Boston before coming back to the hotel. By now the newspapers were aware of the story, and reporters jammed into the corridor outside Ruth's suite. Inside, Babe and Feeney worked on a statement, Feeney writing it out in longhand. He wrote several versions before it was the way Babe wanted it. At 3 o'clock they admitted the reporters. When all were inside and quiet, Ruth read the brief statement in a low voice. "My wife and I have not lived together for the last 3 years," he said. "During that time I have seldom met her. I've done all that I can to comply with her wishes. Her death is a great shock to me." That was it. When he finished, the fact-hungry reporters started asking questions, but Ruth, his voice quavering, said, "I won't answer any questions. I don't want to say anything more." He left the hotel with his friends and did not return that night. The next day, Monday, more than 2 days after the fire, the revelation that the unknown Mrs. Kinder was the real Mrs. Ruth made sensational headlines. The accounts dwelled on the fact that she had been living with a man not her husband, and some tried to make something of the apparent discrepancies in Kinder's account. He usually went to the fights with his brother, but his brother said his seat was empty Friday night. Where had he been? Why had he informed the medical examiner that Helen was his wife if, as his brother said, he had gone to New York to tell Ruth? Why did his family believe he was married to Helen if he was not? He had disappeared Saturday morning. Had he really gone to New York, as his brother said? Where was he now? Dr. Kinder appeared voluntarily at the Watertown police station Monday afternoon to clarify things. He had not disappeared, he said, but had been staying with his parents. He had not gone to New York, but sent word to Ruth through a friend of Babe's. He had not been with his brother Friday night because he was sitting with James Coghlan, an old friend from the 101st Regiment. He did not remember telling the medical examiner anything after the fire, much less that Helen was his wife. He and Helen were not married, and he had never told anyone, including his family, that they were. If anyone had made that suggestion, he said, it must have been Helen. And with that, Dr. Kinder retired again from public view. The plans for a Sunday morning service and burial in the Kinder plot, the grave had been dug open, were cancelled after Feeney spoke to the Watertown police, and the district attorney ordered the body, already embalmed, to be returned to the medical examiner for an autopsy. It was quickly determined that the cause of death given on the original certificate, suffocation and incineration, was correct, but the Woodford family in the meantime had been talking freely with the press, and Helen's brother William, arriving late on the scene, said sternly that if there had been foul play, he wanted everything brought out in the open. No one else in the family or among the police had raised the question, but William's comments were well publicized, and the district attorney ordered a second, more detailed autopsy, even though he said flatly that there was no indication of anything but accidental death. On Monday morning, Catherine and Nora Woodford, accompanied by 2 police officers, identified Helen's body at the morgue. When they came out, they were surrounded by reporters, but they would not answer any questions. "Leave the talking to the big boy," one of them said. Babe was saying almost nothing, but Arthur Crowley told reporters again that Babe had long been separated from Helen. He said 3.5 years, which meant since just after the tearful scene at the Concourse Plaza in August 1925. but that whenever Babe was in Boston he would see her and take her to dinner. Crowley discussed new funeral plans with William Woodford and Mrs. Josephine McCarthy, another sister of Helen's, and they decided the wake would be at the Woodford home Monday night and Tuesday, the funeral mass at St. Augustine's in South Boston on Wednesday, and the burial that day in Old Calvary Cemetery in South Boston. The reporters were still pressing to talk to Ruth himself about the details of his wife's death, and late Monday afternoon, after Babe came back to the hotel, an impromptu press conference was held in the living room of his suite. Ruth sat in a chair, his hands fidgeting in his lap, his eyes red. He was wearing a black suit. "Boys, I'm in a terrible way," he said, his voice low. "This thing has licked me. The shock has been terrible." Tears came to his eyes, and his voice shook. "I hold nothing against my wife. She was the victim of circumstances. I still love her. I have fine memories of her." His voice broke, and there was a pause. "What I'm going to say I can say in a very few words." He paused again and took a gulp of air. "Please leave my wife alone. Let her stay dead." Silence for a moment. "That's all I'm going to say." He took a handkerchief and wiped his eyes and sat looking at the floor. After a moment or two, one of the reporters said, "Can you tell us when and where you and Mrs. Ruth were married?" Ruth lifted his head. "Yes, I certainly can," he said, his voice suddenly strong and calm. "We were married October 17th, 1914, in Ellicott City, Maryland, and the priest who married us was Father Dolan." "What about Dorothy, your daughter?" Ruth shook his head. "I'd rather not say anything about the little girl." The interview was over. The medical examiner could not release Helen's body until reports of the second autopsy were complete, and the wake and the funeral were postponed again. The reports came through at last on Wednesday, again verifying the original cause of death, and the body was released to an undertaker in South Boston. Later Wednesday it was brought to the Woodford home. Hundreds of people moved in and out of the house during the evening. There were floral pieces from Lou Gehrig, Colonel Rupert, Miller Huggins, Herb Pennock. Ruth came to the still crowded house shortly after midnight, stayed a few minutes looking down at his dead wife, and left. The funeral service was conducted in the house Thursday morning by Father Richard Burke of St. Augustine's, and lasted only 7 minutes. A memorial mass would be said the next morning at the church. There was no music. When the procession left the house for Calvary Cemetery, Ruth rode in a car with Helen's mother and her sister Josephine. Arthur Crowley, John Feeney, and 2 other friends of Babe's were the pallbearers. It was raining slightly when poor Helen, as upset and confused in death as she had been in life, was finally laid to rest. She was 31. Helen's death cleared the way for Babe and Claire to be married. They had known each other for almost 6 years, and for the past 3 had been very close. Ruth was on good terms with Claire's mother, went hunting with her brothers when they were around, and liked her little girl. It was as though he had found an instant family, the thing he had never really had. He did not fall in love with Claire because of her family, but it certainly filled a need. His own mother had been sick and sometimes unstable. His father was a busy, harassed man who solved a lot of problems by depositing Babe in St. Mary's. He seldom saw his sister. He received considerable attention, not all of it loving, the first few years of his life, as the first child of young parents, and then was abruptly deprived of it. No matter how much personal concern Brother Matthias had for young George, the boy was still one of hundreds at St. Mary's. No wonder he later demanded the attention and affection of the world. Everything exploded into athletic genius and sexual hunger, and he was forever seeking approval and gratification. This, of course, is cocktail party psychiatry, but isn't it reasonable to suggest that Huggins, in clamping down so hard on Ruth in 1925, became in a way his father, and that Claire, who for all her physical and social attractiveness was sometimes a nag, became his mother? He was still freewheeling in the fun and frolic part of his life, but after 1925 he was at least concerned with what both thought. There was no more trouble between him and Huggins, and despite occasional carpings and complaints at Claire, there was never a serious rift or a question of separation. What about Barrow as a father figure? Well, Barrow, despite his sternness, could not be to Ruth what Huggins was, because he never wholly accepted or admired Ruth. To Barrow, a ball player, even one as outstanding as the Babe, was supposed to be subservient to management. A complete egoist, he was never able fully to comprehend what Ruth was. Barrow was a strong executive and a smart baseball man who knew how to run a ball club. The first great Yankee team was pretty well assembled when Barrow joined the club, late in 1920, but he was the man whose astute trades and purchases, particularly for pitchers, strengthened it even further. And he rebuilt it twice, first in 1925-26, and again in the 1930s. He was a baseball genius, but he was a tyrant, a despot, who deferred only to Colonel Rupert. Once from his box in Yankee Stadium, this was in the flapper era of the 1920s, he saw a woman smoking a cigarette in the grandstand. That was outrageous to a man whose ideas of behavior were established before 1900. He called Charlie McManus, the stadium supervisor, and said imperiously, "Tell that woman to stop smoking." Angry at something the gentlemanly Bill Slocum wrote, he punched Slocum and knocked him across a desk. It took Barrow a long time to get used to Ruth's home runs. On September 9, 1919, when Ruth was charging toward his first home run record and had the whole country excited about it, Barrow made one of the more impressive bad predictions of all time. He said in Boston, "After Babe has satisfied himself by hanging up a record for home runs that will never be touched, he will become a 400 hitter. He wants to establish a record of 30 or 35 home runs this year, and when he has done that, he will start getting a lot of base hits that will win us more games than his home runs. He will just meet the ball and hit it to left field as well as Ty Cobb. He will not be trying to knock the ball out of the lot after this season. He will be content with his record, because it will be far and away out of the reach of any other player the game is likely to develop." Asked who the best of all baseball players was, Barrow always said, "Cobb was the finest hitter and Ruth the greatest slugger and gate attraction, but Wagner was the best ball player." Wagner was Barrow's discovery, and he never let anyone forget it, even when Ruth was winning pennants for him. But Miller Huggins, for all the arguments and fines, did like and admire Ruth, and once he had established his authority over him, things went smoothly. As for Claire, she was beautiful, but so was Helen. She was presumably a splendid wife and partner in love, but surely in his adventures in bed Ruth had known splendid lovers. She was bright and intelligent and sophisticated, but so were other women Ruth had known. What she had beyond all this, I suggest, is what he wanted. She loved him in the demanding yet tolerant way that mothers do, perhaps bossing and nagging and correcting, but leaving no doubt that she loved him all the time despite his faults. She was strong and forceful, and she was his. They were married when Ruth came north from spring training in 1929, 3 months after Helen's death. It was more or less an open secret that they would be married, although when he was asked if the rumors were true, Ruth said, "It's news to me." Pressed on the subject, he said, "Everybody knows all about my plans but me. I'm not getting married today. I'm not getting married this year. I haven't seen Mrs. Hodgson." One of his friends among the sports writers called on Ruth at Claire's apartment a few days before the season began. Ruth was living at the Hotel Alamac, but he was very much at home in the Hodgson apartment. He was wearing bedroom slippers and had a lounging robe over his trousers and shirt. "Congratulations," said the friend. "What for?" "For getting a marriage license." "My God, did they find that out?" He conceded that he and Claire would be getting married soon. "But say, tell them fellows down on the sidewalk to lay off the pictures, will you? The girl's afraid of them damn flashlights." Opening day of the season was April 17th. Very early in the morning, before 6 o'clock, Babe and Claire and their friends, Mr. and Mrs. George Lovell of Scarsdale, arrived at St. Gregory's Roman Catholic Church on West 90th Street. It was raining, but a dozen or so neighborhood kids, who had their own sources of information, were waiting outside the church. With a sense of the importance of the moment, they did nothing but say solemnly, "Hello, Babe," as the party passed. "Hello, boys," said Ruth, just as solemnly. Inside, by prearrangement, they met Father William M. Hughes, who married them. Babe was 35, Claire not quite 29. Afterwards they returned to the apartment, where they were joined by friends and a few reporters. "Where are you going on your honeymoon?" a reporter asked. Claire said, "We're not going on a honeymoon. We're going to go to work and win another pennant." The party kept on all day, but so happily did the rain, and the opening game was postponed until the next day. Claire went to the ballpark for the first time as Mrs. Babe Ruth. She sat in a box near the Yankee dugout, and when Ruth hit a home run, he tipped his hat to her as he came around third base and blew her a kiss before he disappeared into the dugout. "You better stop blowing kisses," she told him, "or you're going to be hearing about it from everybody in the league." They brought Dorothy down from her school in Massachusetts to live with them. In a novel legal action, Claire adopted Dorothy, while Babe adopted Julia, and the two girls, some years apart in age, became in effect sisters. Claire was soon functioning as Babe's manager as well as his wife. She had been a strong influence on him for years anyway. Before he met her, he had worn extravagantly expensive clothes, loud garish things, including a diamond horseshoe tie pin. Under her influence, he continued to buy expensive clothes, but they were far more tasteful. After 1925, he was probably the best-dressed man in baseball, except for that cap. Claire put a control on his eating and drinking, at least at home. She did not cook herself, but she supervised his diet, cutting out starches and desserts but giving him plenty of meat and vegetables. She introduced him to orange juice. He didn't want it at first, she said in a 1934 interview. "Gee, Claire," he said, "I can't drink that stuff. It gives me indigestion." I said, "Nonsense." And now he wouldn't be without a double portion every morning. He realizes now that Mother knows best. She cut down on his drinking, deftly erecting a barrier that kept many of his old carousing friends out in the cold. She began to travel with him on the road trips the Yankees took, and always went to spring training, which she did with the sanction of Rupert and Barrow, who felt her constant presence would deter Babe from kicking over the traces. She and Babe always had a compartment on the team train. She would stay in it discreetly out of sight most of the time, and a suite in out-of-town hotels. The club, although approving, did not pick up the tab for any of this, which irritated Claire, who had a fine appreciation of money. She put a hold down on Babe's spending. They lived well and did not stint, but she kept an eye on where the money went. She took care of the bills and controlled the family checkbook. When Babe wanted cash, he would say, "Claire, write me a $50 check. I got to get some cigars and a few things." Claire wrote so many $50 checks, she said in her autobiography, that she later used his endorsements of them as autographs to send to interested fans. But she also said the $50 checks at least cut down on the lavish tips he was in the habit of handing out when he carried hundreds of dollars around in his pocket. Ruth's income was approaching a peak when they married, and despite the impact of the Depression, which struck before he and Claire were married a year, it remained high. Christy Walsh was still drumming up business. "I can't do anything without consulting my business manager," Ruth would tell those who came to him with deals. "You'll have to call him in New York." But equally important were the friendships he came to develop with Paul Carey and Melvin Gordon Lowenstein in New York, and Emery C. Perry in Chicago, who watched over his financial situation and kept it healthy. His salary had been raised to $70,000 a year in 1927, when he signed a 3-year contract, and he was in the final year of that contract in 1929. He was 35 years old, but he was still at the height of his powers, and when the Yankees started the 1929 season by winning 13 of their first 17 games, it looked as though the team was still strong too and was going to win a 4th straight pennant. But the Yankees went into a bad slump, fell behind the Philadelphia Athletics, and never seriously threatened the Athletics the rest of the season. And Ruth hurt his wrist in May and developed a bad chest cold. He missed several games early in June as the cold grew worse. On June 7th, he was admitted to St. Vincent's for examination, and after the doctors reported that there were heart murmurs, a rumor spread that he had died of a heart attack. Ruth came home from the hospital the next day and had the fun, almost obligatory in such circumstances, of saying, "I feel pretty good for a dead man." But he was told to rest for a while, and on June 9th he and Claire went to Maryland and spent a week on the Chesapeake near Annapolis, resting, fishing, lying in the sun. He took his own time coming back to New York, spending one day in Baltimore playing croquet, and another in Washington visiting friends. On Tuesday, June 18th, he took batting practice, and on Wednesday he played a few innings. Not until June 20th was he back in the lineup to stay. He had been out for 17 days, and when he returned, Gehrig was far in front in the home run race, with 19 to Babe's 10. But Ruth hit 6 in 12 days, and by August 1st had 24 to Gehrig's 26. By September 1st he had 40, which means he hit 30 homers in 10 weeks, and he ended the season with 46, 9 ahead of Gehrig. As for the Yankees, they finished 18 games behind the Athletics. Musial was through as an outfielder, Dugan was gone, Koenig had lost the rare skills of 1926, 27, and 28, Pennick and Hoyt were no longer important pitchers, and Huggins, depressed at the way his team was going, was deathly ill. During the summer, he developed an ugly carbuncle on his face below his eye and kept picking at it nervously. 3 times he missed games because of illness, and on Friday, September 20th, he entered the hospital. The carbuncle was a symptom of erysipelas. His condition grew rapidly worse, and 5 days later, on Wednesday afternoon, he died. The Yankees were playing in Boston, and the news reached the ballpark just as the fifth inning ended. Players from both teams gathered at home plate and observed a minute of silence as the flag was lowered to half-mast. Ruth, asked for a statement after the game, said, "It's one of those things you can't talk about much. You know what I thought of Miller Huggins, and you know what I owe to him." He cried in the clubhouse, as did several of the players. When Tom Meany reported this by phone to his paper in New York, a copy reader said, "Come on, kid, stop overwriting." Meany said, "I can't help it. They were crying." The Yankees came from Boston to attend services in New York. Huggins's three coaches, O'Leary, Shalky, and Art Fletcher, were pallbearers, along with Ruth, Gehrig, Lazzeri, Combs, and Pennick. The body was taken to Cincinnati for burial. Pennick and O'Leary went along to represent the Yankee players. Barrow and Rupert stayed in New York. Chapter 30. The $80,000 Salary, a Better Year Than Hoover. Art Fletcher, a Yankee coach who had played shortstop for McGraw, ran the club for the handful of games left in the 1929 season after Huggins's death. But when Barrow asked him to become the manager on a permanent basis, he said no. He preferred to continue as coach, without the headaches of running the club. Ruth wanted very much to be named manager, but Barrow turned to Shalky, who had been a coach under Huggins after his pitching days ended, and who had managed in the minors. "Shalky deserves the chance," he told Ruth, mentioning the new manager's apprenticeship as coach and minor leaguer. Ruth was not happy about it. He liked Shalky, and he grudgingly accepted the fait accompli, but he decided that as long as his contract was up and he needed a new one, he would hit the Yankees for a lot more money. He worked hard again that winter in Artie McGovern's gym, and before he went south to spring training early in 1930, he told Rupert he wanted $100,000. Rupert refused out of hand, offering only a $5,000 raise to $75,000. Ruth turned this down, and for the first time since his 1919 dispute with Frazee, he became a serious holdout. Walsh composed a letter for Babe's signature, detailing Ruth's financial situation and noting that, "I'm good for $25,000 a year for life even if I quit baseball today." It was sent to the New York newspapers and to the Yankees. It received considerable play in the papers, but in the Yankee office it was ignored. Ruth and Claire went to Florida and stayed at the Jungle Club in St. Petersburg, where Rupert was staying too, and he worked out every day with the ball club. But the salary talks remained at an impasse. Babe came down to $85,000, but on a 3-year contract, and Rupert came up to $80,000 on 2, and agreed to return the $5,000 fine Huggins had slapped on Ruth in 1925. But that was as close as they came. Ruth was restless, and the night before the first exhibition game of the spring he felt particularly low. Things were so different. It was his first Yankee camp without Huggins, and his first without a contract signed and in his pocket. He and Claire had some friends in for the evening, Alan Gould of the Associated Press among them, and Babe got to talking about the game the next day. Gould said, "Are you actually going to play, even though you're not signed?" "Why not?" "Why not? Well, suppose you break a leg. You think Rupert is going to give you $85,000 then? Or even $80,000? "I never thought of that," Babe said. Later he got to mulling about it. He had a few drinks, not many, but enough to get his naturally impulsive nature into gear. By God, he decided he wasn't going to break his leg in an exhibition game for nothing. He made up his mind. If he did not have a signed contract by noon the next day, he was going to hand in his uniform, quit the squad, and go back to New York. Word of Ruth's decision reached Dan Daniel of the New York Telegram. Daniel wrote the story and sent it to his paper, which played it big in its first edition late the next morning. About the time New Yorkers were reading that Ruth would quit the Yankees unless he signed by noon that day, Daniel and Frick and a couple of other writers ran into him near the Jungle Club. It was a beautiful morning. The sun was shining. Ruth was cheerful. "What a day," Ruth said. "I hope I hit one this afternoon." "What do you mean, hit one?" Daniel said. "You're not playing." "Why not?" "You can't. You haven't signed. You said you weren't going to play until you signed." "Oh, that was last night," Ruth said. "The hell it was last night," Daniel said. "I'm all over page 1 with it today." Ruth shrugged. "I'm sorry, Dan. I changed my mind. I decided to stick with the club." "And leave me holding the well-known bag. You ought to stick with what you said last night." "Hell, there's no harm done," said Ruth. "That's what you think," Daniel said. "You ought to stick to your word, Babe. If you're going to play this afternoon, you ought to sign. You and Rupert aren't that far apart anyway." Ruth looked at him. "You think I ought to sign?" "Damn right." "Okay, all right. Go find Jake and I'll sign." The writers deployed. Will Wedge of the Sun went to find Colonel Rupert, who was taking a leisurely walk with an old friend of his named Colonel Alfred W. Wattenberg. Daniel raced to the Western Union office to clear the wires to New York for all the newspapermen. Frick and Slocum, the closest friends Ruth had among the writers, stayed with him to keep him from wandering off. After an interminable time, Wedge came back shepherding the two slow-moving colonels at all deliberate speed. Ruth and Rupert greeted each other warmly, chatted for a few minutes in private, and Babe agreed to the $80,000 for 2 years. "What about the fine?" Ruth asked. Rupert consulted with Barrow, who said, "If it's up to me, the fine stays." Ruth reminded Rupert that he had promised it, and Rupert gave in. "If Huggins had lived," he said, "you would not be getting this, but Miller is dead and he won't know." And so Ruth had a 2-year contract at $80,000. The impact of $80,000 in 1930 is lost against the background of the vast amounts paid today's professional stars. But here are verified figures for salaries earned a couple of seasons earlier by the 1927 Yankees, that team of superstars. After Ruth at $70,000, the next highest paid was Pennick at $17,500. Musial made $13,000. Dugan and Hoyt, $12,000. Combs, $10,000. Gehrig made $8,000, Lazzeri $8,000, Koenig $7,000. Wilcie Moore, who won 19 games, got $3,000. The President of the United States, as stories about Ruth so often point out, was paid $75,000 in 1931. The idea of a ball player making more than the President was almost incomprehensible. An apocryphal story, often told, says that someone asked Ruth if he thought it was right for him to be paid more than President Hoover, and that Ruth replied, "Why not? I had a better year than he did." He had a better year in 1930, too, hitting 49 home runs to beat Gehrig handily again, the 4th straight year Lou finished second in homers to the Babe. Ruth had one particularly explosive stretch in May when he hit 9 home runs in a week, including 3 in one game. He had twice hit 3 in a game in the World Series, but this was the first time he did it in regular season play. Otherwise, it was not a memorable season. Shockey, a sound baseball man, was faced with the never-enviable job of taking a famous manager's place, and he had trouble with some of the players. He and Hoyt quarreled, and Waite and Mark Koenig were traded to Detroit. A bevy of infielders and outfielders tried to fill the gaping holes left behind by Koenig, Dugan, and Musial without notable success. The pitching was poor. The Yankees finished a lackluster third, and Shockey was fired. He had not expected to be, and in September, after discussing the next year's prospects with Rupert and Barrow, suggested signing his new contract then. But Rupert said, "No, we'll sign it in the winter the way we did with Huggins." As the season ended, the Chicago Cubs fired Joe McCarthy, a strong, authoritative manager whom Barrow had long admired, and he sent Paul Critchell to Chicago to sound McCarthy out about managing the Yankees. McCarthy was willing, came to see Barrow and Rupert in New York, and was signed. Shockey, who knew nothing about this, stopped in at the Yankee offices that same day, saw all the reporters and McCarthy, and realized what had happened. The Yankees had a new manager even before the old one knew he was gone. It was a dirty deal, Shockey said years later. Ruth felt the same way, except that he thought he should have been named to succeed Shockey. He was hurt and bitter that he had been passed over again. Did they have to go to the National League for a manager? He kept asking. He went to see Barrow and Rupert. Barrow seemed almost amused that the undisciplined Ruth was serious about wanting to manage, but Rupert, always diplomatic, told the Babe he did not believe in playing managers. He reminded his star player that he had a few good seasons left. Ruth was hardly mollified. Speaker was a playing manager, he argued. Cobb was a playing manager. Hornsby was a playing manager. He resented McCarthy from the beginning, and everyone knew it, including McCarthy. But the new manager, a shrewd man, accepted Ruth's antagonism without direct comment or reaction. He had his own ideas on how to run a ball club, and Ruth's flamboyance did not fit in. But he respected Ruth's bat and recognized his enormous popularity, and he saw to it that peace between them, however uneasy, was maintained. Ruth followed his own rules, but this was accepted by the other players. Jimmy Reese, whom Ruth took a liking for, remembered coming to the clubhouse late one day in Ruth's company. McCarthy, looking past Ruth at the rookie, snapped, "Reese, where the hell have you been?" McCarthy got along very well with Gehrig and Combs and Pennick, now in his 19th season, and with Bill Dickey, the catcher, who became a regular in 1929 and was soon recognized as one of the best in baseball. He thought he might have trouble with Lazzeri, one of the old school and a good friend of Ruth's, but Tony worked well with McCarthy. There were post-Huggins players like Red Ruffing and Lefty Gomez, who became the stars of McCarthy's pitching staff, and Ben Chapman, a bad-tempered but talented player who came into his own when McCarthy shifted him from third base to the outfield. And he kept turning over infielders, getting Joe Sewell from Cleveland to play third base and eventually finding Frank Crissetti to fill the gap at shortstop that had been there since Koenig stopped being a star. It was soon McCarthy's team without question. He established a discipline in the dugout, in the clubhouse, in hotels, and on trains. He insisted the players wear jackets and ties on the road. "You're the Yankees," he kept telling them. And he told them to shave at home or in the hotel, not in the clubhouse. "This is your job. Shave before you come to work." He would not let them play cards in the clubhouse, and when the club was traveling, he insisted on nominal nickel and dime limits in poker and 20th of a cent a point stakes in bridge. But he let Ruth alone, and the babe behaved. He played hard, and he had a superb season. Early in the year, in April, in Boston, he strained his foot sliding into third base. He got laboriously to his feet and stayed in the game, and when the next batter hit a moderate fly ball to right field, he came pounding toward home in an attempt to score. The throw reached catcher Charlie Berry, who had been an All-American football player, at the same time Ruth did. Ruth slammed into Berry, was flipped upside down, but landed near the plate, which he touched with one hand for the run. He seemed okay despite the collision, but in the outfield the next inning, when he turned abruptly to chase a fly ball, he yelped in pain and fell. He had done something to his leg when he hit Berry, and he could not put his weight on it. It was diagnosed as a temporary paralysis of a nerve, and he was hospitalized for several days. When he came back to the team 10 days later, he was fine, and his batting became the stuff Barrow dreamed of in 1919. As June ended, he was hitting .400 and leading the league, and he was near .390 much of the summer. But then he ripped his finger on the chicken wire fence in the outfield and fell off to .373, second to Al Simmons's .390. And after all his years of trying, Gehrig caught up to him in home runs, the two tying for the league lead with 46 each. Life was not quite as lively as it had been, but it was still fun, and Babe found a lot of it. He played against a House of David team in 1931 and put on a full set of false whiskers. Whenever he hit a home run off a new pitcher, he would call over cheerily, "Young man, you have just joined the Babe Ruth Home Run Club." But he also said, "It's hell to get older," and he was becoming wary of big, hard-throwing pitchers. A good-looking rookie named Jim Peterson joined the Athletics in 1931. He came in to pitch against Ruth, and Mickey Cochran, the Athletics Hall of Fame catcher, told him, "Nothing but fastballs, but put everything you have on it." Peterson, regarding Ruth with more than a bit of awe, put all his 200 pounds behind a fastball, lost control of it, and sent it directly at the Babe, who sprawled ignominiously in the dirt and jumped up, spluttering, "Why, you collegiate son of a bitch!" He walked, and when Gehrig came to bat a moment later, Lou said placatingly to Peterson, "Now don't be nervous." Ruth went hunting every winter, and in 1931 came back from North Carolina with 3 wild turkeys, 20 ducks, and a deer, and had them all delivered to his butcher. "Send a turkey to Ed Barrow," he told the butcher, "and take care of the ducks, but don't let anybody touch that deer. I don't want somebody monkeying with it and spoiling the skin. I'll come back and skin it myself." Claire told him to let Anton the butcher skin the deer, but Ruth said, "Him? What does he know about skinning a deer?" "He'd ruin it. I want the skin made into a rug for Dorothy's room, and the job has to be done by somebody who knows how to skin a deer." He went to Anton's with Rudd Rennie, who watched as Babe put on a butcher's apron, accepted a knife, and prepared to operate, lecturing as he did like a surgeon in a hospital amphitheater. "The way we usually do this," he said, "is to hang the deer from a tree, but I'll have to do it the way it is. Now we start here." He jabbed the carcass, and Anton emitted a shrill cry of protest. "No, no," he said, and without ceremony took the knife from Ruth and made the proper incision. Ruth said, "Oh," and Anton continued, Ruth watching with interest. When the butcher finished, Babe asked, "Where did you learn to skin a deer?" "In Austria. Where I come from, there are many deer. People eat them all the time. I skin many deer." "Hell, if I'd have known that, I'd have stayed home. Hey, cut out a roast and send it up to the house. Put those horns in a bag. I'll take them with me." As he grew older, his hunting equipment became more elaborate. Ruth believed in roughing it in comfort, and often he would say, "You fellas go on out. I think I'll do my hunting on Mahogany Ridge today." Mahogany Ridge was the bar. One winter he took along his portable phonograph and 50 records, the old heavy 78 RPM discs. He had a terrible time locating a container for the records, and nagged Claire about finding something that would do. "How about one of those big round cake tins?" he demanded. "Haven't got a big round cake tin," she said. "Anyway, one wouldn't be enough." "Well, call over and order half a dozen." "Babe, cake tins don't come empty. They have cakes in them." "All right," he said. "You can take the cakes out, can't you?" She gave up and ordered 4 big cakes, complete with tins. The cakes were jettisoned, the records safely packed, and Ruth left for his hunting trip with 3 guns, 3 suitcases, and 4 cake tins. Ruth went to Los Angeles in the autumn of 1931 to make some short baseball films, and there he said he intended to retire after 2 more seasons. He wanted to complete 20 years as an active player. Asked if he hoped to own a club someday, he said, "Nope, but I want to manage one." His $80,000 contract had expired, and he and Rupert soon were in another hassle. Rupert sent Ruth a contract for $70,000, a cut of $10,000. Babe said he would refuse to consider anything but another 2-year contract at $80,000. But he was not on as strong ground as he had been 2 years earlier. The Depression was 2 years old. Jobs were generally scarce, and salaries in those that were around were being cut. Babe said, "I haven't noticed the Yankees in any depression." But it had little effect. No one was going to waste sympathy on Ruth having to get along on $70,000. After 2 months of disagreement, he and Rupert came to terms in the foyer of the Ralyat Hotel in St. Petersburg. They talked alone before the big fireplace at one end of the long room, while at the other end a cluster of people watched and tried to hear what they were saying. After 10 or 15 minutes, Rupert sent for Colonel Wattenberg, who supplied a pen and witnessed the signatures. They had compromised again. Rupert went up $5,000, and Ruth came down $5,000. And he agreed to take the $75,000 on a 1-year contract. The photographers posed them outside afterwards and had Ruth and Rupert and Claire toss. Chapter 31. The Magnificent Moment, the Called Shot Home Run. Everything worked for the Yankees in 1932. The infield clicked, the outfield was strong, the catching outstanding, except when Dickey was under a 30-day suspension for breaking a Washington outfielder's jaw with one punch in a dispute at home plate. The pitching was superb, and the hitting strong and consistent all year long. The team won 107 games and took the pennant by a wide margin. Ruth pretty much decided when he wanted to play, which was most of the time, but more and more he left the game in the late innings and let young Sammy Bird or Myril Hogue finish up for him. Ruth's caddies, they were called, or his legs. Babe, now 38, had a solid enough year, although it was distinctly below his traditional high level of accomplishment. For one thing, he lost the home run championship he had held, except for 1922 and 1925, since 1918. Jimmy Fox of Philadelphia even threatened Ruth's record of 60, ending with 58. Babe was second, but far behind, with 41. He batted .341, not bad, scored 120 runs and batted in 137, not bad at all. But people like Fox and Gehrig and Simmons were obviously better hitters than he was now. The only thing the Babe led the league in was bases on balls. Twice he was out of the lineup for extended periods, the first time in the middle of July after he ruptured the sheath of a muscle in the rear of his leg as he chased a fly ball. He fell in a writhing heap and once again was carried off the field. He was in a hospital for a few days and out of action for the better part of 2 weeks. Later in the year, in September, he felt shooting pains in his right side during a game in Philadelphia. The Yankees left on a western road trip, pausing first for an exhibition game in Binghamton, New York, and there Ruth felt the pain again. By the time the club reached Detroit, he was convinced he had appendicitis. He phoned Barrow in New York, spoke to McCarthy, and, with Claire, hurried back to New York for a thorough examination. It may or may not have been his appendix. There was no operation. But he ran a low fever for several days and was kept in bed. 10 days after his return to New York and only 10 days before the World Series with the Cubs was due to begin, he got into a uniform and worked out at Yankee Stadium. The team was still on the road, and Babe batted against an amateur pitcher, but he was unable to put one ball into the stands. "I'm so weak I don't think I could break a pane of glass," he said, "but I'll be okay in a few days. They had me packed so deep in ice I haven't thawed out yet." There was considerable doubt that he would be able to play in the series, but he was in the Yankee lineup for the last 5 games of the year. He had only 3 hits in 16 at-bats, and when the Cubs faced the Yankees on Wednesday, September 28th, there was Ruth in right field, batting third. This was the World Series that is remembered for Ruth's called home run, the single most famous facet of his legend. Yet it was really Gehrig's series. Chicago had a good, solid team, representative of the glowing period from 1928 through 1938, when the Cubs won 4 pennants and never finished lower than third. These Cubs could hit, and indeed they scored almost 5 runs a game against the excellent Yankee pitching staff, but their own pitchers, a redoubtable collection of first-rate performers, Lon Warneke, Charlie Root, Guy Bush, Burley Grimes, Pat Malone, were destroyed by the Yankees, who scored an average of more than 9 runs a game. Gehrig had 9 hits in the 4 games, including 3 home runs and a double, and he scored 9 runs and batted in 8 as the Yankees won 12-6, 5-2, 7-5, and 13-6. Yet Gehrig's exploits were obscured, as they so often were during his career, by a brighter sun, meaning Ruth. Along with being the highest-scoring series ever played, it probably had the most bench jockeying, and the Babe was in the forefront of it. Mark Koenig, who had dropped down to the minors after the Yankees traded him away, had been brought back up by the Cubs late in 1932 to fill a hole at shortstop. He fielded splendidly, batted .353 in 33 games, and was a key figure in Chicago's drive to the pennant. But when the Cubs met just before the series to decide how they would divide their share of the World Series pot, Koenig was voted only a half share. Rogers Hornsby, who had been fired as manager almost 2/3 of the way through the season, received nothing. A young outfielder named Frank Demery, who was in only 23 games during the season but played center field and batted 5th in 2 series games and hit a home run, was given a quarter share. The Yankees, led by Ruth, made great capital of Koenig's half share. "Hey, Mark," Babe boomed, "who are those cheapskates you're with?" Variations, richly embellished, followed and never let up. The Cubs struck back, mostly at Ruth, calling him fat and old and washed up, and they dragged out the old nigger cry. Guy Bush, a dark-haired, swarthy Mississippian, was Chicago's starting pitcher in the first game, and the Yankees yelled back, "Who are you calling a nigger? Look at your pitcher." The jockeying continued at this high level as the Yankees won the first 2 games in New York. Then the series shifted to Chicago, where thousands of people crammed into LaSalle Street Station to see the ball clubs arrive. Ruth, accompanied by Claire, fought his way through the not unfriendly crowd to a freight elevator and then out to a cab. Motorcycle cops had to clear the way for the Yankees, and as Ruth and his wife entered their hotel, a woman spat on them. Such anti-Yankee feeling was isolated on the streets, but it was overwhelmingly evident at Wrigley Field before and during the 3rd game of the series. Ruth complained a week or so later that the Chicago press had brought the fans down on him with stories about the bench jockeying. "They wrote about me riding the Cubs for being tight and about me calling them cheapskates," he said indignantly. "Well, didn't you?" he was asked. "Well, weren't they?" he answered with irrefutable logic. Then he grinned and said, "Jesus, I wish I had known they only voted that kid Demery a quarter share. Would I have burned them on that one?" Almost 50,000 people were jammed into every part of Wrigley Field, and most of them were yelling at Ruth. Whenever a ball was lofted his way in pre-game practice, a lemon or 2 would come flying out of the bleachers. Each time, Babe picked up the lemons and threw them back. He was in a good mood. There was a strong wind blowing toward right field, and during batting practice he and Gehrig put on an awesome show, far more spectacular than the one in Pittsburgh 5 years earlier. Babe hit 9 balls into the stands, Gehrig 7. Ruth yelled at the Cubs, "I'd play for half my salary if I could hit in this dump all the time." Gomez, the non-hitting pitcher, said, "With that wind, I could hit a home run today." The jockeying between the two teams, or to be more accurate, between Ruth and the Cubs, became more intense as the game began. Charlie Root was the starting pitcher for Chicago, but Bush and Grimes and Malone were on the top step of the Cub dugout, leading the verbal barrage on Ruth. Andy Lotshaw, the Cubs trainer, yelled, "If I had you, I'd hitch you to a wagon, you potbelly." Ruth said afterwards, "I didn't mind no ball players yelling at me, but the trainer cutting in, that made me sore." As he waited to bat in the first inning, according to Richards Vidmer in the New York Herald-Tribune, he paused to jest with the raging Cubs, pointed to the right field bleachers, and grinned. The game started badly for the Cubs. Koenig had hurt his wrist in New York and was out the rest of the series. His replacement, Billy Jerges, fielded the first ball hit by the Yankees, a grounder by Earl Combs, and threw it all the way into the stands behind first base. Joe Sewell walked, and Ruth came to bat with men on first and second and no one out. Root threw a pitch outside for ball 1, another one inside for ball 2. Then he threw a fastball on the outside corner, and Ruth, swinging at the ball for the first time in a game in Wrigley Field, hit a 3-run homer into the right field bleachers to put the Yankees ahead 3-0 before an out had been made. Gehrig hit a homer in the third with the bases empty, and Ruth hit a fly to the right center field fence, but the Cubs rallied and in the fourth inning tied the game at 4-4. The tying run was scored by Jerges, who reached second base with a double when Ruth, to the great delight of the crowd, looked foolish, missing a try at a shoestring catch. And so it was 4-4 in a rowdy game as the Yankees came to bat in the fifth. Another lemon bounced toward Ruth as he waited on the on-deck circle while Sewell went out. Boos and hoots rose to a crescendo as he stepped into the batter's box. The Cubs were on the top of the dugout steps, Bush cupping his hands around his mouth as he taunted Ruth. Babe grinned, then stepped in to face Root. The pitcher threw. It was called a strike. The crowd cheered, and the Cubs razzed Ruth louder than ever. Still grinning, holding his bat loosely in his left hand, he looked over at the Cubs and raised one finger of his right hand. Root pitched again, in close for ball 1. He pitched again, this time outside, and it was ball 2. The crowd stirred in disappointment, and the razzing from the Cubs let up slightly. Again Root pitched, and it was called strike 2. The crowd roared, and the Cubs yammered with renewed vigor. Bush was so excited he ran a step or two onto the grass in front of the dugout, yelling at Ruth. Grimes was shouting something. Ruth waved the exultant Cubs back toward their dugout and held up 2 fingers. Gabby Hartnett, the Chicago catcher, heard him say, "It only takes 1 to hit it." Root said something from the mound, and Ruth said something back. Gehrig, who was in the on-deck circle, said, "Babe was jawing with Root, and what he said was, 'I'm going to knock the next pitch right down your goddamn throat.'" Root threw again, a change-up curve, low and away. Ruth swung and hit a tremendous line-drive home run deep into the bleachers in center field. Johnny Moore, the center fielder, ran back and stood there looking up as it went far over his head into the stands. It was the longest home run that had ever been hit in Wrigley Field. Ruth ran down the first base line laughing. "You lucky bum," he said to himself, "you lucky, lucky bum." He said something to Charlie Grimm, the Cubs player-manager first baseman. He said something to second baseman Billy Herman. He shook his clasped hands over his head like a victorious fighter, and as he rounded third base, still laughing, he yelled, "Squeeze the Eagle Club," to the now silent Chicago dugout. In a box near home plate, Franklin D. Roosevelt, who was running for president against Herbert Hoover, put his head back and laughed, and after the Babe crossed home plate, Roosevelt's eyes followed him all the way into the dugout, where he was mauled and pounded by his gleeful Yankee teammates. Gehrig stepped to the plate. Root threw 1 pitch, and Gehrig hit a home run. 2 pitches, 2 home runs. The Yankees led 6-4, all their runs coming on homers by Ruth and Gehrig. Root was taken out of the game, and it ended with the Yankees winning 7-5. The New York clubhouse roared with noise afterwards. Ruth yelled, "Did Mr. Ruth chase those guys back into the dugout?" "Mr. Ruth sure did." The next day, Bush was Chicago's starting pitcher. When Ruth came to bat in the first inning, Bush hit him on the arm with a blistering fastball. Babe pretended to flick something off his arm as he trotted down to first base. "Hey, lop-ears," he yelled to Bush, "was that your fastball? I thought it was a gnat." To Gehrig he called, "Don't look for nothing, Lou, he ain't got it." And Bush didn't. He faced 5 men in the inning, got 1 out, and was lifted from the game. Lazzeri hit 2 homers, Combs 1, Gehrig batted in 3 runs, and the Yankees won 13-6. Ruth had only 1 single in 5 at-bats, and in the clubhouse afterwards put hot towels on his arm, which was flaming red and badly swollen where Bush's gnat had bitten it. Doc Painter, the trainer, said that if the series had gone another game, Ruth could not possibly have played in it. But despite the pain, Ruth was gloriously happy. He even went over to McCarthy and shook his hand. "What a victory," he said. "My hat is off to you, Mac." A few days later, back in New York, he said, "That's the first time I ever got the players and the fans going at the same time. I never had so much fun in all my life." Now, what about the legend? What about the story, often affirmed, often denied, that Babe pointed to a spot in center field and then hit the ball precisely to that spot? It is an argument over nothing, and the fact that Ruth did not point to center field before his home run does not diminish in the least what he did. He did challenge the Cubs before 50,000 people, did indicate he was going to hit a home run, and did hit a home run. What more could you ask? The legend grew, obviously, because people gild lilies, and because sometimes we remember vividly seeing things we did not see. Most of the contemporary accounts of the game talked about Ruth calling his shot, but only one that I could find said specifically that he pointed at the fence. That, written by Joe Williams, sports editor of the Scripps Howard newspapers, appeared in late editions of afternoon newspapers on Saturday, October 1st, the day of the game. The headline over Williams' story in the New York World Telegram said, "Ruth calls shot as he puts homer number 2 in side pocket." And part of his account said, "In the 5th, with the Cubs riding him unmercifully from the bench, Ruth pointed to center and punched a screaming liner to a spot where no ball had ever been hit before." That is the only place in the story where specific reference is made to pointing to center field. Elsewhere in his copy, Williams wrote, "The first strike was called, and the razzing from the Cub bench increased. Ruth laughed and held up one finger. 2 balls were pitched, and Babe jeered the Cub bench, the fans, and Root, grinning broadly all the time. Another strike was called, and Bush ran part of the way out of the dugout to tell the Babe that he was just a tramp. Ruth hit the next pitch farther than any other ball was ever hit in this park." Westbrook Pegler, who wrote a column but not a running account of the game, said, "Bush pushed back his big ears, funneled his hands at his mouth, and yelled raspingly at the great man to upset him. The Babe laughed derisively and gestured at him. 'Wait, Mug, I'm going to hit one out of the yard.' Root threw a strike past him, and he held up a finger to Bush, whose ears flapped excitedly as he renewed his insults. Another strike passed him, and Bush crawled almost out of the hole to extend his remarks. The Babe held up 2 fingers this time. Root wasted 2 balls, and Babe put up 2 fingers on his other hand. Then, with a warning gesture of his hand to Bush, he sent the signal for the customers to see. 'Now,' it said, 'this is the one. Look.' And that one went riding on the longest home run ever hit in the park. Many a hitter may make 2 home runs, possibly 3 in a World Series play in years to come, but not the way Ruth hit these 2. Nor will you ever see an artist call his shot before hitting one of the longest drives ever made on the ground in a World Series game, laughing at and mocking the enemy, 2 strikes gone." The story by Williams was the only one I found of those written on the day of the game that interpreted Ruth's gestures as pointing toward center. But 2 days later, Paul Gallico of the New York Daily News, a rococo and flamboyant writer, wrote, "He pointed like a duelist to the spot where he expected to send his rapier home." A day after that, Bill Coram of the Hearst newspapers wrote that Ruth pointed out where he was going to hit the next one and hit it there. But in his account the day it happened, Coram neglected to mention the fact. Tom Meany, who worked for Williams and sat next to him at the game on Saturday, wrote a story the following Tuesday that said, "Babe's interviewer then interrupted to point out the hole in which Babe put himself Saturday when he pointed out the spot in which he intended to hit his homer, and asked the great man if he realized how ridiculous he would have appeared if he had struck out. 'I never thought of that,' said Babe." But it is not clear in Meany's story if the phrase about pointing was in the question put to Ruth or merely incorporated in the copy as a clarifying description. Williams was a positive, opinionated observer and a vigorous journalist. Taking an opposite tack some months later, he suggested to Gehrig that Root let Babe hit the ball. "Like hell he did," said Gehrig. Meany was a fine reporter, a gifted writer, and a superior raconteur of baseball anecdotes. I believe that Williams's strong personality and the wide circulation given his original story in Scripps Howard newspapers, as well as Meany's repeated accounts of that colorful World Series, are what got the legend started and kept it going. That the pointing version was often questioned is shown in Meany's biography of Ruth, published in 1947. In it, Meany wrote, "It was then the big fellow made what many believed to be the beau geste of his entire career. He pointed in the direction of dead center field. Some say it was merely a gesture toward Ruth, others that he was just letting the Cub bench know that he still had the big one left." Ruth himself has changed his version a couple of times. Whatever the intent of the gesture, the result was, as they say in Hollywood, slightly colossal. Ruth told John Carmichael, a highly respected Chicago sports writer, "I didn't exactly point to any spot. All I wanted to do was give that thing a ride out of the park, anywhere. I used to pop off a lot about hitting homers, but mostly among the Yankees. Combs and Lazare and Fletcher used to yell, 'Come on, babe, hit one.' So I'd come back, 'Okay, you bums, I'll hit one.' Sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't. Hell, it was fun." His autobiography, published in 1947, not only says he did it, but adds the embroidery that he began thinking about it the night before the game, after he and Claire were spat on when they entered their hotel. It says he was angry and hurt because of the taunts of the Chicago players and fans. It says that before the first pitch he pointed to center field, and that when Root threw the ball, Babe held up a finger and yelled "strike one" before the umpire could call the pitch, and held up 2 fingers and yelled "strike 2" after the second pitch, and before the third pitch he stepped out of the box and pointed to the bleachers again, and then hit the third pitch for the home run. This version is the one that was substantially followed by Hollywood in the movie of Ruth's life that starred William Bendix, and as bad as the movie was, it gave the legend the permanence of concrete. Both autobiography and movie infuriated Charlie Root, who turned the film company down flat when they asked him to portray himself. "Not if you're going to have him pointing," he said. He refused to have anything to do with it, and he went to his grave denying that Ruth had pointed to center field. "If he had, I would have knocked him on his ass with the next pitch," he always insisted. Yet Root's memory was hazy on detail. In the mid-1950s, he said, "George Magerkurth, the plate umpire, said in a magazine story that Ruth did point to center field. But to show how far wrong Magerkurth was, he had the count 3-2 when it was really 2 strikes and no balls. To me, the count was significant. Why should Ruth point to show where he was going to hit a ball when, with 2 strikes and no balls, he knew he wasn't apt to get a pitch he could hit at all?" But both Magerkurth and Root were wrong. The count was neither 3 balls and 2 strikes, nor 2 strikes and no balls. It was 2 strikes and 2 balls. And Magerkurth umpired at first base that day, not behind the plate. Such fuzziness of detail is evident in several contemporary accounts of the game. Pegler, quoted above, said the count went strike, strike, ball, ball, whereas it was strike, ball, ball, strike. Coram said the count was 3-2, and so did the play-by-play account in the New York Times. Meany's biography and Ruth's autobiography both say, as Ruth did, that it was 2 strikes and no balls. Any lawyer will concede that honest witnesses see the same things differently. Here are what some witnesses said about it. Charlie Root. "Ruth did not point at the fence before he swung. If he had made a gesture like that, well, anybody who knows me knows that Ruth would have ended up on his ass. The legend didn't get started until later. I fed him a change-up curve. It wasn't a foot off the ground, and it was 3 or 4 inches outside, certainly not a good pitch to hit. But that was the one he smacked. He told me the next day that if I'd thrown him a fastball, he would have struck out. I was guessing with you," he said. Gabby Hartnett, the Chicago catcher. "Babe came up in the 5th and took 2 called strikes. After each one, the Cub bench gave him the business, stuff like he was choking and he was washed up. Babe waved his hand across the plate toward our bench on the third base side. 1 finger was up. At the same time, he said softly, and I think only the umpire and I heard him, 'It only takes 1 to hit it.' Root came in with a fast one, and it went into the center field seats. Babe didn't say a word when he passed me after the home run. If he had pointed out at the bleachers, I'd be the first to say so." Doc Painter, the Yankee trainer. "Before taking his stance, he swept his left arm full length and pointed to the center field fence. When he got back to the bench, Herb Pennock said, 'Suppose you missed, you would have looked like an awful bum.' Ruth was taking a drink from the water cooler, and he lifted his head and laughed. 'I never thought of that,' he said." Joe McCarthy, the Yankee manager. "I'm not going to say he didn't do it. Maybe I didn't see it. Maybe I was looking the other way. Anyway, I'm not going to say he didn't do it." Jimmy I. Saminger, Philadelphia sports writer. He made a satiric gesture to the Cub bench and followed it with a resounding belt that had so much force behind it that it landed in the bleachers in dead center. The San Francisco Examiner, October 2nd, 1932. He called his shot theatrically with derisive gestures towards the Cubs' dugout. The Reach Guide, covering the 1932 season. Ruth hit the ball over the center field fence, a tremendous drive, after indicating in pantomime to his hostile admirers what he proposed to do, and did. Warren Brown, Chicago sports writer. The Babe indicated he had one strike, the big one, left. The vituperative Cub bench knew what he meant. Hartnett heard Ruth growl that this was what he meant. Ruth, for a long while, had no other version, nor was any other sought from him. Ford Frick, who was not at the game, tried to pin Ruth down on the subject when the two were talking about the series some time later. "Did you really point to the bleachers?" Frick asked. Ruth, always honest, shrugged. "It's in the papers, isn't it?" he said. "Yeah," Frick said, "it's in the papers, but did you really point to the stands?" "Why don't you read the papers? It's all right there in the papers." Which, Frick said, means he never said he did, and he never said he didn't. Chapter 32. Decline. It's Hell to be Old. The joyful glow from the 1932 World Series did not last long. It was obvious that Ruth was going to have to take another salary cut for 1933, and probably a big one. The depression was at its worst, and, as Barrow let everyone know, the Yankees had to refund more than $100,000 to holders of tickets to the unplayed 6th and 7th games of the series. Ruth was unconcerned. "Jake and I will meet," he said, "and he'll say what he thinks I should get next season, and then I'll say. Then we'll talk a little while, and then we'll come to an agreement. It's always been like that. Jake and I never have much trouble getting together." But when Ruth received his contract in the middle of January, he was outraged. He had been cut 33.33% to $50,000, a drop of $25,000. Babe phoned Barrow and said he was returning the contract, and asked if it was okay if he told the papers about it. Barrow said, "No, I'd rather you didn't. I'll take care of that myself." Ruth waited a few days, but when nothing appeared in the papers, he called the reporters in. "I don't mind telling you in the world that the offer is $50,000, he said, "and that's a cut of $25,000, and that's some wallop." He muttered about Barrow. "I don't believe Colonel Rupert ever saw the contract, and I told Barrow that. Hell, I expected to receive a cut, but I can't believe Jake would go so far as a third off. I'll never sign for that." Yet Rupert had seen the size of the cut and had approved it, although his only comment to inquiring reporters was, "I have nothing to say, nothing to say, nothing to say at all." A few days later, Babe's anger subsided somewhat, and he said genially, "I can see a 10% cut or even a 15% cut, but 15% is as low as I'll go. I expected a cut, but $25,000 is no cut. That's an amputation." Someone raised the question of the Depression, salary cuts, unemployment, bread lines, and whether Babe had a right to complain about his salary. Ruth said, "Why shouldn't I kick? The Yankees made money last year, and I think I helped draw the crowds as much as I ever did. Oh, hell, we'll work this out in Florida. We always do." He went south and played golf. He had a hole-in-one on the 185-yard third hole at Pasadena Golf Club near St. Petersburg, and shot a 78 that day. He played a lot of golf, but nothing was happening with his contract. One of those rumors that he was dead flashed around again, this one saying he had been killed in a plane crash. "Nah," said Ruth on the phone to a worried inquirer. "I haven't been in a plane in weeks. The worst accident I've had is that Yankee contract." He and Rupert met once in Florida, and Ruth offered to come down to $60,000. Rupert refused to budge from his original offer of $50,000. Babe worked out with the club, but did not sign. The exhibition season began, and in the middle of March he and Rupert met again. Babe, his resistance melting like a snowball in St. Petersburg, came down to $55,000. Rupert still said no. He not only said no, he said, "If Ruth does not sign by March 29th, he will not be taken north with the team. Furthermore, if he does not come to terms by then, the present offer of $50,000 will be lowered. Ruth has come down in his demands, but I told him I cannot possibly sign him for more than $50,000. 4 days later, on March 22nd, Ruth gave in and signed. Rupert had the grace to let Ruth save face. "We have reached an agreement. The colonel told the press. I asked Ruth what he wanted, and he said, I'll take $52,000. I told him that was all right, and that ended the matter. They both had compromised, said one newspaper. Ruth had come down $23,000, and Rupert had gone up $2,000. Yet there was little sympathy for Ruth. In March 1933, Franklin Roosevelt had just been inaugurated. Banks were folding, savings were gone, and Ruth was still the highest-paid player in the game. He took another distinct step down competitively in 1933. He played about as much as he had in 1932, still using his caddies to spell him in the late innings and the second games of double-headers, but he batted only .301 and was slow and lumbering in the field. He had the consolation of hitting more home runs than Gehrig, yet with only 34 he was well behind Jimmy Fox. The Yankees had a disappointing year. They were the same team as in 1932, but this time things did not click. The pitching was off, and Ruth was no longer an asset, but a liability. Still, he had a couple of memorable moments that season. The first All-Star game was played in Chicago in July, and sentiment prevailed over current performances in picking the lineups. John McGraw managed the National League, Connie Mack the American, and Ruth played right field for Mack's side. In the third inning, batting against left-handed Bill Hallahan in Chicago's Big Comiskey Park, he hit a 2-run home run, the first in All-Star game history, and it was the American League's margin of victory in a 4-3 game. Ruth stayed in the lineup, his adrenaline flowing, and in the eighth inning made a spectacular catch of a long fly ball. It was his day. Then, in the final game of the season in Yankee Stadium against the Red Sox, he pitched again. His appearance was well ballyhooed, and 25,000 people came to watch. It was billed as a fitting climax to his 20th season in the majors, since he would be pitching against his original team, the Red Sox. Ruth took the assignment seriously and worked to get his arm in shape. He was 39 years old and had pitched only once in the previous 12 seasons, but he went all the way against the Red Sox and beat them 6-5. He gave up 12 hits, 11 of them singles. He walked 3. But in only one inning did the Red Sox really get to him. In the sixth, with the Yankees ahead 6-0 after Ruth's 34th home run an inning earlier, Boston hit out 5 singles, 4 of them in a row, and scored 4 runs. But Ruth stopped them, gave up 1 more run in the eighth, held on and finished the game. Winning meant that he had never had a losing season as a pitcher. The trainer worked on his arm between innings in the dugout, but an hour after the game it was stiff and sore. Happy but exhausted, he showered, dressed painfully, and left the stadium. Outside, thousands of fans were waiting. Instead of cheering, they applauded as he made his way to his car. Ruth tipped his cap using his right hand because he could not lift his left. In previous years, he had said he was going to retire after 1933, his 20th season, but now he elected not to. He still wanted to become manager of the Yankees, and he decided to stay around. His contempt for McCarthy, temporarily in abeyance after the 1932 World Series, became evident again. McCarthy's resentment of Ruth was equally evident. Mrs. Ruth and Mrs. McCarthy did not speak to each other. McCarthy told someone that Pennock had been as impressive as Ruth in the 1932 World Series. Pennock had pitched very well in relief in the 2 games in Chicago. Ruth's obtuseness about the Yankee managing job was almost pitiful. It was obvious that Barrow was convinced he was incapable of managing, and Rupert, with justification, depended heavily on Barrow's judgment in running the club. After the 1932 series, Rupert, on Barrow's advice, gave McCarthy a 3-year contract that was to run through 1935. Wishful rumors persisted that Ruth would take over when McCarthy's contract ran out, but he never had a chance. His stubbornness in wanting to remain an active player with the Yankees and his forlorn hope that he would ultimately succeed McCarthy may well have cost Ruth a chance to manage the Red Sox. Boston had 5 different managers in 6 years, and Ruth was approached about the job in 1932. James Michael Curley, still a power in Boston politics, was trying to revive baseball in his city, and he pointed out to prospective purchasers of the Red Sox the attractiveness of Ruth as manager. They talked to Ruth, but it was during the 1932 season, and Babe felt he was still a force on the Yankees. He did not want to leave the club, nor is it likely that the Yankees would have let him go then, at least not cheaply. The Red Sox post came up again in 1933 when Tom Yawkey, a multimillionaire, bought the club. Yawkey wanted to hire Ruth, but was persuaded not to by Eddie Collins, his general manager. There were reports that the White Sox were interested too. After the 1933 season, the Detroit Tigers definitely wanted him. The Tigers' attendance had been declining for several years, and Frank Navin, the Detroit owner, felt that Ruth as player-manager would certainly help the gate and possibly help the team on the field. He spoke to Barrow during the 1933 World Series about the possibility of obtaining Ruth. Barrow, after conferring with Rupert, said something could be worked out. The Yankees were looking for a way to dump Ruth gracefully, and this seemed an ideal situation. He would still be in the league, which would help the box office, and Barrow was even able to wheedle Navin into throwing a useful outfielder into the deal. It all depended on Ruth now. Before he closed the deal, Navin wanted to talk to Babe and reach an agreement on the details. He asked him to come to Detroit. But Babe and Claire and Julia, Dorothy was too young and had to stay in school, were leaving on a trip to Honolulu where Babe had several exhibitions lined up. Ruth said he would see Navin on his return. "You're making a mistake," Barrow said. "You better go see him now." "There's plenty of time," Ruth said. "The season doesn't begin for 6 months. I've got these things all set in Hawaii. I'll call him when I get back." Navin, never a particularly genial man, was annoyed. Connie Mack was again breaking up his team. He had already sent Al Simmons and Jimmy Dykes to Chicago, and Navin bought Mickey Cochran from Mack and made him player-manager. Ruth made no comment. In Hawaii, he played golf, laid a wreath on the grave of Alexander Joy Cartwright, the founder of American baseball, and complained after an exhibition game, "I guess I'm getting too old. Another year and I'll have to quit." Rupert and Barrow winced when they heard that. Another year of Ruth. He would be 40 in February. He was old and he was brittle. He was hurting the team on the field, and Rupert liked to win. He did not like second place. Ruth was contemptuous of his manager, had quarreled with the fiery young Ben Chapman, and had a serious falling out with his old friend Gehrig. He had become an incubus. Barrow had an idea. If Ruth wanted to manage, why not make him manager of Newark, the Yankee farm club in New Jersey? Tell the Babe that here was his chance to demonstrate his ability. The implication would be that he would be preparing himself to take over from McCarthy. Barrow was sure that in time Ruth would get bored with the job or mess it up. In either case, he could be eased out with a minimum of hard feelings, particularly from the public. Ruth rejected the Newark job. "I'm a big leaguer," he said. "Why should I have to go down to the minors first? Cobb and Speaker didn't. Why do I have to?" A year earlier, the Washington Senators had made their 26-year-old shortstop, Joe Cronin, player-manager. "How about that kid in Washington? Did he have more experience than me?" The Yankees again cut his salary drastically, Barrow preparing the way by talking loudly on a telephone when he knew Dan Daniel, who loved news beats, was within hearing. "I think $25,000 should be our top offer," he said, apparently to Colonel Rupert. Daniel wrote the story, and $25,000 was the amount in the 1934 contract sent to Ruth. Babe made no extravagant statements, and he did not hold out. He went to see Rupert at the brewery and meekly signed, although not for $25,000. In his customary post-meeting report to the assembled press, Rupert said, "I asked the Babe if he would sign for $25,000, and he said he thought he should get $35,000. After further discussion, I agreed." Rupert made it sound as though the Yankees had met Ruth's figure, but Ruth had taken another 30% cut, 32.5% to be precise, after a 30.7% cut the year before. In 2 years, his salary had been chopped $45,000, and yet he was still the highest-paid player in the majors. Most baseball salaries had been slashed. Gehrig, who made $23,000 in 1933, was given the same in 1934 with a promise that he would not be cut in 1935, which was flattering. Rupert was asked about stories that Ruth might succeed McCarthy when the manager's contract expired after the 1935 season. "The management of the Yankees was not discussed," Rupert said. "McCarthy is still our manager and will remain so for the next 2 seasons. I have no plans beyond that, but we have no new managerial plans in view." Larry MacPhail took over the operation of the Cincinnati Reds that winter, after Powell Crosley bought the club, and it was rumored that MacPhail wanted Ruth as manager. Nothing came of it. Babe put in another painful season with the Yankees. His abilities sadly diminished. He seldom stayed in a game to its finish. A month into the season, a cold in his back kept him out for several days, and before the end of May it was generally accepted that this would be his last season as a player. In June, he was hit on the wrist by a pitched ball and went into a slump in which he went to bat 21 times without a hit, and got the ball out of the infield only 5 times. But then he hit a grand slam home run and felt fine again. He played in the All-Star game early in July, and was the first of the impressive array of hitters, Ruth, Gehrig, Fox, Simmons, and Cronin, that Carl Hubbell struck out in succession. 10 days later, he was running from first to second when a ground ball hit by Gehrig struck him on the right leg just above the ankle. He dropped as though he had been shot. In the clubhouse, waiting for an ambulance to take him to the hospital for x-rays, he said, "I shouldn't have been playing today. I was going to rest, and then I changed my mind and decided to play today and rest tomorrow. It's like fate. Damn. I'm going to get out of this game before I'm carried out." He complained more and more about McCarthy. The Yankees were in second place again, well behind the Tigers, who, under Cochran, were winning the pennant. One day in Detroit, bad-mouthing McCarthy to Dan Daniel and Frank Graham, he said, "Do you think he's a good manager?" Daniel and Graham said yes, they did. "Well, I don't. I think if we had a good manager, we'd win this year." The sports writers reminded him that he himself had slowed down badly and was not doing much to help the team. In fact, he had not even played that day. Ruth shook his head. "I don't care. I still say he's a lousy manager. If you can't see what's going around here and see how he's fucking everything up, I don't know what the hell you've been looking at." Late in August, after he hit the 700th home run of his career, he announced, "I'm definitely through as a regular player after this season." He said he would not continue as a pinch hitter, something Rupert had suggested earlier in the summer. "I don't want to be a pinch hitter," Ruth said. "You get a chance to bat maybe once every 7 days. It's one thing I don't intend to do." He said he would continue playing only if he was also a manager. As the season came to an end, he batted a weak .288 and hit 22 home runs, which meant that Gehrig, who led the league with 49, finally had passed him. His appearances in various cities around the league were accepted as a farewell tour, and a goodish crowd came out to see him play his last game at Yankee Stadium. Not much fuss was made. Before leaving to go to Detroit for the beginning of the World Series between the Tigers and the Cardinals, which he was covering with his ghostwriter for Walsh, he went to see Rupert. "Are you satisfied with McCarthy as your manager?" he asked bluntly. "Why, yes," Rupert said. "Of course I am. Aren't you?" "No, I'm not. I know I can do a better job than he can." "Really?" Rupert, of course, was well aware of Ruth's burning ambition to manage the Yankees, and he knew the player resented McCarthy, but this was the first time the issue had been presented so bluntly. "Well, that's too bad, Ruth. I'm sorry, but McCarthy is the manager, and he will continue as manager." "That suits me," Ruth said. "That's all I wanted to know." He went off to the World Series, seething. After the 5th game in St. Louis, he was walking along the platform at the railroad station with Joe Williams, Dan Daniel, and Tom Meany. The conversation was general for a while, and then Williams, always probing, asked, "What are your plans, babe?" "I'm going on that barnstorming trip to Japan," Ruth said, mentioning a trip to the Orient with Connie Mack and a group of American League players that had been in the works since the previous spring. "No, I mean next year," Williams said. "Are you going to play again?" "Hell no," Ruth said. "I'm through with the Yanks. I won't play with them again unless I can manage. But they're sticking with McCarthy, and that lets me out." Williams wrote the story, which created something of a sensation, because Williams stressed the McCarthy or me angle. Newspapermen were amused that Ruth had scooped Bill Slocum, his own ghost, but the next day they gathered around for more details. It seemed official. Ruth's playing days were over. He wanted to manage. During the winter, McCarthy, who still had a year to go on his contract, went to Rupert and offered to resign. Rupert said, "Don't resign and don't worry. You're the manager." Once again, Yawkey wanted to hire Ruth. He felt, as many did, that Ruth belonged in Boston. Late in 1934, an overflow crowd packed Fenway Park to see Babe in his last appearance there, and the big turnout revived Yawkey's interest. But Collins was still stubbornly opposed. He knew that Joe Cronin, the Senators' youthful player-manager, was available, and in an astonishing deal, the Red Sox bought Cronin for $250,000 and installed him as manager. This closed Boston to Ruth, but it opened up Washington. However, Ruth was too expensive a proposition for Clark Griffith, who ran the Senators under a tight rein. Money was the reason that Cronin, who was Griffith's son-in-law, had been sold. Griffith supposedly offered Babe a $15,000 salary and a cut of the gate, but Ruth wanted $30,000. The Senators turned to that safe, inexpensive journeyman, Bucky Harris. Connie Mack had an eye on Ruth, too. Mack was the impresario of the Japanese trip, but Ruth, it was announced, would be field manager of the touring team. There were 14 players in the group. Lefty Gomez, Earl Whitehill, Clint Brown and Joe Cascarella, pitchers, Charlie Berry and Mo Berg, catchers, Lou Gehrig, Jimmy Fox, Charlie Gehringer, Rabbit Warstler, and Eric McNair, infielders, and Ruth, Earl Averill, and Bing Miller, outfielders. Non-players were Mac, an umpire, a trainer, and a traveling secretary, and most of the players had their wives along. Ruth brought Claire and Julia. The troupe left Vancouver, Canada, on the Empress of Japan on October 28th and stopped at Honolulu on the way to Japan. After Japan, they played in Shanghai and Manila before splitting up. Ruth went on around the world and came home via Paris and London. The reception in Tokyo was extraordinary, with Ruth by far the biggest attraction. He rode in an open car holding an American flag in one hand and a Japanese one in the other, while throngs in the streets waved American flags at him. All tickets to Tokyo's 60,000-capacity Meiji Stadium had been sold out for weeks in advance, and the same was true of Osaka's Koshien Stadium, which held 80,000. The Americans played 17 games in Japan and 22 in all on the trip. Ruth played every inning, hit 13 home runs, and had a marvelous time. Mo Berg, the erudite catcher, a Princeton graduate who spoke several languages, told of escorting Babe to a geisha house. Ruth took it for granted that it was a whorehouse and began to undress. The subtlety of a geisha's ways were lost on him. As for Mac, who was going to be 75 the following February, he was toying with the idea of retiring as manager of the Athletics and moving into the front office, and he liked the idea of Ruth becoming the field manager. Ruth's presence would help the sagging gait, and Connie had always got along well with Babe. But little things happened. Worst was the feud with Gehrig. Babe had always patronized Lou, never really accepting him as a co-star. Gehrig did not seem to mind, and indeed was a worshipful admirer of the Babes for many years. Ruth took Gehrig with him on barnstorming trips, and made a great deal of money for the younger player. In 1932, when Ruth and Gehrig and a couple of sports writers were sitting around talking about the barnstorming days, Ruth said, "Hey, Dutchman, didn't I pay you $9,000 for that trip in 1927? Gehrig nodded. "Wasn't that more money than you made all year from the Yankees?" Gehrig nodded again. Ruth and Gehrig fished and hunted together, went to Army Notre Dame football games together, and for a while Lou was as close to Ruth as any teammate ever was. After the 1929 season, Ruth proposed to Gehrig that they hold out together, arguing with great logic that if they presented a united front, the club would simply have to pay what they wanted. Gehrig, the well-disciplined son of strict but loving parents, was scared of the idea and shied away from it. "I don't think so," he said. Ruth was always a bit contemptuous of him after that, as he was of Gehrig's spending habits. Ruth was a big spender and a lavish tipper. Gehrig was frugal, and his modest tipping was famous. As Rosie Ryan said, "Lou was a grand fellow, but a little close. They used to claim he cut his own hair." Someone said that when Ruth and Gehrig were bridge partners, all he had to do was sit there and let the Babe double to hear Lou cry. Claire Ruth wrote, "Surely Babe was ridiculous when he left a $10 tip where 50 cents would have been generous, but Lou's dimes were just as silly." Ruth loved to go with Gehrig to visit Lou's mother at her home in New Rochelle. Once on a road trip, he bought a scraggly little Chihuahua pup and brought it home and gave it to her. Mrs. Gehrig named it Jidge, after Babe, and had the dog long after the friendship between the two players was over. Ruth often brought his daughter Dorothy with him when he visited the Gehrigs, and the little girl and Mom Gehrig, as she was universally called, got along fine. Dorothy, according to Claire Ruth, was the innocent reason for the bad feeling that developed between Babe and Lou. She was only 11 or 12, still a little girl. Julia was 5 years older, quite tall, a young woman. Julia dressed with great elan. Dorothy scampered around like a tomboy. One day, Mom Gehrig, who didn't much like Claire anyway, said to someone, "It's a shame she doesn't dress Dorothy as nicely as she dresses her own daughter." The remark got back to Claire, who blew her cork. She got mad, which made Ruth mad, and he said something angrily to Gehrig about his mother minding her own business. You didn't knock Mom Gehrig to Lou, who would take her on road trips with him once in a while. The two stopped speaking off the ball field, their friendship at an end. On the Empress of Japan, during the voyage across the Pacific, the Ruths and the Gehrigs, Lou had recently married, avoided one another. Even Julia, then 18, fed the feud. Walking on deck with a member of the party, she noticed Gehrig and turned away. "Don't stop," she said. "The Ruths don't speak to the Gehrigs." At best, the ill feeling created awkwardness. At worst, it divided the group into factions, and Connie Mack noticed it. In Japan, when Gehrig and Earl Whitehill were late arriving at some sort of ceremony at 7:30 in the morning, Ruth grew unnecessarily angry and threatened to send them both back to the States if either was late for anything again. Mack decided to change his plans. He stayed on as manager, for another 16 years as a matter of fact, and the following spring told Joe Williams, "I couldn't have made Babe manager. His wife would have been running the club in a month." Babe and Claire continued their way around the world in December and January. Babe was appalled by Bali. "Boy," he said, "when you see those women, billed as the most beautiful in the world, walking down the street chewing red tobacco." Bloody Mary chewing betel nut was still in the future. They came through the Red Sea and the Suez Canal and across the Mediterranean. He skied at St. Moritz. "Can you ski?" an incredulous reporter asked. "Can I ski? I'm a champ at that game." And spent a couple of weeks in Paris, where Claire was in bed most of the time with flu. He didn't like Paris. Nobody knew him. Mail came to him in care of the American Embassy, and the embassy, instead of sending it around to his hotel, dutifully listed his name in the Paris Herald Tribune, along with others for whom they were holding mail. "Don't they know who I am?" Ruth asked plaintively. He posed in a gendarme's hat for a press photographer and swung the gendarme's baton like a bat, but the gendarme did not know him either. He perked up when he visited a school for American children in Paris, but grew depressed again when he saw how ignorant of baseball most of them were. "Poor kids," he said. "Imagine an American kid not knowing how to swing a bat." In Paris, he talked about baseball with an American reporter. "I had a chance to manage Cleveland," he said, "but I talked my way out of it. I made fun of Alva Bradley's ballpark. Everyone knows I should have gone to the Red Sox, but what can you do about it? Philadelphia? That's out of the question." He was noncommittal about the Braves. "One thing, though, if I can't manage a team, I'll quit. Nothing can make me change my mind about that. I've been in baseball 21 years, but I can get out easy enough. I have enough money to live on, and I'm crazy about golf. Still, I can't understand why with 16 clubs there isn't one manager's job open. Club owners can be awful funny when they want to. A ball player is supposed to be dumb and know nothing. When they get a ball player who thinks, they get suspicious." He was much happier in England, the last stop before sailing home. He celebrated his 41st birthday the day he arrived. The famous birth certificate saying he was a year younger than he had always thought had been unearthed the previous September when Babe was getting ready for the trip, but he ignored it. Everyone in London seemed to know who he was. Alan Fairfax, a former Australian cricketer, took him to an indoor cricket pitch and taught him the rudiments of the game. Babe tried to bat cricket style, but shifted to his baseball stance and hit beautifully. "It's a better game than I thought," he said. Fairfax said, "I wish I could have him for a fortnight. I'd make the world's greatest batsman out of him." When the Ruths left for home, Jimmy Walker, the exiled mayor of New York, came to see them off. Ruth arrived in New York on the SS Manhattan on Wednesday, February 20th. He had been gone 4 months. In his absence, things had been happening. Chapter 33. Farewell to New York. Back to Boston. Judge Emil Fuchs owned the Boston Braves, or at least he held title to a substantial portion of the ball club. He had obtained control in 1923 and had struggled along since, trying to keep the club alive. Fuchs was a Boston politician, an associate of James Michael Curley's, and an operator with ideas who seemed always to be in trouble and headlines. The Braves finished in the second division 16 times in the 17 years between 1917 and 1932, but under Bill McKechnie, whom Fuchs hired in 1930, they improved, and in 1933 and 34 finished fourth twice in a row. Unhappily, improvement coincided with depression. Attendance dropped and Fuchs was broke. In the autumn of 1934, while Ruth was exploring geisha houses, the National League called the Boston owner on the carpet, and for a while it seemed certain that they were going to reclaim the all-but-bankrupt franchise from him. Fuchs wanted to put a dog racing track in Braves Field in the hope of making money from the place when the Braves were not playing at home, but this was shot down. There was a report that Charles C. Adams, a major stockholder of the Braves who was generally antagonistic to Fuchs, would supplant the judge, move the team to Fenway Park, and make Ruth the manager. Fuchs fought back, found the necessary financial support, and convinced the league he could continue to operate. Curley, who had just been elected governor of Massachusetts, thought it would be a great coup to get Ruth back to Boston, and he urged Fuchs to hire him as manager. Fuchs responded negatively. "I like Ruth," he said, "and I'd offer him the job if it was open, but I'm committed to McKechnie. He's a most satisfactory manager, and he can stay with me as long as he's in baseball." That closed out Ruth's chance to become a manager in 1935. Every job was filled. But Fuchs still needed something to hypo his attendance, and his thoughts inevitably returned to Ruth. He sounded out Rupert and Barrow about the possibility of obtaining him as a player. There were a few stumbling blocks. One was that Ruth had loudly insisted that he would not sign another player contract, that he would be a manager or nothing. Another was money. Fuchs did not have any, at least not enough to buy the babe from the Yanks, and Rupert had said frequently that while he would release Ruth to take a job as manager, he would not let him go to another club as a player. Also, Fuchs was not sure he could pay the salary Ruth probably would want to forget about managing and return to playing. Barrow, determined to get Ruth out of McCarthy's hair and off the Yankees, assured Rupert that something could be worked out. Rupert agreed, perhaps wishing he had not been so adamant about saying he would not let another club have Ruth for nothing. A complex plan was worked out that would get the Yankees off the hook, would let Fuchs obtain Ruth for nothing, would let him keep McKechnie as manager, would satisfy Ruth's managerial ambitions, and would still get Babe onto the field again as a player. All this evolved while Ruth was abroad and was not made public, but in the first week of February, shortly after the National League gave him clearance to continue running the Braves in 1935, Fuchs sent up a trial balloon. "I'm ready to make an offer for Ruth," he said in Boston, his glib tongue in his sly cheek. "We will make him assistant manager and give him an official position if he comes to the club, and he can play as often as he wants." That Ruth was aware of the negotiations was indicated in comments he made when he talked with reporters the day the Manhattan docked in New York. The sharp insistence voiced a few weeks earlier in Paris that he would quit if he could not manage was distinctly muted. "I don't want to leave baseball," he said. "It's hard to think of leaving the game after so many years. I want to get back in uniform." "Are you going to play again?" "I'm not sure. I've got something under consideration that I can't talk about just now in case I don't get what I want this season. I can't say what it is. All I can say is it has to do with big league baseball." "Are you going to sign a player contract?" "I don't know. I might change my mind and play. I'm not sure. But if I do, it'll have to be as a regular and not as a pinch hitter." "Do you think you could play as a regular again?" "Depends on how I feel in training." "Oh, you're going to spring training?" "Well, I'm going to St. Petersburg anyway. I gotta thaw out. I'm getting so damn old I feel like I belong there." A few sports writers surmised that Ruth was going to the White Sox. A rumor had come out of an Akron, Ohio sports dinner that Joe McCarthy had attended, saying a trade was pending between the White Sox and the Yankees, with New York getting Al Simmons for Ruth, who would become Chicago's player-manager. But Jimmy Dykes had been named player-manager of the White Sox a year earlier, and there was nothing to the rumor. Ruth's boat docked on Wednesday. On Thursday, he spoke to Rupert, who explained the possibilities of the job with the Braves. On Friday, he spoke on the telephone to Fuchs, who was still in Boston. Fuchs was used to dealing in complex matters, money arrangements, nebulous promises. Words like executive position, manager, next year, stock options, profits, ownership of the club caressed Ruth's ear. Specifically, Fuchs told him he would be a vice president of the Braves and would share in the club's profits, and the Braves' ticket sales, already promising, would jump when the fans learned that the Babe had joined the club. Ruth would have first call on buying stock in this soon-to-be lucrative enterprise. He would be assistant manager to Bill McKechnie, and in a year's time, maybe earlier, he would probably succeed McKechnie as manager, with Bill moving into the front office as general manager. He would be a regular, but he would play when he was able. He would pinch hit on other days. His base pay would be $25,000 before the glittering profits, and that was much the highest salary paid on the Braves, including McKechnie's. Ruth liked the sound of it, especially the part about managing, and asked Fuchs to put it all down on paper. The judge said he would. It took him a day to prepare it, but on Saturday he sent Ruth a long letter. It is, in its way, a masterpiece. February 23, 1935. My dear George, in order that we may have a complete understanding, I am putting in the form of a letter the situation affecting our long-distance conversation of yesterday. The Boston Braves offer you the following inducements under the terms and conditions herein set forth, in order to have you sign a uniform contract, plus an additional contract which will further protect you, both contracts to be filed. 1. The Boston Club offers you a straight salary contract. 2. They offer you an official executive position as an officer of the corporation. 3. The Boston Club offers you also the position, for 1935, of assistant manager. 4. They offer you a share of the profits during the term of this contract. 5. They offer you an option to purchase at a reasonable figure some of the stock of the club. 6. The details of the amounts agreed upon will be the basis of a separate contract, which shall be a personal one between you and the club, and, as the case may be, with the individual officials and stockholders of the club. In consideration of this offer, the Boston Club naturally will expect you to do everything in your power for the welfare and interest of the club, and will expect that you will endeavor to play in the games whenever possible, as well as carry out the duties above specified. May I also give you the picture as I see it, which in my opinion will terminate to the best and mutual interest of all concerned. You have been a great asset to all baseball, especially to the American League, but nowhere in the land are you more admired than in the territory of New England, that has always claimed you as its own, and where you started your career to fame. The fans of New England have a great deal of affection for you, and from my personal experience with them are the most appreciative men and women in America, providing, of course, that you keep faith, continue your generous cooperation in helping civically and being a source of consolation to the children, as well as to the needy, who look up to you as a shining example of what the great athletes and public figures of America should be. I say frankly, from my experience of 40 years' interest in baseball, that your greatest value to a ball club would be your personal appearance on the field, and particularly your participation in the active playing of exhibition games, on the ball field in championship games, as well as the masterminding and psychology of the game, in which you would participate as assistant manager. As a player, I have observed and admired your baseball intelligence, for during your entire career I have never seen you make a wrong play or throw a ball to the wrong base, which leads us to your ability to manage a Major League Baseball club. In this respect, we both are fortunate in having so great a character as Bill McKechnie, our present manager of the club, who has given so much to baseball and whom I count among my closest friends. Bill McKechnie's entire desire would be for the success of the Braves, especially financially, as he is one of the most unselfish, devoted friends that a man can have. That spirit of McKechnie's is entirely returned by me, and I know by my colleagues in the ball club. They feel, as I do, that nothing would ever be done until we have amply rewarded manager Bill McKechnie for his loyalty, his ability, and sincerity, which means this, George, that if it was determined after your affiliation with the ball club in 1935 that it was for the mutual interest of the club for you to take up the active management on the field, there would be absolutely no handicap in having you so appointed. It may be that you will want to devote your future years to becoming an owner or part owner of a Major League ball club. It may be that you may discover that what the people are really looking forward to and appreciate in you is the color and activity that you give to the game by virtue of your hitting and playing, and that you would rather have someone else, accustomed to the hardships and drudgery of managing a ball club, continue that task. So that if we could enter into the spirit of that agreement, such understanding might go on indefinitely, always having in mind that we owe a duty to the public of New England that I have personally learned to love for its sense of fairness and loyalty, and it is also in this spirit that I hope we may be able to jot down a few figures of record that will prove satisfactory to all concerned. Sincerely yours, Emil E. Fuchs, President. It fair takes your breath away. Ruth was impressed, but he spoke to Rupert again to ask one last time if Rupert was satisfied with McCarthy, and to see if there was not some slight hope that he might yet become Yankee manager one day. Rupert said again that McCarthy was the manager and would continue to be. He said Judge Fuchs had phoned him to give him the details of his offer to Ruth, and the colonel told Babe that it was a wonderful opportunity that he should not pass up. Ruth was slightly hurt when he realized that the Yankees were perfectly willing to give him his release. Eager would be more accurate. The newspapers, still in the dark about the deal, had noted how uncommonly cheerful Barrow had been lately. But he liked Fuchs's offer. Vice president, assistant manager, manager next year, share of the profits. And he did not notice the double talk in the letter. He made up his mind. If the Yankees did not want him, the hell with them. He would go to the Braves. Later, when the Boston adventure was over, several of his friends said they had advised him against it. Ford Frick, who as the new president of the National League had dealt with Fuchs, noted that much of what Babe thought he had been promised was not in the contract. As someone said, Babe never heard the fine print in the promises. Nor did he consult a lawyer. Hell, an old-timer said, you didn't talk to lawyers about things like contracts. Frick affirmed this, recalling that in his first year in office, the National League's fee for legal services was less than $500. Ruth, Rupert, and Fuchs met on Monday and reached an agreement, and on Tuesday afternoon, 6 days after Ruth's return, the Yankees called a press conference at Rupert's brewery. The three principals jointly faced the reporters. Rupert made a little speech about not standing in Ruth's way when he had an opportunity like this, and he mentioned all the years they had been together. Despite their occasional differences, he said they had always been friends, and indeed Ruth had once told Rupert he was a second father to him. "I should have said Santa Claus," said Ruth genially. Rupert smiled. He finished by handing Babe a piece of paper saying, "Ruth, I give you your unconditional release and wish you the best of luck." Ruth and Fuchs took over then, but Rupert hopped back up a moment later to interrupt. He just wanted to remind everyone that the Yankees were not being paid anything, that Fuchs was getting Ruth and Ruth was getting what he wanted, while he, Jacob Rupert, was not getting a cent. Someone asked Ruth what his duties would be as vice president. "Well, Ruth said. "Advisory capacity," said Fuchs. "He'll be consulted on trades and so forth." "A vice president signs checks," Rupert said. "Everybody knows that." The laughter obscured another question, which was, what is the difference between an assistant manager and a coach? Someone asked if Ruth, between his salary and his share of the profits, would make as much with the Braves as he had the season before with the Yankees. "I think he will," Fuchs said. "How much did he get last year?" $35,000. Fuchs looked at the ceiling as though he were figuring something out in his head. "Yes," he said, "I hope he will, and more." And so, after 15 seasons, Ruth was no longer a Yankee. He was still a bit miffed that the Yankees had actually let him go, but otherwise he was as excited as a kid with a new toy. The day after the press conference, he was telling friends he would be the manager in 1936. This got into the papers, and Fuchs, back in Boston, was annoyed. Ruth should not have said that, he told a reporter who asked him if the Babe's statement was true. "It's embarrassing to the Braves, and it's embarrassing to McKechnie." "Yes, but is it true? Will he be the manager?" "I will let my letter to Ruth answer the question. The letter speaks for itself." On Thursday, Babe and Claire went to Boston for the formal signing and a huge dinner in his honor at the Copley Plaza. Even though temperatures were near zero, thousands of people jammed into Back Bay Station and fought with police in order to get vantage points from which to see Ruth. A cynic said it was the first exciting thing to happen in Boston since the Babe had been sold to the Yankees. The slight rift between Ruth and Fuchs seemed smoothed over. The judge said, "I never thought there was any room for doubt in what will be Ruth's connection with the Braves in 1936, if he wishes it. My letter to Ruth contains a paragraph that makes this plain. Ruth has an agreement that he will manage the club in 1936 if certain conditions develop. The pledge is not definite in the sense that it is irrevocably binding. Maybe Ruth won't want the job after a year as assistant manager. In that event, he would be justified in declining, though he would still stay on as assistant manager and vice president." This was almost as good as the letter. It certainly impressed one Boston sports writer who reported, "Judge Fuchs officially confirmed that Ruth has signed with the distinct understanding that he will be manager of the club in 1936 if he wants it." Managing was all that Babe could talk about. "Of course, if I become manager," he said on the train to Boston that morning, "I will insist on discipline, but I will not apply the whip. You can get more out of men by showing them a little consideration than you can by driving them. You must have the goodwill of the men under you, and you can't get it by browbeating. A slap on the back is worth more than criticism, and that's the way I intend to work." A slightly sour note was interjected at the Copley Plaza dinner by the dissident Charles Adams, Fuchs's rival for control of the club. Adams made a blunt speech in which he said, apropos Ruth becoming manager, "Babe will have to show he merits the post before he receives the job. No one is fit to give orders until he can take them himself. Judging from Ruth's past career, we can hardly consider him of managerial caliber now. I certainly hope he will merit promotion to manager, but he has much to learn the next few months." Ruth was not bothered by this. He praised McKechnie on several occasions during the week, and when asked at the Copley about possible friction between them, said, "I'm sure we'll get along lovely." Chapter 34. The Last Act. Opera bouffe with the Braves. Babe was happy, Boston was happy, Fuchs was happy, Rupert was happy, Barrow was very happy. McKechnie was not happy, but nobody was paying much attention to Bill at the moment. When spring training began, the euphoria continued. Ruth's reception in St. Petersburg when he arrived there by train on March 4th was tumultuous. He had been coming to St. Pete as a Yankee for 10 years, and had never had anything like it happen before. He had to fight his way through the cheering crowd to get to a cab. In Boston there had been photographs of Babe in a business suit, next to a desk, being a vice president, and now in St. Petersburg there were pictures of him in a Braves uniform, next to McKechnie, being an assistant manager. The Boston uniform, trimmed with red piping, looked comical and cheap after the sober Yankee garb he had worn for so long, but it gave him a rebirth of glamour. People flocked to see him. When the Braves played the Yankees in St. Petersburg on March 16th, they drew the biggest crowd ever to see an exhibition game in Florida. And the crowds kept coming all through the spring, even though the Babe did not look good at all. He was fat. He weighed 245 when he came back from Europe, 15 or 20 pounds above his usual post-Artie McGovern weight, and he did not take much of that off down south. He hit no homers at all in Florida, and McKechnie was having a problem about where to put his assistant manager on the field. Ruth's weight, piled on his age, made him almost immobile in the outfield. Because Baxter Jordan, the Braves' regular first baseman, was holding out, Ruth played first base most of the time. But where he had once been deft around that bag, now he was generally clumsy and uncertain. When the club began trekking north, Ruth played better. He hit his first home run of the spring on April 4th in Savannah, and on April 7th in Newark hit 2 more, one a huge clout that went nearly 500 feet. He played first base rather well that day, too, but a day or so later Jordan signed, and Ruth opened the season in left field. Babe's flair for the dramatic was seldom more evident than it was on opening day, when 25,000 people turned out in chilly New England weather to see the Braves face Carl Hubbell and the Giants. Hubbell was the best pitcher in baseball at the moment. Dizzy Dean fans might disagree. But Ruth drove in a run with a single in the first inning, scored a second run himself a few minutes later, and in the 5th inning hit a 2-run home run. The Braves beat Hubbell 4-2, and Ruth was responsible for all of Boston's runs. He also made a diving catch of a fly ball. Boston went out of its mind, and when Babe had a couple more hits in the second game of the season, everything seemed absolutely wonderful. But nothing more happened. In the next month he added only 2 more hits, 1 run batted in, 1 home run. He had a bad cold and missed half a dozen games. Not once did he play an entire game. He walked several times, but was slow on the bases. He was bad in the field. The Braves lost game after game and settled into last place. Attendance was down, and those who came were booing. The great experiment was a flop. Ruth discovered that Fuchs's spellbinding talk about a share in the profits and a chance to buy stock were froth. There were not going to be any profits to speak of, and who wanted to buy stock in a losing business? His duties as vice president seemed confined to attending store openings and other such affairs, in order to get the publicity Fuchs said the club needed. As assistant manager, all he did was tell McKechnie when he was able to play and when he was not. He soon found out that Bill had no intention of resigning to become general manager, and that Fuchs had no intention of forcing McKechnie out to make way for Babe. The only thing that was any fun was holding up someplace with Rabbit Moranville, the old shortstop who was playing out his string with the Braves, and having a few drinks. Sometimes quite a few drinks. He and Fuchs did not get along at all. The Babe was angry and chagrined. He felt like a sucker, because Fuchs, far from paying him as much or more than he had earned with the Yankees, had asked him to invest $50,000 in the club. Fuchs was annoyed because Ruth was a dud on the field and increasingly uncooperative off it. McKechnie was distressed because his ball club had become completely disoriented. Except for Ruth, it was almost precisely the same team that had finished 4th, 5 games over 500, the year before. Now it was in last place and getting worse. Early in May, Ruth and Fuchs quarreled. The judge had arranged for Babe and other players to help in promotion deals around Boston that were tied in with ticket sales. Ruth did not appear at one he was supposed to go to, and the merchant involved returned 500 tickets unsold. Fuchs was angry and bawled Ruth out. Ruth yelled, "You attend to your end of the business and I'll attend to mine. Mine is on the field." But on May 12th, shortly after this, he told McKechnie and Fuchs that he knew he was through as a regular player. He asked to be put on the voluntarily retired list, a technicality that meant he would still be the property of the Boston club, but would no longer be on the active roster. It indicated that he wanted to continue as part of the Braves organization. Fuchs persuaded him to stay on as an active player, at least for the duration of the club's first trip through the western half of the league, which was to begin in a few days. "Those cities are all waiting to see you," Fuchs said truthfully. "They've had big ticket sales for our games. They've got Babe Ruth days planned. You can't quit now. You should wait until you come back after this trip before you think about it." "I'm thinking about it now," Ruth said. "All right, but promise me you'll make the trip. They've got a big day set in Cincinnati. They've got something planned in Philadelphia the day before Memorial Day. You've got to be there." Noblesse oblige. The Babe said okay. He was going home to New York first, driving down with Claire and Dorothy, but he would take a train there and rejoin the club in St. Louis, the first stop on the trip. In New York, he complained to his friends about the situation, about Boston, about the fans who were booing him, about the sports writers who were criticizing him, about Fuchs. "I made a mistake," he said. "I never should have signed. I'm all washed up. I'm quitting after this trip." His comments got into the paper and back to Fuchs, who a few days earlier had gone into the Braves clubhouse and castigated the players for their poor performance. He was irritated by Ruth's statements, but publicly he shrugged them off. "I'd be mighty sorry if he retired," Fuchs said, "but perhaps this trip will restore his peace of mind. He's been ill, and his eyes have been bothering him. He's been playing when he really should have been resting. However, if he does not show decided improvement on this trip, he will retire to pinch hitting and coaching." The trip was pretty bad, and so was Ruth. The Braves lapsed into a losing streak, and Babe's average was down to 155. He was unhappy and complaining again. "I've had trouble hitting because my eyes keep watering," he said in St. Louis. "It's this damned cold. I'm not going to quit, but I may ask to be voluntarily retired." In Chicago, he had a good day, hitting a home run, his third of the season, and making 2 really fine catches in the outfield. The club moved on to Pittsburgh. In the first game with the Pirates on a Thursday, he had no hits but sent one very long fly ball to the wall in deep right field, where Paul Wainer made a leaping one-handed catch. That night in Pittsburgh there was a big dinner at the Schenley Hotel for Moranville, who had his best years as a shortstop with the Pirates more than a decade earlier. Rabbit began in the majors 2 years before Ruth, and had starred in Boston with the Braves when Ruth was pitching for the Red Sox. In 1934 he broke his leg badly sliding home in a spring training game. "Give me a cigarette," he said, sitting at home plate, staring at his leg as he waited for the ambulance. And missed the entire season. Now 43, he was trying to come back, but it was obvious that he could not do it anymore, and that this was his last season. Thus the dinner. He and Ruth had been friends for years, and Babe was one of those who spoke at the dinner. "I've known Rabbit for a long time," he began, "and I love him. I love him like my own brother." His eyes suddenly filled with tears, and his voice broke. He could not speak. There was an embarrassed silence. "Damn it," he muttered. He dabbed at his eyes with a napkin. The orchestra began playing, and in a few moments Ruth was all right. He nodded at the orchestra, and the music died away. As it did, the audience began to applaud, warm, sentimental applause that splashed down on Ruth until he began to speak again. He ended his talk by saying, "Baseball cannot afford to lose Moranville. If it ever finds it has no place for him, that's the day you'll hear me criticize baseball." This lament for his lost youth over, Babe went out on the town with Rabbit and a few other friends. The next afternoon, as the Pirates were taking batting practice, a Pittsburgh sports writer named Havy Boyle sat down heavily on the bench next to Pye Traynor, the Pirates' manager. "You look like you had quite a night," said Traynor. "I certainly did. Oh, boy." He shook his head sadly. "I'll tell you one thing, though. You won't have to worry about that big guy today. I was with him all night, and he didn't get to bed until after breakfast." But the 41-year-old Ruth played anyway, and batted 4 times. He hit a single and a long fly that Wainer caught 10 feet from the right field fence, and another fly, just like the one the day before, that Wainer took with a one-handed leaping catch against the wall. Both of them, the press box agreed, would have been home runs in any other park but Forbes Field, with its outlandishly spacious outfield. Ruth played again the next day, Saturday, and hit a 2-run home run in the first inning off Red Lucas. When he came to bat in the third inning, Lucas was gone, and the Pittsburgh pitcher was Guy Bush, Ruth's old bench jockey rival from the Cubs. The last time they faced each other in the 1932 World Series, Bush hurt Ruth by hitting him in the arm with a fastball. This time Ruth hit a 2-run homer, his second of the game. In the fifth inning against Bush, he hit a single that drove in a run. In the seventh, Bush was still pitching. The bases were empty. Ruth hit a third home run. Bush said, "I never saw a ball hit so hard before or since. He was fat and old, but he still had that great swing. Even when he missed, you could hear the bat go swish. I can't remember anything about the first home run he hit off me that day. I guess it was just another homer. But I can't forget that last one. It's probably still going." It was unbelievably long, completely over the roof of the double-decked stands in right field and out of the park. Nobody had ever hit a ball over the roof in Forbes Field before. Gus Miller, the head usher, went to investigate and was told the ball landed on the roof of one house, bounced onto another, and then into a lot, where a boy picked it up and ran off with it. Miller measured the distance from the first house back to home plate and said it was 600 feet. His measurement may have been imprecise, but it was still the longest home run ever hit in Pittsburgh. Ruth went 4 for 4 with his 3 home runs and a single, and batted in 6 runs. The Braves lost the game 11-7. The home run over the roof was the 714th and the last of his career. It was also his last major league hit. Duffy Lewis, Ruth's old Red Sox teammate, was the Braves' traveling secretary, and he told the Babe after the game that if he was going to quit, he ought to quit then on top. Blair told Babe the same thing. "I can't," he cried. "I promised that son of a bitch I'd play in all the towns on this trip." And there was still Cincinnati and Philadelphia to go. In Cincinnati on Sunday it was Babe Ruth Day, and the crowd was the biggest in Crossley Field since opening day. But the fire was gone. Ruth struck out 3 times and popped up. He pinch hit on Monday, and on Tuesday left the game in the 5th inning, his knees sore and aching. He played again the next day in Philadelphia before another Babe Ruth Day crowd and was presented with a huge floral baseball. He walked twice and struck out twice, and the Braves won to break an 8-game losing streak. On Thursday, May 30th in Philadelphia, he was in the starting lineup in the first game of a Memorial Day doubleheader. He struck out in the first inning. In the field, in the bottom of the first, he hurt his knee going after a fly ball and left the game. He never played again. His career ended not with a bang in Pittsburgh, but with a whimper in Philadelphia. The Braves lost both games that day in Philadelphia and lost another doubleheader the next day in Boston. 4 defeats in 2 days, 12 in the last 13 games. Fuchs was sick with disappointment. The team was deep in last place, attendance had fallen off terribly, and it was hardly more than a matter of time now before he would lose the club. He had borrowed heavily on his stock in the Braves, and the notes were due August 1st. It rained on Saturday, June 1st. The Braves did not play, but Fuchs and Ruth had another argument. The judge was annoyed with Ruth for not appearing in either game of the doubleheader the day before. Ruth said his knee was bad and he could not play. He asked again to be put on the voluntarily retired list. Fuchs said no. The Braves were playing the Giants on Sunday, there was an exhibition game on Monday in Haverhill, Massachusetts, and the Dodgers were coming in for games on Tuesday and Wednesday. There was a promise of fair gate receipts. There was an uneasy truce overnight, but on Sunday the blow-up came. 1,000 miles east of Boston, a sleek, gleaming new ocean liner called the Normandy was racing toward New York. It was the flagship of the French line, and this was its maiden voyage. The excitement and interest the Normandy created in America in 1935 is impossible to understand in the jet age, but newspapers were filled with stories, and everyone was talking about it. It was sheer glamour. It was due to arrive in New York on Tuesday, and a grand reception was to be held aboard the ship that evening. Ruth was among those invited to the reception. On Sunday, Ruth spoke to Fuchs about the Normandy invitation. As long as he could not play anyway on Tuesday or Wednesday, he thought he would go to New York for the reception. "Nothing doing," said Fuchs. "You stay here." Ruth said he would go to Haverhill on Monday for the exhibition, since it had been advertised that he would play. He could not run, but he'd play first base, and if he hit one, he'd hobble around the bases. But he could not play against the Dodgers, so what was the point of staying? Fuchs lost his temper, and Ruth lost his. Babe sent a message to the press box asking the New York writers to see him after the game in the Braves clubhouse. As they filed in, they saw Ruth in civilian clothes, looking solemn and angry, while behind him Rabbit Moranville, who had played second base, was stomping around cursing the official scorer for charging him with an error on a ball he had been unable to handle. "I'm quitting," Ruth said to the reporters. He talked about his bad knee in the exhibition game and the Dodger games in the Normandy. He said he was going on the voluntarily retired list. The clubhouse, except for the unceasing Moranville, was uncomfortably quiet as he spoke, as though the players were embarrassed by his presence. One of the reporters asked McKechnie if there had been trouble between him and Ruth. "No," McKechnie said. "Everything is and has been fine." Nobody believed him, yet when he was asked the question, McKechnie was in the act of asking Ruth to autograph a box of baseballs for him. Whatever their personal relationship, there is no question that the manager found Ruth's presence on the club awkward and attributed his team's woeful performance to it. The Braves were 10-27 when Ruth quit, which is a .270 percentage and terrible. Yet from then to the end of the season, the Braves were even more inept, 28 wins and 88 losses, a .241 percentage. Their overall record was 38-115, the worst won-and-lost record for a National League team in the 20th century, worse even than Casey Stengel's 1962 Mets. While Ruth was talking, a message came down to the clubhouse from Fuchs saying Ruth had been released as player and assistant manager and had been fired as vice president. "I have given Ruth his unconditional release," the statement said, "and he is through with the Braves in every way." "That's fine with me," Ruth said. "I'm glad of it." Later he said Fuchs had double-crossed him. "His word is no good," Ruth said. "He doesn't keep his promises." Asked about his second contract with the Braves, the one as an executive, Ruth said, "I'll let it cease. I don't want another damn thing from him, the dirty double-crosser." Fuchs said, "Ruth is a poor sport. He says I double-crossed him. I wrote him a letter saying I had lost a large sum of money on the Braves, which is true. Ruth would have been the manager some day if he had been a good soldier and hadn't asked for extra privileges." The Babe replied, "I don't think it's fair after 21 years in baseball and after what I have given to the game for Judge Fuchs to question my sportsmanship. I'll match my record in baseball against his any day." Fuchs issued a long statement in which he blamed the team's troubles on Ruth, saying he had violated club rules and otherwise behaved badly. He said McKechnie had asked him several days before to drop Ruth for the good of the team, but that he, Fuchs, had refused to do it. McKechnie more or less corroborated the letter of this statement. "I think the Babe should have retired so that he wouldn't get hurt," he said. On May 12th, Babe wanted to leave the club, but Judge Fuchs told Ruth he should wait and try to leave on top, rather than when he wasn't going well. "When we came home from our Western trip, I told Judge Fuchs that Ruth couldn't go on and that some action should be taken regarding his status." Ruth left for New York the next morning. He was driving home with Claire and Claire's mother. First, according to Duffy Lewis, he took a cab to the ballpark and said goodbye to the secretary and gave her a $100 bill. At the hotel, there were no more than half a dozen people watching as he prepared to leave, but a wedding party saw him and threw rice and confetti on him. Ruth said, "I bet this is the first time anyone was ever showered with confetti after being fired." Just before he left, McKechnie came to the hotel to say goodbye. Ruth said later, "I guess that answers Judge Fuchs's charges. If I'd have been doing what Fuchs has been accusing me of doing, I don't think McKechnie would have come down to say goodbye." He and McKechnie talked for a few minutes, and as it came time to leave, they shook hands. "I'm sorry to see you go, Babe," McKechnie said, "but I guess it had to come. I wish you all the luck in the world." "I know you do, Bill." That afternoon, with Ruth on his way to New York, Fuchs called McKechnie in for a conference, and after it the Braves released a statement signed by the manager that vigorously defended Fuchs and just as vigorously condemned Ruth. Boston sports writers snickered that while the signature was McKechnie's, the florid style was Fuchs's, and when Ruth saw the statement in New York, he dismissed it with, "Somebody must have forced Bill to say that. We got along fine." He told reporters, I can't go out there and play every day. I'm through in that respect, but I can still play a few days a week. I can go in there maybe on Saturday and Sunday. I can pinch hit. I'm not through with baseball. At least I hope I'm not. He phoned his friend Grantland Rice and bellowed, "Get out your golf clubs, kid. I'm ready for you now." Rice talked jocularly with him for a minute or so and then asked, "What are you going to do now?" "I'm going to play a lot of golf." "No, seriously, what are your plans?" "I'd still like to manage," Ruth said. "I hope to stay in baseball all my life, but there's nothing in sight." Chapter 35. Retirement. The Call That Never Came. It was all over. He had spent 21 full seasons and part of a 22nd in professional baseball, more than half his life, and now it was done. There was nothing in sight in baseball for Ruth, and there never would be again, except for a brief period in 1938 when Larry MacPhail of the Brooklyn Dodgers hired him in mid-season as a coach to stimulate attendance. He was finished. He was like an ex-president, famous but useless, creating a stir whenever he appeared in public, but curiously neutered, no longer a factor. He played golf, he bowled, he hunted, and he waited, but the call to manage never came. Claire Ruth bitterly attacked baseball for this after Ruth's death, implying that there had been a boycott, a blackball of her husband. This was not technically true, but there was some truth in it. "Club owners can be awful funny," Ruth had said in Paris 5 months before the blow-up with Judge Fuchs. "When they get a ball player who thinks, they get suspicious. When a ball player has trouble with management, especially in public, they get even more suspicious. A bad actor, they say, temperamental, hard to handle." None of the owners cared particularly for Fuchs or had much respect for him, but he was an owner, and Ruth was a player, and they reacted against Ruth. In time, they took to echoing Barrow, who, when asked if Ruth was ever going to manage, said, "How can he manage other men when he can't even manage himself?" This became a cliché, petrified truth, and other people repeated it profoundly as though they had just thought it up. Even Bob Shawkey, asked 35 years later whether he felt Ruth could have managed, said earnestly, "How could he have managed when he couldn't manage himself?" Bill Slocum, Jr., said with heavy sarcasm that it was the only universally held opinion in baseball. Could he have managed? Of course. Baseball likes to think there is some occult skill involved in running a ball club, but there isn't. Some men do it well and some don't, but there is no way of telling ahead of time. Men who seem eminently qualified, like Billy Herman and Eddie Stanky, can't pull it off, while others who were never thought of as managers, Yogi Berra, Hank Bauer, go on to win pennants. Some, like Pee Wee Reese, who appear to have every quality a good manager needs, are never hired, while others who do become managers, and are awful blisters at it, like Rogers Hornsby, are hired and hired and hired again. Ruth had certain obvious qualities. He was baseball smart, he was sure of himself, he was held in awe by his fellow players, and he was undeniably good copy. He may not have been a success, most managers are not, but he should have been given the chance. During his active career in baseball, more than 20 of his contemporaries, some older, some younger, were made managers without previous experience, among them Speaker, Cobb, Sisler, Hornsby, Johnson, Frisch, Cronin, Cochran, Grimm, Dykes, Terry, Trainer. 1 or 2 were excellent. A few had initial success, usually in their first season or 2 as player-manager, and then petered out. Most were undistinguished. In any case, they stand as evidence that Ruth, so eager to manage, at least deserved a try. But he did not get it. He lost several opportunities during his last years as a player when he stubbornly continued to campaign for the Yankee job in the face of Barrow's absolute determination that he would never manage the club. There was a great turnover in managers during those years. Of the 16 men who were managing in 1932 when Babe hit the called home run in Chicago, only Mack, McCarthy, and McKechnie had the same jobs when Ruth left Boston in 1935. It was the very bottom of the Depression, and Ruth's salary tastes scared off some of the owners, but if Babe had been more receptive to the feelers, more perceptive and aggressive and less cavalier, he almost certainly would have landed one of the available positions. When he left the Braves and was completely available and presumably willing to accept anything, the job market tightened up. Only one managerial change was made during the 1935 season, none at all during 1936, and only 2 in 1937, a period of remarkable stability for big league managers. When jobs began to open up after 1937, Ruth had been out of the game for almost 3 seasons, a long time in baseball. It was not so much out of sight, out of mind, as it was out of touch, out of mind. The times were passing Ruth by. His long first summer out of the game ended with no signal at all from baseball. The one managerial switch was at Cleveland, where Walter Johnson was fired and was replaced by Ruth's old pal, Steve O'Neill. Asked if he had considered Ruth for the job, Cleveland owner Alva Bradley said no. Ruth, meanwhile, made it clear that he not only wanted but expected to manage. Nothing happened during the 1935 World Series, and later in the autumn he foolishly said in public that he would give the owners their last chance at him during baseball's winter meetings in December. "If they don't take advantage of the opportunity then," he said, "I'll look outside baseball for a job." That tore it. He went to relatively few baseball games. There is a story that he called Barrow for passes to Yankee Stadium soon after he left the Braves, and was turned down on the technicality that he was no longer a part of the Yankee organization, or even a part of baseball, although this seems far-fetched. But he was angered and hurt when he asked for tickets to the opening game in 1936, and was routinely asked by whoever handled his request to send a check. He was childish about free tickets. In 1939, one of the biggest attractions at the New York World's Fair was Billy Rose's Aquacade. Ruth wanted to see it and said to a friend, "You know Rose, don't you? Can you get passes?" It was a matter of pride. He worked at being a husband and father, looked with disapproval at boys who called to see his daughters, and scolded if they stayed out too late. Dorothy graduated from a private high school in New York in 1938, and a couple of years later Julia was married, with Ruth, impressively attired in mourning clothes, a proper father of the bride. He listened to the radio a great deal and was a rabid fan of the shows that were on regularly year after year in that pre-TV era. He was having drinks with a friend in a New York bar one evening when he glanced at his watch and said, "Jesus, I've got to run." He grabbed his cap and coat and headed for the door. "What's the hurry?" his friend said. "Have another drink." "Can't," Ruth said. "Gangbusters is coming on." He made a few exhibition appearances in 1935, one of the last with a semi-pro team in Dyckman Oval, a local field in New York City. It was not Major League Baseball by a long shot, but Ruth's appeal was dramatically evident in the overflow crowd. He played a great deal of golf and played it pretty well. He usually shot in the high 70s, but occasionally got into the low 70s and a couple of times broke par. He played in an amateur tournament in Westchester County and finished 17th in a field of 226, one stroke ahead of Dick Chapman, who later became both U.S. and British amateur champion. He was long but wild off the tee and an erratic putter, but curiously enough for such a free swinger, his short game was deft and accurate. He was fun to play with. A partner found him in a deep bunker one day. Ruth looked up and said, "Didn't you hear me call for help? I should have brought a shovel." About this time, the name John Montague began to appear in the sports pages. No one knew quite who he was, except that he was a fabulous golfer. He lived in Hollywood, and he played golf with Hollywood stars. People told amazing stories about his skills. He could break par playing with a rake and a shovel. If his ball was against a tree and his shot to the green was blocked, he would hit the ball at right angles to the direction of the hole and purposely slice it so that it curved around and landed on the green. He was sensational, but hardly anyone ever saw him play. Late in 1937, the mysterious Montague was persuaded to come into the open. A New York newspaper sponsored a charity match in which Montague and an excellent golfer named Sylvia Annenberg played Babe Ruth and Babe Didrikson, the noted woman athlete. The combination of Montague and Ruth aroused enormous public attention, and when the match was held at Fresh Meadows on Long Island, 12,000 people poured onto the course to watch them play. Golf was not a major spectator sport then, and there never before had been a crowd like it on an American golf course. "This is worse than the World Series," said Ruth, who was knocked off his feet on the fourth fairway by the surging crowd. Montague the Obscure proved a good, if not fabulous, golfer whose tee shots consistently went 20 to 30 yards farther than Ruth's booming drives. But he was decidedly unnerved by the sight of thousands of faces staring back at him as he drove. The fairways grew narrower as the mob pressed forward to see better, finally shrinking to an alley no more than 10 feet wide. On the 6th hole, Montague's drive beamed a spectator and his game began to fray. On the 7th, Didrikson put her head down like a fullback and plunged through the crowd to get to the green. On the par 3 ninth, after the two babes and Montague drove, the spectators ignored Sylvia Annenberg and raced for positions encircling the green. With an admirable display of poise and skill, Sylvia lofted her tee shot over the crowd and hit the pin. The ball fell a foot or so away from the cup, and most of the spectators thought it was a hole-in-one. After that, the match was called, with Ruth and Didrikson each 2 up on Montague. Later it was learned that Montague's real name was Laverne Moore, and that one reason for his reluctance to appear in public was because he was wanted by police in upstate New York for some chicanery committed in his youth. Golf became something of a passion with Ruth, and he played as often as he could. His home course was St. Albans on Long Island. Often he would leave his apartment in the morning, stop at the butcher's on 9th Avenue, pick up a nice steak, drive to the course, give the steak to the cook at the club, and have 2 or 3 drinks at the bar while it was being prepared. He'd have a couple more drinks over the steak at lunch and then play golf. The way from the 9th green to the 10th tee at St. Albans went past the clubhouse, and Ruth's foursome would usually pause at the bar, where Ruth would have 1 or 2 more, and then go on to complete the round in 77 or 78. Ben Curry, for years president of Leawood Golf Club in Westchester County, New York, said that when Babe had a date to play golf at Leawood or another club in that neighborhood, he would sometimes leave his New York apartment a bit earlier than necessary. He would stop at Curry's house and sit on the porch and chat. Mrs. Curry would bring out a pitcher of ice water and a quart of scotch. When Babe left for the golf course, the bottle would be half empty. Yet Curry said Ruth was not an alcoholic. He drank a tremendous amount, certainly more than most people, he said. Now and then his liver would act up, and the doctor would tell him to cut out booze for a while, and he would. He wouldn't drink at all, just soda pop and things like that. It never seemed to bother him that he couldn't drink. After a while, when he began to feel better again, he'd start to drink beer, and eventually he'd be back to scotch again. Claire, who did not play golf, accepted but did not relish her role as golf widow. Sometimes Babe would win something in one of the competitions he played in, and would be invited to stay at the club for dinner and the presentation of the prizes. He would ask his partner, usually someone Claire knew, to phone and tell her about the prizes and the dinner and explain that he would be a little late. This seldom sat well with Claire. She had been doing a little eating herself in the 1930s and had put on too much weight. Her temper was edgy. On one occasion she snapped at the telephoning friend, demanding that Ruth be told to get home right away. The Currys and the Ruths spent some time together one summer at a resort in New Hampshire, along with the Curry's son and another teenage boy. They had a relay race in the swimming pool one afternoon, with Curry and his son against Babe and the other boy. Curry said to Ruth, "I'll count to 3, and then you and I start. Ready? 1, pause. 2, long pause. Ruth, tottering, dove into the pool. He climbed out, got set again, and Curry counted. 1, pause. 2, longer pause, and again Ruth dove in. "Come on, Babe," Curry said. "That's not fair. You're cheating. Now, you ready?" Babe nodded. Curry said 1, 2, 3, and dove in. Ruth caught him. He was a good swimmer, Curry said, but the artificial handicap kept the race close. He was a lot of fun, Curry said. He used to wrestle with the kids, rolling around on the floor with them. One night we got into a pillow fight, all of us. Me, my wife, the boys, Babe, everybody but Claire. She wouldn't get into it. Curry grinned. The boys chased Ruth into a closet and locked him in, and they wouldn't let him out. So Babe put that big behind of his against the door and pushed. There was a full-length mirror on the door, and it cracked. He was very strong. Then they let him out. It seemed a carefree time, but Ruth was discontent. He was not used to living a domestic life all the time. He went south to Florida each spring and looked in at the training camps, waving his cap at the players from his car and boisterously hollering, "Hiya, slaves!" But he missed baseball. It hurt that no one wanted him anymore. His threat to find something to do outside the game was not serious. He did a few things now and then, radio broadcasts and the like, but nothing permanent. He got into a couple of minor scrapes with his car. Coming home from St. Albans one night, he bumped into a car in front of him, but did not stop. The other man took his license number and went to a police station. A call went out to stop a convertible coupe, New York license number IN7235, last seen heading for the Queensboro Bridge. When Ruth stopped for a traffic light at the Manhattan end of the bridge, a cop poked a gun at him and told him to get out of the car. The police were as surprised to see Ruth as he was to see them, but they took him to the station house. Babe chatted amiably while they waited for the complainant to arrive, and a crowd of people gathered outside, passing the word, "Babe Ruth's been arrested." The only one who didn't seem to know him was the man he hit. When he arrived at the station, he shouted at Ruth, and Ruth shouted back. The police calmed them both, and Babe said, all right, I don't want any trouble. Get your car repaired and send me the bill." The other man seemed satisfied until Babe added, "But don't go sending me a bill for a new car." "There's a lot of damage," the man shouted. "My waterworks is leaking." "Your waterworks?" Ruth laughed. "I thought I hit the back of the car." No, the whole car is smashed." They all went out to look at the auto, which had a noticeably damaged rear fender. The police mediated, and Ruth and the other man exchanged names and addresses. "Don't you know who he is?" someone asked the man, who was studying Ruth's name and address. "Who?" "That's Babe Ruth, the famous baseball player." "Is that so?" the man said politely. In June 1938, Babe and Claire went to Ebbets Field for the first Major League night game ever played in New York City, and saw Johnny Vandermeer pitch his second straight no-hit, no-run game for Cincinnati. Vandermeer's feat was front-page news, but earlier in the evening, the biggest excitement in the ballpark was the arrival of Babe. A stir ran through the crowd, and fans swarmed around him. Larry MacPhail, who had become executive vice president of the Dodgers that year, was doing everything he could to pump life into the then-moribund franchise. He remembered the Babe Ruth Day he put on in Cincinnati 3 years earlier, and the crowd the Babe attracted. In New York, MacPhail was challenging the iron grip on baseball that the Yankees and Giants held. Ruth, who in 1936 was one of the 5 original players elected to the Cooperstown Hall of Fame, along with Cobb, Wagner, Mathewson, and Johnson, was still the biggest name in baseball. To have him in a Dodger uniform would be a coup. MacPhail discussed the idea with his manager, Burley Grimes, and with Leo DeRocher, the Dodger shortstop, who had been made team captain late in May. MacPhail was grooming DeRocher to succeed. The Vandermeer game was on June 15th. Ruth met with MacPhail, Grimes, and DeRocher the next day and signed a contract. This time he said nothing publicly about becoming manager, but he knew Grimes would not be back in 1939, and he was privately convinced that he would take over the club then. However, MacPhail stated clearly when he signed Ruth that the Babe would not be considered for the job. And though there were the usual comments that as a coach he would be a big help to the young players, he really only had one duty: to appear on the field in uniform so the fans could see him. He took batting and fielding practice before games, played in exhibitions, and coached at first base. "What else could he do?" Grimes said. "That's what we got him for." His debut with the Dodgers was on June 19th, a Sunday doubleheader with the Cubs, and it was a box office success. Artistically, it was not so good, because Babe did nothing impressive in batting practice. But when he toddled out to the coaching lines in his familiar pity-pat trot, there was a great welcoming cheer. Except for DeRocher, the players liked him and enjoyed his presence. His penchant for nicknames led him to call Dolph Camilli Cameo and Vito Tamoulis Tomatoes. He told stories on the bench and made noise in the clubhouse. It was stimulating. Kiki Kyler, a 38-year-old outfielder who had starred with the Pirates and the Cubs and was now in his last season, sat in a corner of the dugout watching him and said, "That guy is amazing. He even does something to me." Grimes said years later, "When he spoke, everyone listened, all but DeRocher." He was amiable, cheerful. In Boston, he saw Donald Davidson, the midget clubhouse boy of the Braves, and said kindly, "Hey, kid, you want to play catch with me?" In Ebbets Field, he was walking with Van Lingel Mungo, a pitcher, from the Dodger clubhouse along the runway under the stands to the dugout. Kids stuck programs through the fence and asked for autographs. "Go away," said Mungo, who was famous for his bad temper, but Ruth stopped and signed all the programs the kids shoved at him. He would stand outside the park after games for an hour signing autographs. Grimes said, "When you're a player, you see the same kids asking for autographs every day, and it's always the big ones who get up close. The little ones are shoved in the back." Ruth signed for all of them. He made sure the little ones got autographs, too. He began to hit a few in batting practice. He and Babe Phelps, the Dodgers' rotund catcher, who was almost Ruth's size, bet cigars on who could put more in the seats. He played first base in exhibition games. In Elmira, New York, he hit one between the outfielders for extra bases, but as he reached first base, where Jesse Haynes was coaching, he puffed, "Go ahead, Jess," and switched places with him. Jess got to third with a triple, and no one minded the illegality. In Albany, he hit a home run, although not without assistance. Bill McCory, the Albany manager and later the Yankees' traveling secretary, heard that Ruth was having a little trouble with his eyes, and he told his pitcher to keep the ball up where he could see it. The pitcher dutifully laid the ball in the right spot, and after missing a couple of times, Ruth rode one out of the park. He more than earned his salary from the crowds he attracted to the exhibition games he played, and it made people wonder if he could possibly play again in a major league game. Considine asked him about it soon after he joined the Dodgers. "Oh, sure," said Ruth, "but it would take me a month to get in shape. I'm fat as a pig." During the summer, the idea kept coming back to him, and he liked the thought of it. He'd touch on the subject with the sports writers, who would then push it with Grimes. Toward the end of August, Ruth asked John McDonald, the Dodgers' road secretary, what would have to be done to put him on the active roster. "Just tear up your coach's contract and sign you to a new one as player." "Why don't you tell MacPhail to do it? If he does it September 1st when the roster goes up to 40 players, I won't be taking anybody's job, and maybe I can hit one or two in a game." MacPhail might have been receptive to the idea. The Dodgers were finishing 6th again and could use a little lift at the gate, but Grimes was absolutely against it. "He's 43 and he can't see," he said. "If he can hit, I can still pitch." Years later, Grimes said, "He was having trouble seeing out of one eye, and sometimes he couldn't see pitches. I know he had trouble when I threw batting practice, so we used to have Merv Shea, a catcher, throw to him. Shea just sort of flopped his arm when he threw, and it was easy to follow the ball. But put him in a game, he might have been killed." As the season moved on, Ruth's expectations of succeeding Grimes slowly waned. The manager knew that DeRocher was going to take his place, and he conceded that Leo was the logical choice. Leo felt the same way. As captain, he was functioning more like the assistant manager Ruth had been in name only with the Braves. Leo worked closely with Grimes, but he treated Ruth with contempt, and they had one serious run-in. Although he was on the coaching lines, Ruth did not relay signals from the manager to the batters and runners. Legend says he could not remember the signs, and as a result messed up a play badly the first day he coached. Thereafter he was bypassed. This implies that giving and taking signs was a complex process beyond Ruth's mental capacities. He couldn't even give signals, was another echoing criticism. But no man who plays Major League Baseball for 20 years is incapable of handling the not terribly demanding process of comprehending and relaying the signals for take, hit, bunt, and so on. Ruth's attitude toward signals was that of the grand seigneur, not the dim-witted peasant. He tended to ignore them. As a Dodger coach, he was not involved with them. Grimes often was on the coaching lines himself at third base, and Babe spent most of the time waving his arms, clapping his hands, and shouting encouragement. But a young reporter innocently wrote one day that Babe had called for a hit-and-run play that gave the Dodgers a 1-0 victory in the 11th inning. Grimes, who had given the signal for the play, was annoyed and bawled out the reporter. So did DeRocher, who, according to most versions of the story, was the batter in the case. Others say it was Cookie Lavaghetto, and that DeRocher became involved in the dispute as amicus curiae, so to speak. In any case, Leo got into a flaming argument with Ruth in the clubhouse. In an early autobiography, DeRocher claimed that Ruth said he had been wanting to slap Leo down for a long time. They tangled, and the scuffle left a mark under Ruth's eye. But Grimes said, "DeRocher got mad, not Ruth. I grabbed Leo and pushed him back. It's not true about a punch hitting Babe. Not a hand was laid on him, though I guess Leo would have belted him if I hadn't stopped him." Whatever goodwill Ruth's presence in uniform might have generated among owners looking for a manager was destroyed by the mocking talk about his inability to give signals, and the dispute with DeRocher served as the coup de grace to his dying hope of ever being one. Grimes was formally dismissed as manager on October 10th. DeRocher was formally hired on October 13th. Once again, Ruth retired from baseball, this time forever. Chapter 36. The last chapter. The end. Joe, I'm gone. Colonel Rupert died in January 1939. Ruth visited him in the hospital as he lay dying, and was touched when Rupert, who had never called him anything but Ruth, whispered, "Babe, babe." Gehrig was dying, and at the Lou Gehrig Day ceremonies at Yankee Stadium on July 4th, Babe ended their long antagonism by impulsively putting his arm around Gehrig and hugging him. Time was closing in. Playing golf with Ben Curry at Leawood, Ruth said, "I feel terrible," and lay down on the grass near the 16th tee. His face was almost blue, Curry recalled. A car was brought out, and Ruth was driven to the clubhouse, where he lay down on a bench and asked for a glass of water. A doctor had been called, and Curry was afraid to let him have anything before the doctor got there. He put a sip of water in a glass and gave it to him. Ruth said, "Damn it, give me a glass of water," and began to lift himself. He was given a full glass of water and drank all of it, and drank another. After the doctor checked him out, he rested for a while, and that night felt fine. But it was apparently a mild heart attack, and a year or so later he had another. Late in 1941, he was invited to appear in Pride of the Yankees, a movie about Gehrig. His weight was nearly 270, and he dieted strenuously in order to be down to presentable size when work on the film began early in 1942. He lost 40 pounds in a few months and became edgy and irritable. He had a minor but frightening auto accident in December that depressed him terribly, an odd thing for a man who had been in so many accidents. He caught a bad cold, and early in the new year, suffering from the cold and nervous exhaustion, he was taken from his apartment on a stretcher and sent to the hospital. He recovered quickly and was off hunting for a few days before going to California for the movie. In Hollywood, he worked hard on the Lou Gehrig movie and did a fine natural job of acting, even to the point of putting his fist through a Pullman car window in a pennant celebration scene. But the stringent working schedule demanded by the film, combined with his own normally late hours, did not mesh well. He caught another cold, and it developed into pneumonia. Again, he was hospitalized, and for a day or so was reported to be near death. But he was out of the hospital in 2 weeks, and by the end of April, with the movie finished, was home in New York, healthy and playing golf. During World War II, he did work for the Red Cross, bought $100,000 worth of war bonds, made appropriate comments about Hitler and Mussolini and the Japanese, voted against Franklin Roosevelt, and appeared frequently at benefits. He played a series of 3 golf matches with Ty Cobb for war charities, losing the first, winning the second, and losing the third. In August 1942, he appeared at a benefit affair in Yankee Stadium, where he batted against Walter Johnson. It was his first time in the stadium as a player since 1934, and he was as excited as a kid about it, making sure his uniform was clean and pressed, his spiked shoes shined. Johnson threw 7 pitches before Ruth lifted a high fly into the stands in right. The ball curved foul, but Ruth, always a showman, accepted it as a home run and ran around the bases while the crowd cheered. In May 1943, he was in uniform again for a game between 2 teams from the armed forces, both studded with professional players. Babe pinch hit and walked. A couple of months later, he managed a servicemen's team in another benefit at Yankee Stadium and put himself in as a pinch hitter against Johnny Sane. He hit 1 long foul and then walked. A pinch runner came out from the dugout, but Ruth waved him off. The next man singled, and Ruth moved to second, but he pulled up lame and puffing. He accepted the pinch runner then and half walked, half jogged off the field. It was his last appearance in a formal game. He was in the hospital toward the end of the war for a cartilage operation on his knee. After the war, he let his hope of managing come alive again. The Rupert estate sold the Yankees to a syndicate headed by MacPhail, and Barrow was no longer running the team. Ruth phoned MacPhail and asked him for the job of managing the Yankees' Newark Farm Club. It was an embarrassing retreat from his long-held position that he was a big leaguer who did not have to go back to the minors as an apprentice, but he was being realistic. MacPhail said he would get back to him. There was no answer for a few weeks, and then a letter came. "That's bad news," Ruth said. "When it's good news, they telephone." MacPhail did not want Ruth and told him so in a polite, circuitous note that ended with a plea for Babe to become involved in a sandlot baseball program sponsored by the city of New York. That was the final humiliation. He went back to golf, bowling, and hunting. In May 1946, when Jorge Pascual was trying to build up the Mexican League by enticing American major leaguers with offers of huge salaries, Ruth spent 2 weeks in Mexico City as Pascual's guest. He was called El Rey Honronero in the Mexican newspapers. Now past 50, he said quite plainly that he doubted he would sign any sort of a contract with Pascual, but he had a fine time anyway. He went to a bullfight, played golf, got sunburned, saw a few ball games, swung at a couple of pitches in batting practice. He met 58-year-old Armando Marsans, a Cuban who had been an American League outfielder 30 years earlier when Ruth was still a pitcher. "You remember me?" asked Marsans, and Ruth's face lit up. "Sure I do," he said. And he did. Not the name, but the man. Marsans was managing in one of the games Ruth saw, and when he refused to take a pitcher out of a game despite a rally by the other team, Ruth approved. "That's right," he called out. "Let him stay in there." Because of the Major League's antipathy for Pascual and the Mexican League, Ruth was asked if anyone tried to persuade him not to visit Mexico. "No," Babe said. "Nobody asked me not to come. But that doesn't make any difference. I go where I please anyway." Several months later, Ruth began to complain of extreme pain over his left eye. He thought it was a sinus headache, but it hurt so much that in November he entered French Hospital in New York for a thorough examination. Not much attention was paid. He had been in and out of hospital so often, but this time it was deadly serious. He had a malignant growth in the left side of his neck, in such a position that it nearly encircled the left carotid artery. When he was operated on, nerves had to be severed and the artery tied off, which adversely affected the left side of his head, including his larynx. Most of the cancerous growth was removed, but some could not be, and he was given radiation treatment to control it. The disease and its treatment debilitated him. He could not eat and had to be fed intravenously. He was in French hospital for 3 months and lost 80 pounds. When he was discharged in February 1947, he went to Florida to rest in the sun. He regained enough strength to play golf a few times and go fishing, but the seriousness of 44 Ruth returned to New York in time to be at the stadium for his day. It began, the awful voice sounding even harsher as it came from the loudspeakers. "You know how bad my voice sounds. Well, it feels just as bad. You know, this baseball game of ours comes up from the youth. That means the boys. And after you've been a boy and grow up to know how to play ball, then you come to the boys you see representing themselves today in our national pastime. The only real game in the world, I think, is baseball. As a rule, some people think if you give them a football or a baseball or something like that, naturally they're athletes right away. But you can't do that in baseball. You've got to start from way down at the bottom when you're 6 or 7 years old. You can't wait until you're 15 or 16. You've got to let it grow up with you, and if you're successful and you try hard enough, you're bound to come out on top, just like these boys have come to the top now. There's been so many lovely things said about me. I'm glad I had the opportunity to thank everybody. Thank you." He smiled and waved to the crowd and walked slowly to the Yankee dugout. The unexcised part of the tumor continued to grow, and Ruth was in extreme discomfort through the spring of 1947. He did not know what was wrong with him, and no one told him. Considine said those who knew him best, Mel Lowenstein and Paul Carey and Claire, believed that if he knew he had terminal cancer, it would destroy him. He'd go right out the window. For a time, Ruth thought his teeth were infected, and he would wince with pain and mutter, "These damn teeth." He was in constant pain that had to be relieved with morphine. He tried to work with Considine on his autobiography, but when he could not recall something he was trying to remember, he would break off the conversation and say, "Let's get the hell out of here and go hit a few." They would get into Ruth's Lincoln Continental and drive to the butcher shop on 9th Avenue. Instead of ordering a steak to take to the golf course, Ruth would buy chopped meat since he could not chew. In the shop, he would pick up a cleaver and playfully threaten the butchers. "I'm going to chop your goddamned heads off," he'd say, to their evident delight. A girl, a nurse, would usually meet him in the butcher shop and ride out to the golf course, where she would walk around with him while they played. Sometimes at the club he felt so bad he would only have a soft-boiled egg, and he had trouble swallowing that. One day he looked at the egg in his misery and said, "To think of the stakes." For a time he continued to play 18 holes, but as he grew weaker his games grew shorter. One day he teed up his ball, swung well, and hit the ball cleanly. It carried straight down the fairway, but for only about 90 yards. Ruth stood on the tee watching it and cried, cursing through the tears. By June 1947, the pain had become so bad that his doctors decided to treat the cancer with an experimental new drug, a synthetic relative of folic acid, part of the vitamin B complex. Treatment began on June 29th, and Ruth showed such remarkable improvement that in September a paper on his case was read at an International Cancer Congress meeting in St. Louis. He began to travel around the country doing promotional work on American Legion baseball for the Ford Motor Company. He also had Lowenstein draw up papers creating the Babe Ruth Foundation, which was designed to help underprivileged children. Late in September, MacPhail put on another Babe Ruth Day at Yankee Stadium to raise funds for the Ruth Foundation, and Babe was there to watch an old-timers game played by Ty Cobb and Tris Speaker and others. He had hoped to be strong enough to be able to pitch an inning, but he was not. His dramatic improvement was apparently only a temporary remission of the cancer, and he continued painfully ill. When Ruth was in Cincinnati for the Ford people, Waite Hoyt and his wife visited him in his hotel. Claire met them at the door and brought them into the living room of the suite where Ruth was sitting on a couch, his head down, nodding from the sedatives he was taking. On the table in front of him was a bottle of beer, which, Hoyt said, he drank for food. Babe lifted his head wearily. "I'm glad to see you," he whispered. They talked for a while, but he appeared so exhausted that Hoyt decided he and his wife should leave. "We'd better go, Jidge." Ruth nodded. "I'm kind of tired," he said. The Hoyts stood up to go, but Ruth whispered, "Wait a minute." Painfully, he got to his feet and went into the kitchen. From the refrigerator, he took a small vase with an orchid in it and brought it back to the living room. "Here," he said to Mrs. Hoyt, "I never gave you anything." On Sunday, June 13th, 1948, the Yankees celebrated the 25th anniversary of Yankee Stadium, and Ruth was invited to be there along with other members of the 1923 Yankees. Sick as he was delighted with the idea. The Yankees held a banquet for all the old players at Rupert's Brewery the night before the game, but Ruth was not well enough to attend that. There was concern that he might not be at the stadium either on Sunday because it was a dank, rainy day, but he came. The other old Yankees were already in the locker room when he arrived. "Here he is now," one of them said in a low voice, and Ruth came in slowly, helped by Paul Carey and Frank Delaney, his male nurse. His face split into a grin, a shriveled caricature of the beaming one he used to have, and in his croaking voice he spoke to his old teammates, calling most of them by their nicknames. Delaney helped him take off his street clothes and put on his uniform. The old teammates stayed away until he had his uniform on, and so did the photographers. Then they began to take pictures, with Ruth posing willingly. The old Yankees were gathered together for a group photograph. Ruth, stooped, smiling, stood in the middle of the back row. Joe Dugan, standing half behind him, had a hand on his shoulder, and so did Wally Pipp. The old-timers began to go out onto the field, and Ruth, accompanied by Delaney and Carey, followed slowly down the runway to the dugout. It was early, and Ruth paused in the runway, a topcoat slung over his shoulders to keep off the chill. "I think you'd better wait inside," said Delaney. "It's too damp here." Ruth was led back to the clubhouse and stayed there until it was nearly time for him to appear on the field. Then he came down the runway again and into the dugout, where room was made for him on the bench. Mel Harder, a Cleveland coach who had pitched against Ruth, came over to say hello. Ruth said hoarsely, "You remember when I got 5 for 5 off you in Cleveland and they booed me?" Harder smiled. "Line drives," Ruth croaked, "all to left field, and they booed the shit out of me." All the other old-timers had been introduced, the applause from the big crowd rising and falling as each name was called. It was time for Ruth. He got to his feet, letting the topcoat fall from his shoulders, and took a bat to use as a cane. He looked up at the photographers massed in front of the dugout. His name rang out over the public address system. The roar of the crowd began, and as W.C. Hines wrote, he walked out into the cauldron of sound he must have known better than any other man. He walked slowly, and he was smaller than Babe Ruth should have been. He paused for the photographers, leaning on the bat, looking up at the crowded tiers of people. Near home plate he was met by Ed Barrow, a month past his 80th birthday, who hugged him. At the microphone, Ruth spoke briefly, saying how proud he was to have hit the first home run in the stadium and how good it was to see his old teammates. When the ceremonies were over and the other old players trotted out to their positions for a 2-inning game, Ruth left the field at Yankee Stadium for the last time. He was helped down into the dugout and back along the runway to the clubhouse. The topcoat was put over his shoulders again, and he kept it on in the clubhouse. He felt chilly. The glow of the excitement was wearing off. Dugan, who played only 1 inning of the old-timers game, came into the clubhouse. "Hiya, Babe," Dugan said, sitting down next to him. "Hello, Joe. Can you use a drink?" "Just a beer." A small bar had been set up in a corner of the locker room, and Dugan got a drink for himself and a beer for Ruth and brought them back. They sat there for a while, sipping their drinks. "How are things, Jidge?" Dugan asked. "Joe, I'm gone," Ruth said. "I'm gone, Joe." He started to cry, and Dugan did too. A week or so later, Ruth was in the hospital again. He did not want to go, and when it was time to leave for the hospital, he refused to get out of bed. Frank Delaney said, "He was in terrible pain. I tried to cajole him, but he shook his head. He wouldn't get up. I sat on the side of his bed and talked to him. I said, 'If you were my father, I'd make you go.' He got up then." As Delaney helped him up the steps of Memorial Hospital, Ruth said, "Isn't this hospital for cancer?" Delaney answered, "Cancer and allied diseases." Ruth grunted. He never was told he had cancer, but he certainly knew it, at least toward the end. When Jim Peterson took Connie Mack to visit him, Ruth said, "Hello, Mr. Mack. The termites have got me." Ruth was ambulatory in the hospital, and when he felt strong enough, he would go out for a drive. Early in July, he paid his last visit to Baltimore, flying down for a charity game. It was rained out, but he had a chance to talk to Roger Pippin, who had been with him in Fayetteville in 1914. Back in his hospital room, he watched baseball on television, a relatively new phenomenon, and was pleased by visits and mail. He received hundreds of letters every day. A few would be read to him, and he would rasp his reaction. May Singy Breen, a one-time radio star, who with her husband, the songwriter Pete DeRose, was close to Claire and Babe, took on the job of seeing to it that all the mail was answered. Many contained requests for autographs, and on days he felt well, Ruth would ask for my cards. These were postcards with his photograph, and he would sign 100 or so at a time to keep a supply on hand. President Truman phoned him, and Betty Grable, whom he had met and liked in Hollywood, sent him a bottle of pine-scented cologne. He wanted the cologne in his bathwater each day, and sometimes he would grunt to Delaney, "Toss a little around the room, Frank." The last rites of the Catholic Church were administered on July 21st, but Ruth rallied again after that. He left the hospital on the evening of July 26th to attend the premiere of the Babe Ruth story. He was very uncomfortable watching the film and left well before it was over. He seemed content back in the hospital, and he never left it again. "All my obligations are over," he said. "I'm going to rest now. I'm going to take it easy." In August, his condition steadily deteriorated. Claire stayed in a room across the hall, usually attended by a friend or by Julia or Dorothy. Few visitors were admitted, but Ruth, even though he was unable to say much, relished the visits. Paul Carey phoned Ford Frick one day and told him Babe would like to see him. Frick said the hospital was like a three-ring circus, with reporters and photographers waiting, and the death watch across the hall. He spoke to Claire for a moment, and then went into the room. It was a terrible moment. Ruth was so thin it was unbelievable. He'd been such a big man, and his arms were just skinny little bones, and his face was so haggard. When I came in, he lifted his eyes toward me and raised his right arm a little, only about 3 or 4 inches off the bed, and then it fell back again. I went over to the bed, and I said, "Babe, Paul Carey said you wanted to see me." And Ruth said in that terrible voice, "Ford, I always wanted to see you." It was just a polite thing to say. I stayed a few minutes and left, and I spoke to Claire again across the hall, and then I went home, and the next day he was dead. Acknowledgements. John Drebinger and Ford Frick knew Ruth well, and told me a great deal about him. Bob Considine, Ben Curry, and Bill Slocum, Jr. shared their special knowledge of certain aspects of Ruth's life. Of Babe's teammates, George Twombly, Ernie Shore, Bob Shawkey, Joe Dugan, and Wade Hoyt were especially helpful, Hoyt most of all. Ken Smith, Cliff Catchline, and Jack Redding of the Baseball Museum and Baseball Library at Cooperstown disclosed rich mines of material, and Redding was of particular help in locating many of the photographs that appear here. Jim Creamer's research on Ruth's years in Boston produced detailed information that was otherwise unobtainable. From Jim Breedy of Baltimore came much about Ruth's family and boyhood. Frank Sleeper, Jack Tobin, and Herman Weisskopf provided interviews with prime sources. There were many others, but it would be impossible to mention each of them without making a list that would fill several pages. Here I thank them all. Because this is a popular, not a scholarly biography, there is no need for a bibliography, although I have mentioned several books in the text, and will add here the Baseball Encyclopedia, Macmillan, 1969, which was continually helpful, and World Series Records, published annually by the Sporting News. As for editors, that saintly breed of men, I thank Dick Johnston for his early encouragement, Andy Crichton for his comments and editorial suggestions, Andre Laguerre and Roy Terrell of Sports Illustrated for their tolerance, and above all, Peter Schwed for his kindness and patience. This concludes the reading of Babe by Robert W. Creamer. This book was read by Tom Parker.